Residing at the southwestern edge of the Hidden Leaf Village is the residence of the 4th Hokage. It is here, in the spacious backyard training ground, that 2 adults are overseeing 3 young children. The first adult is Minato Namikaze himself. The second is Kushina Uzumaki. The first child is the 4th's eldest daughter, Mito. She has shoulder-length red hair that's pulled back into a ponytail and deep navy eyes. She stands 4 feet tall. The second child is a boy named Menma, the third child of the 4th. He is also 4 feet tall and has a wild mess of spiky red and black hair, along with deep purple eyes. The third child is the youngest of the Uzumaki Namikaze children, Yayoi. She has blonde hair tied into pigtails, a round face, and green eyes, and is the same height as her siblings. Minato and Kushina are currently watching their kids practice their taijutsu forms. They decided to train Menma, Mito, and Yayoi as much as possible, believing that when the masked man eventually surfaced from the shadows, one of them, the prophesied savior, would be prepared to confront him. Minato had tried to track the man using his flying Raijin seal, which never vanishes from whatever it's marked, but all he found was a piece of buried flesh. It was brought back to the village for DNA matching against shinobi records, but nothing conclusive was found. The problem was that the village only began keeping DNA samples in the hospital archives during the second Hokage's era, so there was no definitive proof of whether the flesh belonged to Madara. "Alright, that's enough for now," says Minato. "Yayoi, you're very strong, but you need to be faster with your strikes. Mito, you move with grace and control, but you need to put more force into your attacks. Menma, you have good speed and strength, but you need to work on your control and grace." They all nod in understanding. "Let's go in for lunch," Kushina says. "Alright, let's hurry. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can continue training and I can get stronger." Menma exclaims. "You'll just be left in my dust," Yayoi challenges. "You're both already in my dust," Mito says with a smug grin. The 3 of them begin to argue. Alright, that's enough. All 3 of you still have a long way to go, as far as I'm concerned," Minato states, suddenly grabbing Mito and Yayoi and slinging them over his shoulders like sacks while Kushina does the same with Menma. The children protest, but soon the whole family is laughing. A figure watches this scene from his bedroom window. He has spiky blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes, and unusual whisker-like marks on his heart-shaped face. This is Naruto, the eldest of the Uzumaki Namikaze children. One might wonder why he isn't training with his family. The reason is that he never does anything with his family. Things weren't always this bad. Even at a young age, Naruto could tell his siblings received more attention than he did, and not just from his parents. The villagers were also very fond of the 3, calling them the saviors of the Hidden Leaf. This was because they had the 9 tails chakra sealed inside them. For Naruto, it was the opposite. Villagers would whisper behind his back and glare at him. This was because he had the 9 tails itself sealed inside him. Things only got worse when he turned 5. His parents explained that they would be training Menma, Mito, and Yayoi to become shinobi and that he wouldn't receive the same training, as preparing his siblings to control the power they held was the priority. Naruto was saddened but understood. Contrary to popular belief, he was quite intelligent. The difference between him and his siblings was that he had the fundamental knowledge of a civilian academy student due to his parents' neglect to teach him. The neglect worsened to the point that whenever his family went out, they would leave him behind. How did his siblings feel about this? Menma and Yayoi would constantly mock him for being weak when he was older and convince the other academy kids to stay away from him. Mito simply acted as if he didn't exist. Naruto is hoping things will change soon. The next day, Naruto wakes up and goes downstairs to find the house empty, as always. He clenches his fist in frustration. Then he smiles, realizing this is his chance. He heads to his father's study and begins taking jutsu scrolls. He first grabs the Shadow Clone Jutsu and some Shuriken Jutsu. Just as he is about to grab another, he hears laughter from outside. He curses under his breath before leaving the study. He rushes up to his bedroom, shuts the door, climbs out the window, and heads for the nearest available training ground. Hours later, Naruto sits on the ground, panting. Since arriving, he has been practicing his Shuriken Jutsu and Taijutsu. He quickly mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which suits him well due to his large chakra reserves. Now, he finally has someone who can attend the academy for him while he gets some meaningful training. In Naruto's opinion, the academy is a waste of time. It doesn't properly equip students with the skills they will need in the field. A majority of the students will fail to graduate, and those who do will have to question whether they'll survive a year in the field. He gets up and heads home. As Naruto walks through the village, he notices a crowd forming around him. Whispers and murmurs can be heard. There he is. Ugh, just look at him. A disgrace to his family. How dare he call himself the 4th son? Demon! Naruto takes off running, unable to take any more, and doesn't stop until he reaches his training ground. He falls to the ground and curls into a ball. The villagers have always done this. They have treated him this way for as long as he can remember. At first, they weren't so bold, but they quickly realized no one was going to stop them. He begins to feel angry and unintentionally infuses his chakra. Naruto suddenly feels something rough wrapping around him. He opens his eyes to see what appears to be branches that have sprouted from the ground and wrapped around him. He quickly untangles himself. "What was that?" he says aloud to himself. He closes his eyes and forms the snake hand seal. He infuses chakra and focuses hard. He hears a sound and opens his eyes to see a tree. This could only mean one thing. The next day, Naruto jumps out of bed and wastes no time showering and getting dressed before anyone else is up, determined to confirm his suspicions about what happened the previous night. He jumps out his window, not wanting to run into anyone from his family, and is off. At the training ground, Naruto forms two shadow clones. One heads to the academy, as is now routine, and the other goes to the library to gather notes on wood-style jutsu. Then he unrolls a scroll and begins to read. The summoning jutsu allows the user to transport a target to their location. Before an animal can be summoned, a prospective summoner must first form a contract with the animal and or its species. Although in rare cases one can use the summoning jutsu before acquiring a contract to determine the summoning animal one has a natural affinity. However, this can have dire consequences and is not advised. Naruto thinks about this. "What the hell," he says to himself. "What's the worst that can happen?" He reads the instructions further. Naruto bites his thumb while infusing a fair amount of chakra. He slams his hand onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A poof of smoke engulfs Naruto. When the smoke clears, Naruto looks around in shock. This is not the hidden leaf. He seems to be in a mountainous area with dense jungles. Naruto hears a growl and turns to see a lion standing a few feet away. This is no ordinary lion, it appears to be the size of an adult horse. Rrrr, it roars, causing Naruto to fall on his backside. Acting fast, he jumps up and takes off, with the beast close behind him. Naruto leaps into a nearby tree, thinking he's safe, only for the lion to jump after him. "What? How is that even possible?" he says, shocked, leaping to another tree. The lion leaps after him. The chase continues like this until Naruto jumps down onto the forest floor. He forms a dozen shadow clones, who all run in different directions. The lion looks around, not knowing which one to pursue. It lets out a roar that echoes through the forest. With Naruto, he has managed to get far enough from his hunter. "What the hell was that? That lion was coming for me with the moves of a shinobi," he says, still trying to calm himself down. "Alright, now I need to get out of here." Naruto is stopped in his tracks as his hunter jumps down from the trees in front of him. He looks around to see other lions emerging from the surrounding trees. He sighs. "Got your friends to help you take down the clones, huh?" He pulls out a kunai. If this is it and he's really going to die, then he's going to die fighting. A figure dressed in a white haori and black shinobi pants and sandals jumps down next to Naruto. He looks up to see a man who looks to be in his mid-50s. He has short gray hair and a stubble on his face. His eyes are black. "Enough," he says in a commanding tone. "You dare protect this intruder," growls Naruto's unidentified hunter. "If he's here, then that fact alone means he isn't one," the man says in a challenging tone. The lions growl softly before they part to form a path for them to pass. The man turns around and smiles at Naruto. "Follow me." Naruto frowns and gets into a fighting stance. "What makes you think I trust you? Would you rather stay here and face them?" the man says, gesturing to the lions. Naruto relents and follows him. They walk in silence for a while. "So what's your name?" "Mine's Akaseda. Akaseda Takahashi." "I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Akaseda chuckles. "That's a good name. A maelstrom, huh?" Naruto smiles. "Sorry about back there." "No problem. You were right not to immediately come with me," he says. "I know how you ended up here." "So you're a shinobi in training," he says. "Yes. So what is this place?" Naruto asks. "This is Mount Rayan, home of the lion summons, and you are only the second human to set foot in this place," Akaseda answers. "Oh, so where are we going?" Naruto asks. "To the ruler of this place, Lord Helios. In his palace, you'll be presented with the summoning contract for the lions, and you'll sign it," Akaseda explains. They walk for a few kilometers. Naruto sees more lions and lionesses during this time. He realizes that they vary in size. Some are a normal size, some are as large as horses, and some are the size of elephants. They continue walking until they get to a large rock. Two large stone lions are on either side of a set of tall double doors. Akaseda places his hand on the double doors, and they open wide. He walks in with Naruto following behind. Inside, an incredibly large lion is seen sitting on a throne. He has golden brown fur and his mane is slightly darker than his fur. His eyes are golden in color. The lion is large enough that he could easily crush Naruto with one of his fingers. "Akaseda, who is this?" Helios asks in an intimidating tone. Boss, this is a young man who wound up here after using the summoning jutsu without a contract. It appears he has a natural affinity for your people, Akaseda says. MHM, I'll be the judge of that. Bring out the summoning contract. If it rejects his chakra, you will pay, Akaseda, he says, causing the man to gulp. A lion comes out from behind the throne with the scroll in its mouth and sets it down in front of Naruto. Akaseda unrolls it. Sign your name and blood here, put each of your fingerprints here, and infuse chakra and push it in here, he says. Just as Akaseda said, his name is the only one on the contract. Naruto signs his name and marks the contract with his fingerprints. He breathes deeply before pushing his chakra into the contract. MHM. It appears you were right, Akaseda. Human boy, what is your name? Asks Helios. Naruto, he replies. Helios notices the determination and fire in his eyes and chuckles inwardly. You have now earned the right to summon the lions. It is an honor that you are only the second to have bestowed upon you. Do not disappoint. He nods. Right, Naruto, let's go. They leave the chief lion's abode. When they get outside, a lion slightly smaller than Helios is sitting there. Akaseda, who is this brat? Questions the lion, making Naruto a bit angry. This is Naruto, your new summoner. Naruto, this is Lashios, the boss's brother and your new summons. A new summoner? This little cub? No chance in hell. Naruto finally speaks up. Wanna bet, kitten? Lashios growls and gets up, bowing his head to meet Naruto at eye level. Say that again, he dares. Kitten, Naruto says. There is silence. Ha, cub's got some roar. But as for your bite, that remains to be seen, he says, getting up and stalking off, leaving an irritated Naruto and an amused Akaseda. Don't mind him, he's just testing you. Naruto sighs. So I get to summon all lions? Even the boss? Naruto asks. No, all except the boss. That privilege you will earn when you become a sage, Akaseda says. How does that work? Naruto asks. You'll find out soon. He turns to Akaseda. I need you to train me, he says, not beating around the bush. Akaseda is a bit taken aback. Don't you have people in your village for that? I'm going nowhere fast with them, he replies plainly. Akaseda ponders this for a bit. When do you need my help? Every day, Naruto says. He sighs. Alright, may as well, Akaseda smirks. Naruto grins from ear to ear. Alright, see you tomorrow, sensei. He turns around and is about to walk off when he remembers something. How do I get home? He asks sheepishly. Akaseda sighs. This kid is something else. Akaseda shows Naruto the hand signs he will need to weave when summoning a lion. Now weave those backward and you'll be back home. Naruto nods and weaves the hand signs backward before slamming his hand on the ground. A poof of smoke is the result. When the smoke clears, he is gone. Fast learner, Akaseda comments. Hidden leaf. The smoke clears, and Naruto finds himself back in the leaf village. He is happy. He finally has someone to train him. He looks in front of him to see a book. Must have gotten tired of waiting, he says. He picks it up. The title is God of Shinobi. He opens the book and starts reading. Hashirama Senju was famed for many things, such as establishing the ninja village system that the shinobi world operates by and being the first Hokage. Many believe him to be the most powerful shinobi who ever lived. He practiced many jutsu, but perhaps the most powerful jutsu in his extensive arsenal was the wood style. With it, he could change entire landscapes in seconds, bring down armies, and even subdue tailed beasts. Naruto's eyes widen at this. He reads on. He could use the wood style Kekkei Genkai by combining an earth style change in chakra nature and a water style change in the chakra nature. Naruto takes out the piece of paper sticking out of the back. Moment of truth. Naruto pushes his chakra into the paper. First, it splits in half. Then, one half turns into dirt and the other becomes wet. There's no other explanation. Naruto has the wood style of the first Hokage. 3 years later, Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi are in the family's private training ground. They are balancing kunao on their fingers, a chakra control exercise. Ugh, this is so boring, Menma complains. When am I gonna get the chance to learn some real jutsu, like Dad's Raiznan? Quiet down, Menma. Chakra control is essential. If you don't have it, then you won't be able to use a jutsu like the Raiznan, says Mito. Yeah. Menma, bored, blows at Yayoi's kunao. Hey! Yayoi yells. Menma! I'm telling Mom and Dad, she says, running to her parents who were sitting on the side watching. Mom, Dad, Menma blew my kunao off. I did no such thing. Right, Mito? They're both being a nuisance. Alright, that's enough for today, Kushina says. Mom, Dad, all turn to Yayoi. When can Naruto start training with us, she asks. In recent years, Yayoi's feelings towards Naruto have changed. She's realized how she's been towards him and is trying to change that. Immediately, there is silence. Kushina and Minato have sad looks on their faces. They are aware of how they've severely neglected Naruto for the past few years. They want to change that but don't know how to go about it. "Why do you want to train with that loser?" said Menma, visibly growing angry. He despised Naruto. Every time someone mentioned him, the mood would turn sour. He was weak. Naruto was dead last at the academy, and all he knew how to do was cause trouble. At the mention of his name, things would be spoiled. As far as Menma is concerned, Naruto doesn't deserve to be called a member of this family. "Menma, don't say that about your brother," Kushina reprimands. Menma holds back a scoff. "Maybe that isn't a bad idea," said Minato, who had been quiet up until this point. "From now on, Naruto will be training with us," Minato says. "Yay! Big brother will be so happy," she exclaims, jumping up. Kushina and Minato chuckle at her. Mito appears indifferent. Menma is frustrated. "Way to go, Yayoi." Mount Raihan. Naruto attempts to deliver a claw to Akaseda's stomach, only for it to be blocked. He jumps back, avoiding Akaseda's leg sweep. Naruto is forced to put his forearms up as Akaseda attempts to deliver a punch right at his face. Naruto reacts by grabbing Akaseda's arm and attempts a judo throw, but Akaseda lands on his feet and kicks Naruto in the stomach, causing him to skid back. Naruto jumps into the air and attempts a right hook at Akaseda, but he catches Naruto's fist. Naruto twists himself in the air and attempts a spinning kick at Akaseda, which grazes him. "Alright, that's enough. You're at times faster and at times more focused on strength. You need to be more of both at the same time. Remember, the Lion Fist is about using an immense amount of speed and strength to grind your opponent down." Naruto nods. The Lion Fist is the taijutsu style that Akaseda had taught him. Naruto and Akaseda had formed a deep bond with one another and become quite close since Naruto had become his student. Naruto had learned that Akaseda was a former shinobi of the hidden cloud known as the Typhoon for his vast arsenal of wind-style jutsu. Naruto had done some research and found out that Akaseda was quite feared during his heyday and wreaked havoc on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War. He was the cloud's equivalent of the Sunin. The history books reflected that during the course of the war, Akaseda had mysteriously gone missing and was presumed dead, but the truth was Akaseda had lost his entire family during an attack in the Wara, his parents, his wife, and his Kitsa, and from then on wanted nothing to do with the shinobi world. He had lived on Mount Raihan ever since, with the lions welcoming him as he was their one and only summoner at the time. Akaseda knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the red-hot habanero of the Hidden Leaf, Kushina Uzumaki. He also knew the boy was the vessel for the Nine Tails chakra. Though Akaseda had never crossed paths with the Yellow Flash, an old friend of his had. The real shock came when he discovered Naruto had mastered the first Hokage Sword style. Naruto learned a great deal from Akaseda, not just about ninjutsu. Before he met Akaseda, Naruto's only goal was to become strong enough for the world to acknowledge his existence. That desire was still there, but now he saw things differently. He understood that he and Akaseda were victims of the shinobi world and its rigid ways, and he wanted to change that. "Alright, time to head home. We'll continue tomorrow," Akaseda said. Naruto nodded, bit his thumb, wove the summoning jutsu hand signs in reverse, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto's training ground. A puff of smoke marked Naruto's return to the village. The sun had already set. He got up and began the walk to his apartment. This had been his routine for the past 3 years. He would wake up every morning, get ready, and leave before anyone else. He'd get to his training ground, or what used to be his training ground, and form a shadow clone to attend the academy. Then, he'd perform the reverse summoning jutsu and spend the entire day on Mount Raihan training with Akaseda. When the day was over, he would return home. He couldn't afford to be careless, so on days with practical tasks or sparring sessions at the academy, he had to show up. Naruto maintained the appearance of the dead last, a hopeless loser at the academy. He believed he couldn't risk trusting anyone with the knowledge of his true power, as it would make him vulnerable. As for his wood style, Naruto had only learned a few jutsu with it and hadn't trained extensively. He was well aware that if the village discovered he possessed the first Tsukekiai Genkai, they would try to turn him into a weapon, and his father would, as always, allow them to do as they pleased. He wouldn't let that happen. For now, he would only use it in a dire, life-or-death situation. Naruto rounded a corner and drew a kunao as a swirling distortion formed in the air. During his years with Akaseda, he had awakened a sensory ability. A figure wearing traditional Uchiha robes emerged from the distortion. The person had long, spiky hair that reached down their back. An orange mask with a tiger-stripe design hid their face, but a single eye hole revealed a glowing three-tomo Sharingan. The man tried to hide it, but his chakra felt vile. He was an Uchiha, alright, but he couldn't be a leaf ninja. His chakra came out of nowhere, Naruto observed. "Who are you?" he questioned. The masked man chuckled. "It's no surprise you don't remember me. But I remember you," he replied, not answering Naruto's question. He took a step forward, a clear invitation for Naruto to attack. The blonde boy lunged at the masked man, kunai in hand, intending to kill him. Naruto was shocked when he passed right through the man as if he wasn't there. He tried to deactivate any genjutsu, but there was none. He wove some hand signs and yelled, "Wind style, wind orb barrage." Naruto breathed in and then blew out multiple balls of wind chakra, sending them directly at the man. The same thing happened, they passed through him like a ghost. In an instant, the masked man was standing in front of him. He kneed Naruto in the gut, causing the boy to double over. Then, he punched him square in the face, sending him stumbling backward. He grabbed the boy by his collar and tossed him like a ragdoll, sending him skidding and rolling. Naruto got to his knees and felt the man infuse a large amount of chakra. He put his hands in the snake seal. Wood style, wood barrier jutsu. Seeing this, the masked man smiled maniacally behind his mask as he wove his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball somehow came out of the man's mouth and passed right through his mask. It collided with the barrier, but it held firm, protecting Naruto from the flames. He separated his hands, and the wooden beams receded back into the ground. He got to his feet and looked at his enemy. This is bad. He has the ability to make himself intangible, meaning I can't land any attacks on him. Naruto gave himself no more time to think. His eyes widened, and he placed his hands in the snake seal as realization hit him. "Release," he yelled. The masked figure in front of him disappeared as he immediately broke the genjutsu that had just been cast on him. He spun around, only to receive a kick to the chest that knocked the wind out of him. While he was flying through the air, the masked figure wove a set of hand signs. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he called out once again. Meanwhile, Naruto crashed to the ground and got to his knees, unable to muster the strength to jump up. His eyes widened as he saw the fireball barreling toward him. He jumped and did his best to evade the fireball, but he couldn't escape the resulting explosion from it colliding with the ground, which sent him flying once again until he hit the ground, rolled, and skidded to a stop. Naruto lay on the ground, helpless as the man walked toward him. The masked stranger grabbed him and lifted him by his collar. "I'm impressed. You've grown strong. Even I wasn't expecting with style," he said. Naruto clawed at the man's arm, desperately trying to free himself from his grip. "But you're nowhere near as strong as you should be," the man said. He looked Naruto in the eye, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning. The blonde boy screamed in pain before he went limp in the masked stranger's grasp. He was out cold. The masked man dropped Naruto unceremoniously onto the ground. "Now sleep, Naruto. Sleep and grow stronger," he said as he disappeared into the swirling distortion he had appeared from. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. An unusual silence hung over the Uzumaki Namikaze estate as the family sat around the table. They were waiting for Naruto to return. Kushina had gone to his room only to discover he wasn't there. She refused to serve dinner until her eldest son returned and sat with them. He usually didn't eat with them, but considering the occasion, that should change. An Umbu Black Op teleported into the room in a puff of smoke. "Lord Hokage," he said, addressing the village leader on one knee. "Yes, what is it?" Minato asked. "There's been a terrible incident. The Uchiha clan has been massacred. Itachi Uchiha is believed to be responsible." "What?" Minato said, leaping out of his seat. "Is Mikato?" Kushina couldn't finish her sentence. Her best friend couldn't be. She and Fugaku had left the Uzumaki Namikaze estate a couple of hours ago after a visit. Lady Mikato is alive. So is Lord Fugaku and their children. Itachi was caught by Lord Fugaku accosting his younger brother Suzuki. He and his sister Satsuki are currently at the Leaf Hospital. There is more. Your eldest son has been attacked. Itachi is believed to be responsible for this as well. A shock-laced silence filled the room. No, Kushina cried, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. "Kushina, I'm going to the Uchiha clan compound. You head to the hospital now," Minato said. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi watched this scene unfold, not knowing what to do. "Leaf Hospital. Second and third degree burns and fractured ribs," Tsunade said, giving her assessment. "He should heal fast, all things considered, but that isn't the real issue. Naruto appears to have suffered an immense amount of psychological trauma," Tsunade said to a crying Kushina. Kushina was desperately trying to hold it together. She had her arm around Mikato, who had stopped crying by now and had just shut down. "I'm not sure when he'll come around," Tsunade admitted. "Thanks, Tsunade," she said. All they could do was hope. A few days later, Naruto groaned as he finally opened his eyes. He felt like he had been hit by a brick. There he is. The first person he saw was Tsunade. All of Naruto's physical injuries had already healed, to Tsunade's surprise. That was incredible, even for an Uzumaki. "Lady Tsunade." Naruto felt someone jump onto him. He looked to see his mother, in tears, hugging him tight. He didn't know how to feel about this. "Naruto, I was so scared," she said. He sat up in his bed. Kushina had not left his side since she came to the hospital. She pushed a small bit of chakra into the flying Raijin seal in her wedding ring, and seconds later, Minato was standing there. "Naruto, you're awake," he said, smiling. "Yes," he replied plainly. "Do you remember what happened to you?" Minato asked. Naruto rubbed his head. "I was on the way home from some training, and he just came out of nowhere and attacked me. I tried to stop him, but he was too strong." "Who?" Minato asked. "Itachi Uchiha," Naruto replied plainly. Minato looked him in the eyes and could tell he wasn't lying. "I see. Well, all that matters is you're okay. There's something I meant to ask you before all of this. Your mother and I discussed it, and we were wondering if you'd like us to train you along with your siblings from now on," Minato asked. Naruto was taken aback by this. Where did that come from? Well, it didn't matter. "No, thank you," he said, surprising the couple. "But why?" Kushina asked. "The two of you have made so much progress with Menma, Mito, and Yayoi, and if I join now, I would only be holding them back," he said, lying through his teeth. "Well, we could train you separately until you catch up," Kushina suggested. "I'd rather not," Naruto insisted. The conversation ended like this, although the couple took notice of how throughout the conversation, Naruto avoided referring to them as mom and dad. The next day, Naruto was up as usual. Kushina had tried to keep him bedridden, but he quickly reminded her of how he had completely healed. Yayoi had smothered and nearly squashed him to death when she saw he was home and well. Mito simply said she was glad he was okay, and things quickly turned awkward afterward. Menma didn't even speak to him. None of it mattered to him. He walked through the village with a million thoughts in his head. Akaseda would be wondering why he hadn't shown up for training in days. Speaking of which, the whole ordeal was still very confusing. He didn't know Itachi Uchiha very well. He knew his mother was best friends with Kushina and that he was a once-in-a-generation prodigy who became a Chunin at age 10, an Umbu at 11, and captain of his own squad just 2 years later at 13. But that was it. There wasn't much else. Now, regardless of being a person who didn't have much knowledge on Itachi, the near-complete annihilation of his clan didn't make sense. And Itachi choosing to attack Naruto of all people made even less sense to the blonde. What did he ever do to him? Now that he thought carefully about it, the two had never properly exchanged words. The way Itachi spoke when he attacked him was strange, like he'd been watching him. He shook his head, finally arriving at his old training ground. He formed a clone that wasted no time in leaving for the academy. He bit his thumb, wove the signs he'd become so accustomed to, and slammed his hand on the ground, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Mount Rayan. Naruto arrived at the usual spot he and Akaseda used for training to find his sensei wasn't there. He decided to go look for him at Helios's palace. He walked past many lions and noticed some of them giving him looks. Over the past 3 years, they had become accustomed to his presence, so this was quite strange. He arrived at the palace, greeted by the usual stone lions at the door. He pushed the double doors open. "Lord Helios. Sorry to disturb you. I can't find Akaseda," Naruto said. Sitting next to Helios was Latios. "Naruto, step forward," Helios commanded. Naruto did as he was told. A lion came toward Naruto with a scroll in its mouth. He took the scroll and opened it up. "Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, I'm gone. As I write this letter, I'm sick. The truth is, I've been sick since before the day we met. At first, I didn't tell you because it was a matter of you not needing to know. But then things changed, Naruto. Over the 3 years we spent together, you and I forged an incredible bond. You found a place in my heart, and I found one in yours. You made me feel like I had my family back, like I had back the son I lost. And for you, I suppose I was the father you never had, and that's probably why you're mad at me right now. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for being a coward and not telling you this face to face. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I hope you can forgive me. And one more thing, Naruto. I believe it will be you. I believe you will be the one to change the shinobi world, to ensure there never have to be people like you and I. It's no coincidence that you possess the ability of the first Hokage. You are the harbinger of change for this world, Naruto. Go and fulfill your destiny and show the world you are what I've always known you to be, a lion. The world is a jungle laden with dangers, but you are its king, a lion. Love. Your sensei. Your friend. Your father. Akaseda Takahashi. P.S. You will be given a large scroll that contains almost every jutsu I've ever mastered along with a storage scroll containing my life savings. Use these well. The lion came forward with a second, larger scroll. By now, Naruto was crying uncontrollably. He took the scroll with one hand, using the other to wipe away his tears. "Do you want to see his body?" Latios asked. "No," Naruto replied, desperately trying to stop crying. I need some time." He walked off. It would be a while before he could bring himself to set foot in this place again. The genin examinations. This event was seen as the culmination of years of work from the aspiring ninja. A day where academy students, once seen as hopeless rookie brats, were finally recognized as fully fledged shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki was walking through the central part of the hidden leaf toward the academy. Today, he would be taking the exams. He would be lying if he said he wasn't a little excited. It had been 3 years since Akaseda's death. In this time, he had continued to keep up the facade of a dead last loser. Whenever he had to take a theory test, he would calculate how many he needed to fail and pass to barely get by, and sometimes he would purposely fail and take extra credit. Whenever they had sparring sessions at the academy, he would use a basic taijutsu style and fight until he had acquired enough points to pass before taking a dive, but he wouldn't have to for much longer. Once he became a shinobi, he'd finally legally be an adult, and at that point, nobody would be able to touch him. Not even Minato. Speaking of which, after his beating at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, Naruto was plagued by attempts from his family to get back into his life. Well, to be more specific, attempts by Minato, Kushina, and Yayoi. Mito, as always, seemed indifferent and uninterested in him, whereas Menma openly voiced his disdain. Years ago, Naruto would have jumped at the opportunity to finally be part of the family, but he didn't want that anymore. There was still the matter of the wood style. Naruto realized he hadn't put much thought into that. He couldn't keep it hidden forever. Not because he was incapable of doing so, but because it was a powerful Kekkei Genkai, and not being able to use it was just inconvenient and a monumental waste. He ended up deciding, like always, to push that to the back of his mind to be dealt with later. He had continued to train himself in its use. He hadn't been to Mount Rayan since that day 3 years ago, the day he lost his sensei. Flashback. There is no use in being strong if you don't move fast enough to land a hit, and there is no use in being fast if you're not strong enough to actually land hits that have an effect, Akaseda said, sending Naruto flying through the air with a kick to the chest. Naruto rolled and skidded along the ground. He sat up. Are you going to teach me ninjutsu, or have you been lying to me this whole time and you never really made it past the academy? Naruto asked, growing frustrated. Akaseda's face grew red, and steam came out of his ears. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Akaseda Takahashi, the great typhoon of the hidden cloud. A man capable of commanding the wind with his very voice, he shouted. Akaseda continued to rant but quickly realized Naruto was tuning him out. Naruto! Listen to me, he said, growing redder, waving his arms in the air. Naruto sighed and put both fists to his chin. There's no point in learning ninjutsu without the correct base, which is taijutsu. Your opponent will have you on the ground before you can even finish weaving signs. Why are you so desperate to learn ninjutsu anyway? Naruto muttered, I want to get stronger so they regret leaving me in the cold. So they can't ignore me anymore. I want them to fall to their knees and beg me to come back, just for me to shut them out like they did to me. Akaseda's face softened. He walked over and sat next to his student. Look, Naruto, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to understand what you've been through and are going through, because the truth is, I don't, Akaseda said. But if that's really why you're doing this, maybe you should cut your losses and leave now, he said, shocking his student. You have immense potential to become greater than anything this world has ever seen. I know it. This is coming from someone who has fought alongside the 3rd and 4th Raikage. It's for that reason that, if your heart isn't in the right place, then, someone like you, could end up causing untold destruction, he said, widening Naruto's eyes in shock. And I don't want that. That's all I'll say. Akaseda left his student with much to consider, jumping up and twisting in the air before landing on his feet in front of Naruto, who was now reflecting on his sensei's words. So, ninjutsu, huh? He breathed in, weaving signs, before blowing out a gust of wind that lifted Naruto into the air. He watched as it transformed into a miniature tornado. Naruto yelled, protesting as the twister whipped him about. Before you learn ninjutsu, you need to learn how to creatively evade and or neutralize the enemies, Akaseda said, sitting down. It was his turn to prop his chin up on his fists. Well, go on then. Get started, he said, chuckling. Flashback ends. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at that memory, though he wasn't sure how to feel about his sensei's warning. He sighed, growing sad. Naruto loved Akaseda deeply. His sensei had done something for him no one else had ever done, but he had also lied to him. He still wasn't at peace with that. Naruto didn't allow himself much thought on the subject, as it forced him to face the reality that he had never been able to trust anyone without being let down. Luckily, he didn't have to for much longer, as the academy came into view. It consisted of many buildings joined together, built over time. A tree with a swing could be seen not far from it. Perhaps its boldest feature was the large and bold kanji for fire clearly visible at the front above its doors. Naruto had changed his outfit to reflect the occasion. He was wearing black umbu-style pants with bandages wrapped around his legs and black sandals. On his upper body, he was wearing a snug-fitting black jersey with sleeves reaching his forearms just below his elbows. On the upper part of the right sleeve, one could see the head of a golden lion. Over this, he was wearing a sleeveless black hoodie with gold lining, with the zip left open. Naruto walked into the academy and headed straight for class. The exams were, no doubt, going to be extremely easy. This was quite stupid. If that was supposed to be the village's assessment of whether one was prepared for the shinobi world, then dark times were ahead for the village. He opened the door to his class and walked in. He usually showed up earlier than everyone else, so he had time to meditate. The seating was arranged in rows that went up as they went further back. Naruto's eyes scanned the room, looking for notable participants in the exams. Sitting in the front row was his younger brother Menma, and next to him were his best friends Kiba Inyazuka, son of the Inyazuka clan head. Next to them were Mito and Yayoi and their friends Hinata Hyuga and Kaori Hirota. In the following row were Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Harano, who were best friends and rivals for the affections of the two most popular boys in class. Opposite them were one of those boys, Suzuki Uchiha, the second eldest son of the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, and next to him was his twin sister Satsuki Uchiha. Both had blank looks on their faces. And next to them were Shikamaru Nara, the son of the village's Jonin commander and head of the Nara clan, Shikaka Nara, and his best friend Koji Akimichi, son of the Akimichi clan head. In the furthest row, a little away from some civilian kids, was the most mysterious and quiet member of the class, next to Naruto and heir to the Abarame clan, Shino Abarame. All in all, there were a lot of clan heirs and individuals of noble blood in the class, leading many to believe this was the most promising generation of shinobi the village had seen in years. Naruto walked toward his usual spot at the back, acting oblivious to the eyes on him. Menma eyed Naruto with a cocky smirk on his face. Poor fool probably thinks a change of outfit is going to earn him points, Menma voiced internally. If one thing hadn't changed in the past few years, it was that Naruto was the same hopeless loser he had always been. He remembered how irate he had been when his parents had wanted to start involving Naruto in their training sessions, but thankfully Naruto, being as stupid as he was, had refused despite being in desperate need of the help. His parents had been trying to give Naruto more attention in the years following his supposed run-in with the rogue Uchiha clan heir, but it would all end soon, he was sure. Once he failed to graduate today, they were sure to realize, like everyone else, that Naruto wasn't worth wasting their time on. Another pair of eyes studying Naruto carefully were the eyes of Suzuki Uchiha. Suzuki, unlike most individuals, had been watching Naruto for quite some time now, ever since that night. The raven-haired boy, after recovering from his assault, had received news that Naruto had suffered a similar attack from the same attacker. He had been watching Naruto carefully at every chance he had gotten ever since. Suzuki had been analyzing Naruto and could tell from the way he fought, his muscle movements, the way he studied his opponent, his eyes, and the very nature of the defeats he suffered, that Naruto was not what he was perceived to be by many. You couldn't tell at first glance, but Naruto was hiding his true strength. Suzuki could attest to that from the few occasions he had sparred him. He was strong, perhaps as strong as himself. The question was, why would Naruto hide his power? Suzuki was determined to find out. The reason being it may lead him one step closer to him. Naruto got to his seat in the corner at the back and sat down. He folded his arms and looked ahead at the exam proctors and the Chunin who had been in charge of this class since it entered the academy. The first was Irika Umino. He had a tan skin tone and brown hair tied in a ponytail. Perhaps his most distinguishing feature was the scar on his face. He had a scar that ran from one side of his nose, across the bridge of his nose to the other. He was dressed in traditional Chunin attire. The second was Mizuki. Naruto did not know his last name. He had shoulder-length white hair with a slight tint of blue to it. He was also wearing the standard hidden leaf shinobi attire with his headband tied around his head like a bandana. Irika seemed apprehensive of him, but that wasn't surprising or new to him. He was assuming that according to his age, the Chunin lost his parents during the Nine Tails attack. Irika never made any attempt to sabotage him, not that it would have made any difference. Neither did Mizuki, but he could sense the white-haired ninja didn't like him. Irika only realized once Naruto was seated that he was staring at the blonde boy. Naruto had been and still was a mystery to him. The other instructors at the academy told him to ignore Naruto, and some even went as far as advising him to take advantage of his situation and sabotage the brat's performance. Why should the poser of a demon brat be a shinobi, was the sentiment echoed by most. However, over time, contrary to his expectations, he discovered Naruto was not the troublemaking, no-good brat many of the villagers made him out to be. He was very quiet and kept to himself, though Irika was sure this wasn't by choice, seeing as calling Naruto's reputation bad was an understatement. Naruto was, on a daily basis, mocked and ridiculed for being the only weak member of the Uzumaki Namikaze family. His sisters were always top contenders for the right to top Kunoichi, while his brother had been locked in a duel for top of the class with Suzuki Uchiha since their class entered the academy. As for his parents, their achievements needed no mention, whereas Naruto himself was dead last, barely passing each year and on some occasions surviving on extra credit. Irika at first supported this popular view. The memory of his parents' death is always still fresh and vivid in his mind, but he, after a while, realized there wasn't any real piece of evidence making Naruto suspicious. In the end, Irika resolved to be impartial toward Naruto, choosing not to sabotage him but also not offering the struggling boy any help. He didn't make it hard, seeing as he never asked. Irika did, however, remain cautious of Naruto. He was now wondering if the boy was going to pass. Probably not, he said inwardly. All right, this is it. The day you have all been working toward for years now. Without further ado, let's get into it, he said, silencing the nervous murmuring that had filled the room. The exams will consist of two main components: a theory portion, which will consist of a written test, and a practical portion, split into two parts. In the first half, each of you will engage in a sparring session with Mizuki here while I mark your performance, and you will perform an accuracy test with some kunao and shuriken. In the other half, you will be required to perform the three basic jutsu of the academy, which the village requires that any shinobi know. These three are the substitution jutsu, the clone jutsu, and the transformation jutsu. You will obviously pass or fail to graduate depending on how many points you acquire from the exams altogether. Naruto resisted a scoff. Was he serious? That's all there was to becoming a shinobi? No, it can't be. If it was, then a lot of the people in this room were doomed. Naruto suspected something more had to be up. Minato, as much as it pained him to say, was not a fool. Irika handed out the tests. Naruto wrote it and breezed through it. He intentionally scored just above the pass requirement. He then pretended to fall asleep, when in fact he used this extra time to meditate. After the tests were collected and graded, the class headed outside for the first half of the practical exam. Naruto purposely failed this part of the exams just to keep up appearances. Satsuki and Suzuki tied for highest in this section of the exams. This earned swoons and murmurs from their respective fan clubs. The two did not seem to care. After this, the sparring sessions took place. Naruto, as always, fought for points rather than to impress, though he could tell Mizuki was going rougher on him than everyone else. The first half of the practical exam ended, and all went inside and took their seats and awaited to be called upon for the final test. Naruto did as he did before, taking advantage of the opportunity to meditate. He did this for a while and after a while, felt a familiar chakra signature outside of the academy, Kushina. Not long after, another chakra signature appeared, this one more suddenly, Minato. He'd have to try his best to slip past them once he had taken his exam. He didn't have to wait long. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Irika called out. Naruto stood up and headed down, once again paying the watching eyes no mind. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi had all already gone and received their headbands. He stepped in front of the two proctors. Right, Naruto, Irika said with what Naruto could easily recognize to be a fake smile. He knew what this looked like because of the less brave individuals in the village who chose to act like they tolerated him so as not to risk inciting the ire of the fourth. You know what to do: substitution, clone, and transformation jutsu, in that order. Naruto substituted with his chair in the corner. Then he used the normal clone jutsu. No need to make any revelations just yet. Then he performed the transformation jutsu. Irika and Mizuki were shocked to see an identical version of Hashirama Senju standing before them. Not one discrepancy. Congratulations, Naruto. You pass, he said, fake smile and all. Well done, Mizuki said, sporting a fake smile of his own, except his was hiding anger. As opposed to the many smiles and exclamations of joy they got today, Naruto simply bowed and said thank you, a blank look on his face. Naruto grabbed the only headband with a black strap on the table. Irika and Mizuki told him to report to the academy in exactly a week to meet his assigned three-man squad. He nodded at this and left, putting his headband in his pocket as opposed to wearing it around his head so proudly like most of the other new shinobi had. Naruto walked out of the academy. There was no running away like he had planned, because his family was standing right in front of the entrance. Had he teleported away, his father would have sensed him infusing chakra. Oh well. Minato saw Naruto and didn't know whether to smile or frown. His eldest son. Minato was happy at seeing his boy. He noticed his change in attire. He was looking like more of a man. Minato felt a sharp pang of guilt at how he didn't get to see Naruto grow up and mature into this. He didn't intend for things to turn out like this. Kushina saw Naruto and a small smile came onto her face, though her eyes reflected her true feelings. The realization of the amount of damage she had done to her little boy had brought about a deep feeling of self-loathing within her. It took a while for her to be able to look at him without thinking about breaking down. On some nights, Minato had had to comfort her to sleep, but she was determined to right the wrong she had committed. She would rebuild her family. Yayoi was off toward Naruto as soon as he came into view. She had been desperately trying to connect with her older brother for the past 3 years. When she was younger, she used to make fun of him and convinced all the kids at the academy not to play with him. She would even pull pranks and everyone would blame Naruto. She was younger then and foolish. She acknowledged that. She just wanted to be his sister again. She realized he wasn't wearing his headband. Oh no, did he fail? Menma saw Naruto approaching and resisted, scoffing. He honestly made him sick. Naruto had always been and would always only ever be good for ruining everything. Like, the family were planning on going out to celebrate Menma, Mito, and Yayoi graduating from the academy with flying colors, when their parents had demanded they wait for their big brother. Menma didn't understand it. They had never done that before. Naruto was always left out of everything. What was so different now? He noticed the blonde wasn't wearing his headband. I knew it, he thought, smirking. Mito simply looked on indifferently. She was impartial about Naruto. He was, for all intents and purposes, a stranger to her. She knew that her parents felt guilty about neglecting Naruto, but they had tried to reconnect with him only for him to shut them out. She knew that he was dead last in their generation, but he only had himself to blame for that. He turned down the opportunity to train with them. He also cultivated a reputation for troublemaking for himself. What could you do for someone like that? All in all, she cared little for him, or at least that was what she told herself. Naruto saw Yayoi coming. At first, he thought about sidestepping and letting her fall but decided against it. Yayoi jumped on Naruto, hugging him tight. Big brother, she looked him over. Did you pass? She asked. No, he didn't. Are you surprised? Menma said, smirking. All eyes fell on Naruto, who took out his headband and strapped it around his head. Congratulations, Naruto. I'm proud of you, Minato said, beaming. Naruto nodded and bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage, he said simply, making Minato wince at how he didn't call him his father. Naruto moved to end the conversation before it could go further. I'll be seeing you all later, he said, turning, brushing Yayoi off, and leaving. Kushina looked down in sadness. She felt Minato's arm wrap around her. Give him some time, Kushina. He'll come around, Minato comforted. Right guys. What do you say we go out and celebrate? Minato said. What about big brother Naruto? Yayoi asked sadly. Your brother wants to be left alone right now, Kushina said. Naruto's training ground. Naruto opened his eyes and looked up. The light of the crescent moon and the stars was shining down. He came here to meditate a few hours ago after escaping his family. I did it, Akaseda-sensei, he said. Naruto got up and started walking home. Now things were going to start changing. Naruto felt a familiar chakra signature approaching. A figure flew past in the trees toward the village gates. With Mizuki. Mizuki was speeding toward the village exit. Under his arm was a large scroll. This was the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. Mizuki was heading to the village gates, intent on delivering it to his master. This was not the original plan. The plan was for the demon brat to fail to graduate so Mizuki could fool him and tell him he could earn extra credit by bypassing security and getting the scroll. However, things didn't go according to plan. The demon brat actually passed. Mizuki realized that the little rat had been hiding his ability this whole time. Thus, he was forced to steal it himself, leading to the current situation. He realized someone was tailing him and dropped down to the forest floor. Naruto jumped down and was faced with his academy instructor, Mizuki. Well, if it isn't the fox brat of the hidden leaf, Mizuki said with a vile smirk on his face. Naruto stood there, not the least bit fazed by these words. You're not on active field duty. Why are you attempting to leave the village? Whoa, big shot. Just because you got lucky and graduated you think you can boss people around now, Mizuki responds. Naruto had been compelled by a feeling deep within to follow after him. His eyes dart to the scroll in his arm. Oh, you want to know what this is? This, little rat, is the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, he says, shocking Naruto. I was just on my way to deliver it to my master, Lord Orochimaru, he continues, shocking Naruto even more. Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin and a former student of the 3rd. He was one of the candidates considered for the position of 4th Hokage, but most importantly, he is the biggest traitor in the history of the Hidden Leaf. Why is Mizuki working with him? Naruto doesn't know, neither does he care. Mizuki is a traitor. That is all he needs to know. You're probably wondering why I'm telling you all this. Well, it's because you're about to be dead, he shouts, taking the Fuma shuriken off his back and sending it hurtling towards Naruto. He stood there, not moving. Just as the shuriken appears to be centimeters away from cutting Naruto in half, he releases a burst of wind-style chakra, sending it right back at Mizuki, who has to jump into the air to avoid it. Mizuki suddenly feels the wind knocked out of him as Naruto, out of nowhere, kicks him in the back, sending him crashing into the earth. What? How is he so fast? Mizuki inwardly says, shocked. He tries to get up from his knees but is sent flying through the air into a tree from a kick to the side that fractures his ribs. Mizuki can do nothing as Naruto weaves through hand signs and shouts, water-style, drilling bullet jutsu. A jet of water emerges from Naruto's mouth and smashes into Mizuki, sending him right through the tree, breaking it. He flies for a few meters before crashing unceremoniously onto the ground. He is out cold. Naruto walks up to him and ties him up with ninja wire. If Mizuki hadn't underestimated him, it wouldn't have been so easy. He still would have won, but it wouldn't have been so easy. He thinks back on everything that has led to this point. He looks up. One step closer, he says before teleporting away. The Hokage Tower. It is the nerve center of the Hidden Leaf, the very heart of the village. It is from here that the Hokage goes about running the village on a daily basis. And as usual, the Hokage is currently in his office on the top floor of the tower, where a view of the entire village is available, discussing a matter that will affect the future of the village. The last few days have been particularly busy for Minato. All 4 of his children had graduated from the academy. On the night of the day they were promoted to genin, it had come to light that a Chunin Academy instructor, one of the 2 who had been teaching them, had stolen the forbidden scroll of seals and attempted to leave the village. Mizuki had come very close to making away with the scroll and all the forbidden jutsu within, and would have done so had it not been for a certain shinobi. Mizuki had been attacked and stopped by a mystery shinobi and left tied up for the Umbu to apprehend. For the past few days, he had been interrogated about why he had stolen the scroll and who took him down before he could leave with it, but to no avail. Some, of the few who knew, had dismissed it as the actions of a power-hungry fool, but Minato is not so sure. Mizuki is just a Chunin. Surely, no matter how much of a fool he is, he would have realized there is nothing a shinobi of his caliber could do with a scroll containing such jutsu. This leads Minato to the conclusion that someone tasked him with it. But who? An enemy village? Rogue shinobi? The Hidden Stone had been itching to get revenge since the war ended, but the memory of Kanabi Bridge ensured that the very mention of his name struck a terrible fear into them. The Hidden Cloud is a very militaristic village, and their current Raikage is on a mission to make the village the most powerful in the elemental nations. Though with their failed attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga clan head's firstborn daughter occurring only a few years ago, perhaps they wouldn't be so brazen. Rogue shinobi? Was it perhaps the criminal shinobi organization that Jiraiya had informed him of and that Itachi Uchiha was reported to have joined? Whatever the case, Minato knew this should be treated with the utmost seriousness. He had had Ibiki and Anko handle the matter, but when they failed, surprisingly, he had Inoichi attempt to extract the needed information. To his shock, the Yamanaka clan had failed as well. After some investigation, it was discovered there was a seal on the shinobi's brain that acted as a lock to his memory. The seal wasn't a problem for someone like Minato, however. It is outfitted with a fail-safe mechanism that ensures that should it be broken, Mizuki's brain will be destroyed before any information can be retrieved. This is worrying to Minato. Although this did confirm his suspicion that Mizuki was working for someone, and someone powerful, but who? Minato was just thankful that the scroll was recovered. Now, if only he knew who was responsible. He understands Mizuki not revealing his master, but why not reveal who stopped him? Perhaps this is another individual within the village who was working with him who ended up deciding against handing over the scroll and betrayed Mizuki, and now the Chunin is protecting this person for fear that they will tell all there is to know about the plot. Minato is very disappointed in how the scroll was even able to be stolen in the first place. Security around the tower has been tightened as a result. When Danzo gets word of this, he won't hear the end of it. But that is not the matter of importance Minato is handling right now. Sitting across from Minato is a man who appears to be a shinobi himself. 2 scars can be seen on the right side of his face. He has dark hair tied into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes, and a goatee beard. He is wearing only a mesh shirt underneath his dark green flak jacket and what appears to be a deer skin coat over this. Besides this, his outfit is the standard one for a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. This is none other than the Jonin commander of the Hidden Leaf, and by far its most skilled tactician and sharpest analytical mind, the Nara clan head, Shikaka Nara. Currently, the pair is discussing the team arrangement of the newly promoted generation of shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, which contains their children. So, Minato, how do you feel about this lineup? Shukaku asks, not referring to the village leader by his appropriate title. Well, there are a lot more assault squads, Minato observed. There was only one team completely devoted to tracking, and that was pretty much it. Shukaku nodded at this. True, there are. But there isn't a shortage of tracking and espionage personnel within the village. It is to be expected. This is what many people in the village looked at this generation as being destined for. Minato adopted a thinking pose. There hasn't been a group of individuals with this much hype surrounding them in a while. The notion that one needs to be from a shinobi clan to be talented is ridiculous to Naruto. He himself has no clan background, though they are quite the promising bunch. Alright, I'll give it my approval, Minato says. He is hopeful of this generation. And along with this new batch of shinobi, new Jonin senseis would be coming in. Kushina would be coming out of retirement and an old friend of his would be taking up teaching as well. Shukaku leaves Minato's office as the Hokage turns his seat to look over the village. He is deep in thought once again. Time skip, days later. The academy, Irika's classroom. Naruto is sitting in the corner of the classroom as usual. He was meditating a while ago. He likes meditating because it sharpens his senses and calms him. As more genin trickled into the room, the level of noise rose until he could no longer concentrate. So now he is just thinking. It's been exactly a week since he was promoted. He is here to meet the team he was assigned to and his new sensei. It has also been a week since he stopped Mizuki. The blonde is thinking about what Mizuki said. My master, Orochimaru, he had said. From all the research he had conducted on Orochimaru in the past week, Naruto had been able to assess that he was a very power-hungry individual, so his attempt to acquire the Forbidden Scroll of Seals shouldn't be surprising. Naruto realizes he has put himself in a bit of a predicament. He wants to notify the Hokage of Orochimaru's involvement, but that would mean exposing himself. He isn't quite ready to do that yet. He does plan on finally revealing his true strength, but not so soon. He isn't worried about Mizuki ratting him out. He knows how deep some people's hate for him runs. Mizuki won't want the demon fox brat to be recognized as a hero for taking him down. Naruto has his hood up and his head down, but he can still feel a pair of eyes on him. There are 4 people who make a habit of watching him in the class. Yayoi and Iruka haven't arrived yet. He deduces from the positioning that this is Sasuke Uchiha. It isn't surprising to him. He does this quite a bit. Ever since Naruto was attacked by Itachi 3 years ago, Sasuke has made a habit of discreetly examining him. He had heard the raven-haired boy had suffered a similar attack at the hands of his older brother. Naruto had observed the behavioral changes that resulted from this. Before the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had been a confident, energetic boy, but after, he became more cold and reserved. Naruto detects 4 chakra signatures approaching the classroom, 3 of them closer than the 4th. He lifts his head, takes off his hood, and sits up straight with his arms crossed. Not long after, in walk the princesses of the Hidden Leaf and the prince of the Hidden Leaf. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi are dressed in their usual attire. Menma is wearing a red jacket with a black flame motif along the bottom and along the end of the sleeves with the zip left open. Beneath this, he is wearing a white shirt with the kanji for fire on the front. He is also wearing black pants and blue shinobi sandals. His headband is strapped around his head, keeping the bangs of his shaggy hair out of the way, but only a bit. Mito is wearing a red, open front battle dress. It ends just above the knees, and underneath this, she is wearing short tights and blue shinobi sandals that reach just mid-calf. Her long red hair is tied in a ponytail that reaches her mid-back. She is also wearing blue wristbands. Her headband is strapped around her waist. Yayoi is wearing a pair of tight blue shorts underneath which she is wearing mesh pants that reach her ankles. She is also wearing blue sandals and a midriff white top that exposes her belly button. As always, her hair is tied in pigtails and her headband is strapped around her neck. The arrival of the hero trio of the Hidden Leaf earns swoons and murmurs from their respective fan clubs. Menma, you're here. Look at him. He's so cool. Yayoi is so hot. Mito, marry me. She's incredible. The 3 walk into the classroom, behaving completely oblivious to the shouts and murmurs. They have gotten used to this sort of treatment. They walk to their seats and sit down, Menma high-fiving Kiba. Man, they can't get enough of you, Kiba compliments. What can I say, I'm irresistible, Menma brags. Mito smiles and greets her friends. Hi, Mito, greets Hinata. Hey Hinata, Kaori, you ready? She asks. The 2 nod. Yayoi, meanwhile, is with Mito, Kaori, and Hinata but is not paying attention to them. She is looking to the back of the class at Naruto. Naruto realizes that Yayoi is looking at him, but he is behaving obliviously to this. He hadn't lifted his head to see these 3 but rather for Iruka, who should be arriving any second now. Hey, Yayoi. Yayoi sighs in an exasperated manner. She turns her head to see Kiba standing in front of her. How are you? Kiba asks. It is no secret that Kiba is infatuated with Yayoi. Members of the blonde girl's fan club begin to protest. The Inyazuka dares them to do something. Right. Iruka shouts, walking in. Quiet down. Kiba, sit down. No one listens and it looks as if a fight is about to break out. Iruka sighs before performing his big-headed jutsu. Shut up, he yells. There is silence. Kiba finally sits down. Right, now first of all, I would like to congratulate Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha for tying for Rookie of the Year, he says, causing applause to erupt throughout the room, particularly from the 2 boys' fangirls. Sasuke displayed his trademark scowl while Menma smirked cockily. And I would also like to congratulate Satsuki Uchiha and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze for tying for top kunoichi, he says, causing another eruption of applause to occur, this one laced with whistles. Yayoi is clapping happily. She would have tied with Mito and Satsuki, but they had bested her on accuracy and theory. Menma had bested both her and Mito on physicality. Mito is looking at Satsuki out of the corner of her eye. I will. Satsuki glances at Mito, who is looking at her, and simply looks back at Iruka, causing Mito to clench her fist and grit her teeth. So with that out of the way, it's time for all of you to find out your team placements, but before that, Naruto tunes Irika out, knowing that Chinen is giving another of his long-winded speeches. He wonders who he is going to be teamed with. He would prefer anyone to his siblings. The advantage of being perceived as the dead last is that he would likely be teamed with at least one strong person. He continues to ignore Irika. Years of tuning out a Kaseda when he was rambling or bragging had allowed him to develop the skill. He continues to ignore Irika until he sees him look down to the clipboard in his hands. Right. The following are the squads you are all assigned to. Naruto listens but isn't really interested until the notable genin begin being named. Team 7 will consist of Menma, Mito, and Yayoi Uzumaki Namikaze. The three groan at their luck. Even on duty, they can't get away from each other. I'm going to give Dad a piece of my mind, they all inwardly say at the same time. Your sensei will be Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, Irika continues with a surprised look on his face. The three siblings are shocked. They were not expecting their mother to be their sensei. Murmurs of protest fill the room. Many are about how three of the strongest kids are on the same team family, and how it is unfair, while many are also the cries of members of the trio's respective fan clubs. Ino has tears streaming down her face, and Sakura is smirking. There, Ino. You never really had a chance in the first place. I mean, only true love can prevail. Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inyazuka, Hinata Hayaga, and Shino Aberame. Your Jonin sensei will be Korone Ui. Irika continues. Team 9 is currently active. Team 10 will consist of Sakura Harano, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi. No, Sakura cries, throwing herself on the floor while Ino laughs loudly at her. Ha! I may not be on the same team as Menma, but at least I'm not stuck with those two hopeless sacks, Ino says, pointing at Koji and Shikamaru. Koji raises an eyebrow while Shikamaru looks on with his trademark bored expression. What a drag, he says. Irika sweat drops at this behavior. Ino continues laughing at her best friend who is still laying on the floor and hasn't recovered from her shock. Shut up! Irika shouts for the second time. Sorry, Irika-sensei, Ino says, blushing embarrassedly. Irika shakes his head irritably. Team 11 will consist of Suzuki Uchiha, Kaori Hirota, and Hisataro Heijiwara. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Heitake. And finally Team 12 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Satsuki Uchiha, and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin sensei will be Fugaku Uchiha. This causes the eyes of the only two Uchiha in the classroom to widen in shock. You will wait here for your Jonin senseis to arrive, Irika says. Not long after this, Korone Ui arrives and picks up Team 8. Naruto is not surprised by the team lineups. Of course, Menma, Mito, and Yayoi are on the same team. Training the village heroes was of the utmost importance after all. He is a bit surprised by the decision not to rebuild the Inoshikacho formation. The placement of the Uchiha makes sense. They've both been assigned to teams on which they have senseis who will be able to train them in the use of the Sharingan. As for him and the team he had been assigned to, well, from what he knew, Fugaku Uchiha is the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Itaki Uchiha. He is known and feared throughout the shinobi world as Fugaku of the Wicked Eye for his prowess with the Sharingan, another one of the legends born during the Third Shinobi World War. He is yet another candidate who was considered for the role of Hokage. He is quite excited to be assigned to such a strong shinobi. Naruto doesn't know much about Ino. She is the heiress to the Yamanaka clan and the daughter of the clan's leader, Inoichi Yamanaka. She is Sakura Harano's best friend and has a crush on Menma. That is pretty much all he knows. He isn't too sure about her. It seems to him like her eyes haven't been open to the cold realities of the shinobi world. And then of course, there is. I agree. Your team is perfectly suited for this mission, Fugaku Minato said, handing the Uchiha the scroll with the mission details. I've witnessed their capabilities firsthand. They've surpassed every other rookie team in the village. It's a straightforward escort mission. It should be no problem for you, Minato added. He used the telephone on his desk to have his secretary send the client in. Moments later, a foul-smelling, elderly man wearing spectacles and a large hat entered. He looked the members of Team 12 up and down, carefully studying them before finally speaking. This is it? I didn't pay my money for 3 rabbits, he said, wiping alcohol from his chin. Ino and Satsuki appeared insulted, while Naruto simply raised an eyebrow, wondering who would be drunk at this hour. Fugaku ignored the man's words. We'll meet tomorrow at the village gates at our usual training ground time. From there, we'll head to the land of waves. We'll be escorting and guarding Tejuna while he finishes a bridge project for the nation. Pack enough supplies for at least a month. His students nodded in response. Throughout the exchange, Minato had been discreetly watching Naruto. Things had changed since the boy had moved out. Yayoi wasn't her usual bubbly self, and Kushina was clearly suffering, though she was trying to hold herself together for the sake of her team's performance. Menma had also become more irritable. Minato admitted he, too, found it difficult to concentrate on work. He was angry at the villagers for disappointing him, angry at Yayoi and Menma for damaging Naruto's reputation. The former had expressed regret, while the latter didn't seem to care, but most of all, he was angry at himself. Angry for letting any of this happen. How could he have caused his own son such pain? He wanted to fix things but didn't know how to begin. Naruto noticed the Hokage gaze and, before the man could speak, used a teleportation jutsu to leave the office, unlike his teammates, who used the door. Minato sighed. The next day, Naruto stood in front of the village gates with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Ino and Satsuki were with him. The two seemed quite excited, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't, too. "Look at him," said Katetsu Hagane, one half of the Hidden Leaf's eternal gate guards, with a sigh. "I'd give anything to trade places with them," he continued. "Stop daydreaming, Katetsu, and focus on the mission at hand." His friend and the other half of the eternal gate guards, Izumo Kamizuki, scolded him. "You call this a mission?" "Right," he scoffed. He remembered when they had first been approached about becoming gate guards. Regulating who comes in and out of the village is serious business. It's a big responsibility, they had been told. He still couldn't believe how easily they had been tricked into this. Izumo watched the genin and, although he wouldn't admit it, switching places was a tempting thought right now. Fugaku arrived with Tajuna. "Alright, let's not waste any time. Let's head out," Fugaku commanded. All the genin nodded, and the group set off for the land of waves. They walked in relative silence. After a while, Naruto spotted a puddle ahead. Even without his sensory abilities, this trick wouldn't have fooled him. It hadn't rained in weeks. The group continued to walk. Fugaku stepped on the puddle, and chains sprang out, wrapping around him. The chains pulled in opposite directions, tearing him to pieces. As the chains retracted, two cloaked figures with claw-like metal gauntlets emerged. "One down," one of them said. They ran toward the rest of the group, ready to attack. Satsuki didn't let the sight shock her. She knew her dad, she knew he was too strong to be taken down that easily. She jumped in front of one of the cloaked figures. Ino was horrified at the sight of her sensei being ripped to shreds. He was a jonin, an elite shinobi. If he could be defeated so easily, what good would she be? She swallowed her fear and resolved to fight, even if it meant certain death. Seeing one of the two attackers charging at Satsuki, she wove through hand signs and cast a genjutsu. Genjutsu, descending hell. Gozu looked up to see a giant fireball falling from the sky. He quickly broke out of the genjutsu, scoffing at how weak it was, only to be met with a kick to his midsection that sent him reeling. Satsuki didn't let up, following with a kick to the face before jumping out of the way. Ino finished off the enemy with an uppercut that knocked him out. Meanwhile, Miyaizu went straight for the target, intent on mowing through the blonde brat who stood in front of him without even drawing a weapon or getting into a battle stance. This would be too easy. All of a sudden, the kid vanished, giving him a clear shot at Tajuna. He was running away. He laughed loudly as he closed in on the old man, who closed his eyes, bracing for death. Just as Miyaizu's gauntlet was millimeters away from Tajuna, something stopped him. Naruto appeared behind his opponent, grabbing his cloak at the neck. He yanked on it, tossing the cloaked attacker like a rag doll away from Tajuna with one hand. Miyaizu hit the ground hard, skidding and rolling. He jumped back to his feet, unable to believe that Kid had thrown him. He suddenly hunched over, coughing, as Naruto appeared in front of him, kneeing him in the gut. Naruto then raised his hand and chopped the opponent on the back of the neck, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious. Satsuki and Ino finished with their opponent just in time to see Naruto tie his up. They watched in awe as he secured the enemy with ninja wire. "He's so strong," Satsuki thought, clenching her fist. Ino watched with a similar expression. "To think this is the same loser from the academy," she said to herself. Fugaku jumped down from the tree where he had been watching. His team handled themselves well, particularly Naruto. "Sensei," Ino shouted happily, seeing that their sensei was alive and well. She looked at her teammates and realized they had known all along. Tajuna looked on in shock. "But, I saw." He looked to where he had seen Fugaku get ripped to pieces, only to see pieces of wood on the ground. Substitution jutsu. Sensei replaced himself with an inanimate object and made it appear as if he died, Naruto explained to the confused man. "But, why would you do that?" he asked angrily. "It was for two reasons," Fugaku said calmly. "The first was to assess how my team would react in an actual battle situation. You three did well. I'm proud of you," he said, earning smiles from the three. He turned back to Tajuna. "And the second was to determine which one of us they were after," he said, narrowing his eyes, causing Tajuna to gulp. "When Naruto jumped out of the way of the enemy's attack to determine that, my suspicions were confirmed. Tajuna, these two are the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist, Chunin-level rogue ninja. Their ambush means this is no longer a C-rank mission." "Explain yourself," Fugaku demanded in a serious tone, causing Tajuna to gulp once more. Tajuna looked to the genin, desperate for help, but received none. He sighed. Are you familiar with Gato of Gato Industries? Fugaku recognized the name. Gato was one of the wealthiest men in the world and also one of its biggest criminals, with an empire that spanned many nations. Years ago, he came into my country posing as a legitimate businessman who wanted a share in the potentially rich economy, but he would soon reveal his true colors. Tajuna proceeded to explain how Gato had conducted a hostile takeover of the nation and how his bridge project was a threat to the crime boss. I only lied to you because my people's allotted funds could only pay for a C-rank mission, he said, falling to his knees. I'm sorry. Please help me. I just want to save my country, he pleaded. Fugaku's face softened as he heard the man's story. He adopted a thinking pose. Strictly speaking, he should be heading back to the village with his team to report this to the Hokage, but he couldn't just abandon him. He turned to his team, making a decision. We're heading back to the village, Fugaku said, causing shouts of protest to arise, but he quickly silenced them. This mission is no longer ours to complete. I'm not asking. Let's go, he ordered. No. All heads turned to Naruto. What? Fugaku questioned. I said no, sensei. I won't abandon this man or his people while they're in need, Naruto stated, crossing his arms. A standoff ensued between the two. There was complete silence. Fugaku sighed. All right. Fine. Tajuna, you're in luck, Fugaku relented. The genin smiled while Fugaku bowed, tears streaming down his cheeks. And so they continued walking until they reached it. It was Naruto's first time seeing the ocean, just like his teammates. He tried to hide his awe, but it was difficult. It felt foreign to him, yet at the same time, it felt familiar. They got into a boat lent to them by a friend of the bridge builder and made the journey to the land of waves. They finally arrived at Tajuna's homeland. We're about an hour and a half away from my home, Tajuna informed them. The group kept moving. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Sensei, he said so no one else would hear him. I know, Fugaku replied. He knew about Naruto's sensory ability. He, like the boy, knew that someone was following them. How many? He asked. There are two of them. One is farther away, while the other is following more closely, Naruto reported. Fugaku nodded. Stay on guard, he ordered his other two students, who nodded. The group continued for a little while. We should be there soon, Tajuna said to Fugaku. The Uchiha nodded before his eyes narrowed. Everyone get down. Fugaku and Naruto yelled simultaneously. All complied, with Naruto grabbing Tajuna and dragging the elderly man down as a large blade soared through the air where their heads had been and embedded itself in a tree behind them. A man appeared, standing on the handle of the sword. He had beady eyes, spiky hair, and bandages covering the lower half of his face. The only piece of clothing on his upper body was arm warmers. Fugaku Uchiha of the Wicked Eye. No wonder the demon brothers failed, the man said. Fugaku narrowed his eyes as he got up and took a good look at the man. Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the hidden mist, Fugaku said, recognizing him. The one and only. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Hand over the old man. If you do so, I'll allow you and your genin to leave quietly, Zabuza offered. I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. My mission is to protect him, Fugaku said plainly, his eyes turning crimson red with 3 black tomo marks around the pupil. All right. I can do it that way. I don't mind having the head of a shinobi war legend, Zabuza said, holding his hand up in a seal position. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist began to gather, engulfing and covering everything in sight. Naruto drew his kunao and, though nervous, couldn't help but smirk. Now the real fun began. Satsuki was trembling and struggling to breathe, the kunao she had taken out held in front of her. She had a tight grip on it, not trusting her sweaty hands. An inexplicable feeling of fear had gripped her, robbing her of the will to even move. This feeling. I haven't felt like this since. Memories of blood-stained streets illuminated by moonlight and crimson eyes came flooding back, only further weakening her and adding to the toll she was taking from the killing intent. She began to realize her life was flashing before her eyes. She saw herself growing up with her 2 brothers and her mother and father, meeting Mito, and the 2 of them becoming best friends and rivals. She saw her aunt and uncle, her cousins, and many other relatives lying dead on the ground. She saw her elder brother claiming responsibility and saying he never cared for her. She saw her falling out with Mito and drifting away from Suzuki and finally being assigned to Team 12. Ino's legs were shaking. She was barely even able to stand. She had never felt anything like this before. She could feel her heart threatening to beat out of her chest. She was going to die. She couldn't die. There was so much she hadn't done. She couldn't. Images flashed before her in her mind. She saw herself with her parents when she was younger. She saw herself laying eyes on Menma for the first time and meeting Sakura and defending her. She saw herself being assigned to Team 12 and all the other events that led to this moment. Naruto had a kunao held out in front of him and was standing in formation with his teammates. He was faring much better than them, as his late sensei gave off much stronger killing intent. That didn't mean he wasn't a little nervous. This was the first time he had faced an enemy this strong in an actual battle situation. Zabuza, to his knowledge, was a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and thus a wielder of one of the 7 swords, in his case, the Executioner's Blade. Zabuza was famed for his silent killing. It was said he was so proficient in this art that one wouldn't even know they had been killed by Zabuza until they were already dead. Naruto's heart was beating fast, nerves coupled with excitement. Naruto didn't know why, but he enjoyed battle. The feel of the perspiration running down his body, the sound of his heartbeat ringing in his ears as he stood across from a high-caliber opponent. It just did something to him. He wasn't a fan of violence, but he really appreciated a challenge. Satsuki, Ino, Naruto, don't be afraid. I won't let my comrades die, Fugaku assured his students, his voice cutting through the mist and its effects as his students visibly eased up. Ino stood up straight, and Satsuki took a deep breath, pulling herself together. Zabuza's voice also rang through the mist in the form of a laugh. He suddenly appeared in the middle of the group in front of Tajuna with his executioner's blade raised and poised to cleave the old man in half. He attempted to bring it down but found his arm wouldn't move. What? Zabuza turned to see the blonde brat holding his arm back. His grip was surprisingly strong. Naruto didn't allow himself to be shocked. When Zabuza appeared and attempted to kill Tajuna, he stopped the man, grabbing his arm. Satsuki grabbed Tajuna and jumped back. Ino followed, overcoming her shock. Naruto aimed at Zabuza's side, intent on stabbing the swordsman. He found his kunai blocked by another executioner's blade. He looked up to see another Zabuza standing in front of the original with his blade underneath the swordsman's arm, which he was holding, stopping his kunai with his large sword. Brat's got moves, huh? The original Zabuza said, looking at Naruto with his head turned. Naruto smirked. Meanwhile, not too far away, Fugaku was weaving through hand signs while standing next to a clone of Naruto that the boy had created when the mist rolled in. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he yelled, blowing out a large fireball that cannoned straight at Naruto and the 2 Zabuzas. Naruto quickly substituted with his clone and watched alongside Fugaku as it, along with his opponent and his clone, were engulfed in the fire. Naruto nodded at his sensei before disappearing and reappearing alongside his teammates in formation once again. Zabuza, unsurprisingly, appeared once more. Fugaku was standing between him and his team of brats and the target. He began to make an analysis. He wasn't expecting that to happen. That brat was strong. He wondered what else he had up his sleeve. But right now, he needed to worry about the man standing in front of him. He realized he was at a disadvantage here. Fugaku was a fire-style user and a proficient one at that. But from what he had heard, the man retired from active field duty following the war. He had made a name for himself in and joined the Leaf Police Force, facing lowly criminals and thugs as opposed to shinobi. He had to have gotten rusty over the years. He would use that to his advantage. And as for his fire style, Zabuza smirked as a plan began to form in his head. He didn't look at the lake on his right so as not to give away his plan. He looked ahead at Fugaku, making a decision. I agree. Your team is perfectly suited for this mission, Fugaku, Minato said, handing the Uchiha the scroll with the mission details. I've witnessed their capabilities firsthand. They've surpassed every other rookie team in the village. It's a straightforward escort mission. It should be no problem for you, Minato added. He used the telephone on his desk to have his secretary send the client in. Moments later, a foul-smelling, elderly man wearing spectacles and a large hat entered. He looked the members of Team 12 up and down, carefully studying them before finally speaking. This is it? I didn't pay my money for 3 rabbits, he said, wiping alcohol from his chin. Ino and Satsuki appeared insulted, while Naruto simply raised an eyebrow, wondering who would be drunk at this hour. Fugaku ignored the man's words. We'll meet tomorrow at the village gates at our usual training ground time. From there, we'll head to the Land of Waves. We'll be escorting and guarding Tajuna while he finishes a bridge project for the nation. Pack enough supplies for at least a month. His students nodded in response. Throughout the exchange, Minato had been discreetly watching Naruto. Things had changed since the boy had moved out. Yayoi wasn't her usual bubbly self, and Kushina was clearly suffering, though she was trying to hold herself together for the sake of her team's performance. Menma had also become more irritable. Minato admitted he, too, found it difficult to concentrate on work. He was angry at the villagers for disappointing him, angry at Yayoi and Menma for damaging Naruto's reputation. The former had expressed regret, while the latter didn't seem to care, but most of all, he was angry at himself. Angry for letting any of this happen. How could he have caused his own son such pain? He wanted to fix things but didn't know how to begin. Naruto noticed the Hokage gaze and, before the man could speak, used a teleportation jutsu to leave the office, unlike his teammates, who used the door. Minato sighed. The next day, Naruto stood in front of the village gates with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Ino and Satsuki were with him. The two seemed quite excited, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't, too. "Look at him," said Katetsu Hagane, one half of the Hidden Leaf's eternal gate guards, with a sigh. "I'd give anything to trade places with them," he continued. "Stop daydreaming, Katetsu, and focus on the mission at hand." His friend and the other half of the eternal gate guards, Izumo Kamizuki, scolded him. "You call this a mission?" "Right," he scoffed. He remembered when they had first been approached about becoming gate guards. Regulating who comes in and out of the village is serious business. It's a big responsibility, they had been told. He still couldn't believe how easily they had been tricked into this. Izumo watched the genin and, although he wouldn't admit it, switching places was a tempting thought right now. Fugaku arrived with Tajuna. "Alright, let's not waste any time. Let's head out," Fugaku commanded. All the genin nodded, and the group set off for the land of waves. They walked in relative silence. After a while, Naruto spotted a puddle ahead. Even without his sensory abilities, this trick wouldn't have fooled him. It hadn't rained in weeks. The group continued to walk. Fugaku stepped on the puddle, and chains sprang out, wrapping around him. The chains pulled in opposite directions, tearing him to pieces. As the chains retracted, two cloaked figures with claw-like metal gauntlets emerged. "One down," one of them said. They ran toward the rest of the group, ready to attack. Satsuki didn't let the sight shock her. She knew her dad, she knew he was too strong to be taken down that easily. She jumped in front of one of the cloaked figures. Ino was horrified at the sight of her sensei being ripped to shreds. He was a jonin, an elite shinobi. If he could be defeated so easily, what good would she be? She swallowed her fear and resolved to fight, even if it meant certain death. Seeing one of the two attackers charging at Satsuki, she wove through hand signs and cast a genjutsu. Genjutsu, descending hell. Gozu looked up to see a giant fireball falling from the sky. He quickly broke out of the genjutsu, scoffing at how weak it was, only to be met with a kick to his midsection that sent him reeling. Satsuki didn't let up, following with a kick to the face before jumping out of the way. Ino finished off the enemy with an uppercut that knocked him out. Meanwhile, Miyaizu went straight for the target, intent on mowing through the blonde brat who stood in front of him without even drawing a weapon or getting into a battle stance. This would be too easy. All of a sudden, the kid vanished, giving him a clear shot at Tajuna. He was running away. He laughed loudly as he closed in on the old man, who closed his eyes, bracing for death. Just as Miyaizu's gauntlet was millimeters away from Tajuna, something stopped him. Naruto appeared behind his opponent, grabbing his cloak at the neck. He yanked on it, tossing the cloaked attacker like a rag doll away from Tajuna with one hand. Miyaizu hit the ground hard, skidding and rolling. He jumped back to his feet, unable to believe that Kid had thrown him. He suddenly hunched over, coughing, as Naruto appeared in front of him, kneeing him in the gut. Naruto then raised his hand and chopped the opponent on the back of the neck, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious. Satsuki and Ino finished with their opponent just in time to see Naruto tie his up. They watched in awe as he secured the enemy with ninja wire. "He's so strong," Satsuki thought, clenching her fist. Ino watched with a similar expression. "To think this is the same loser from the academy," she said to herself. Fugaku jumped down from the tree where he had been watching. His team handled themselves well, particularly Naruto. "Sensei," Ino shouted happily, seeing that their sensei was alive and well. She looked at her teammates and realized they had known all along. Tajuna looked on in shock. "But, I saw." He looked to where he had seen Fugaku get ripped to pieces, only to see pieces of wood on the ground. Substitution jutsu. Sensei replaced himself with an inanimate object and made it appear as if he died, Naruto explained to the confused man. "But, why would you do that?" he asked angrily. "It was for two reasons," Fugaku said calmly. "The first was to assess how my team would react in an actual battle situation. You three did well. I'm proud of you," he said, earning smiles from the three. He turned back to Tajuna. "And the second was to determine which one of us they were after," he said, narrowing his eyes, causing Tajuna to gulp. "When Naruto jumped out of the way of the enemy's attack to determine that, my suspicions were confirmed. Tajuna, these two are the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist, Chunin level rogue ninja. Their ambush means this is no longer a C-rank mission." "Explain yourself," Fugaku demanded in a serious tone, causing Tajuna to gulp once more. Tajuna looked to the genin, desperate for help, but received none. He sighed. "Are you familiar with Gato of Gato Industries?" Fugaku recognized the name. Gato was one of the wealthiest men in the world and also one of its biggest criminals, with an empire that spanned many nations. Years ago, he came into my country posing as a legitimate businessman who wanted a share in the potentially rich economy, but he would soon reveal his true colors. Tajuna proceeded to explain how Gato had conducted a hostile takeover of the nation and how his bridge project was a threat to the crime boss. "I only lied to you because my people's allotted funds could only pay for a C-rank mission," he said, falling to his knees. "I'm sorry. Please help me. I just want to save my country," he pleaded. Fugaku's face softened as he heard the man's story. He adopted a thinking pose. Strictly speaking, he should be heading back to the village with his team to report this to the Hokage, but he couldn't just abandon him. He turned to his team, making a decision. "We're heading back to the village," Fugaku said, causing shouts of protest to arise, but he quickly silenced them. "This mission is no longer ours to complete. I'm not asking. Let's go," he ordered. "No." All heads turned to Naruto. "What?" Fugaku questioned. "I said no, sensei. I won't abandon this man or his people while they're in need," Naruto stated, crossing his arms. A standoff ensued between the two. There was complete silence. Fugaku sighed. "All right. Fine. Tajuna, you're in luck," Fugaku relented. The genin smiled while Fugaku bowed, tears streaming down his cheeks. And so they continued walking until they reached it. It was Naruto's first time seeing the ocean, just like his teammates. He tried to hide his awe, but it was difficult. It felt foreign to him, yet at the same time, it felt familiar. They got into a boat lent to them by a friend of the bridge builder and made the journey to the land of waves. They finally arrived at Tajuna's homeland. "We're about an hour and a half away from my home," Tajuna informed them. The group kept moving. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Sensei," he said so no one else would hear him. "I know," Fugaku replied. He knew about Naruto's sensory ability. He, like the boy, knew that someone was following them. "How many?" he asked. "There are two of them. One is farther away, while the other is following more closely," Naruto reported. Fugaku nodded. "Stay on guard," he ordered his other two students, who nodded. The group continued for a little while. "We should be there soon," Tajuna said to Fugaku. The Uchiha nodded before his eyes narrowed. "Everyone get down." Fugaku and Naruto yelled simultaneously. All complied, with Naruto grabbing Tajuna and dragging the elderly man down as a large blade soared through the air where their heads had been and embedded itself in a tree behind them. A man appeared, standing on the handle of the sword. He had beady eyes, spiky hair, and bandages covering the lower half of his face. The only piece of clothing on his upper body was arm warmers. "Fugaku Uchiha of the Wicked Eye. No wonder the demon brothers failed," the man said. Fugaku narrowed his eyes as he got up and took a good look at the man. "Zabuza Mamakai, the demon of the hidden mist," Fugaku said, recognizing him. "The one and only. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Hand over the old man. If you do so, I'll allow you and your genin to leave quietly," Zabuza offered. "I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. My mission is to protect him," Fugaku said plainly, his eyes turning crimson red with 3 black tomo marks around the pupil. "All right. I can do it that way. I don't mind having the head of a shinobi war legend," Zabuza said, holding his hand up in a seal position. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist began to gather, engulfing and covering everything in sight. Naruto drew his kunao and, though nervous, couldn't help but smirk. Now the real fun began. Satsuki was trembling and struggling to breathe, the kunao she had taken out held in front of her. She had a tight grip on it, not trusting her sweaty hands. An inexplicable feeling of fear had gripped her, robbing her of the will to even move. This feeling. I haven't felt like this since. Memories of blood-stained streets illuminated by moonlight and crimson eyes came flooding back, only further weakening her and adding to the toll she was taking from the killing intent. She began to realize her life was flashing before her eyes. She saw herself growing up with her two brothers and her mother and father, meeting Mito, and the two of them becoming best friends and rivals. She saw her aunt and uncle, her cousins, and many other relatives lying dead on the ground. She saw her elder brother claiming responsibility and saying he never cared for her. She saw her falling out with Mito and drifting away from Suzuki and finally being assigned to Team 12. Ino's legs were shaking. She was barely even able to stand. She had never felt anything like this before. She could feel her heart threatening to beat out of her chest. She was going to die. She couldn't die. There was so much she hadn't done. She couldn't. Images flashed before her in her mind. She saw herself with her parents when she was younger. She saw herself laying eyes on Menma for the first time and meeting Sakura and defending her. She saw herself being assigned to Team 12 and all the other events that led to this moment. Naruto had a kunao held out in front of him and was standing in formation with his teammates. He was faring much better than them, as his late sensei gave off much stronger killing intent. That didn't mean he wasn't a little nervous. This was the first time he had faced an enemy this strong in an actual battle situation. Zabuza, to his knowledge, was a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and thus a wielder of one of the 7 swords, in his case, the Executioner's Blade. Zabuza was famed for his silent killing. It was said he was so proficient in this art that one wouldn't even know they had been killed by Zabuza until they were already dead. Naruto's heart was beating fast, nerves coupled with excitement. Naruto didn't know why, but he enjoyed battle. The feel of the perspiration running down his body, the sound of his heartbeat ringing in his ears as he stood across from a high-caliber opponent. It just did something to him. He wasn't a fan of violence, but he really appreciated a challenge. Satsuki, Ino, Naruto. Don't be afraid. I won't let my comrades die, Fugaku assured his students, his voice cutting through the mist and its effects as his students visibly eased up. Ino stood up straight, and Satsuki took a deep breath, pulling herself together. Zabuza's voice also rang through the mist in the form of a laugh. He suddenly appeared in the middle of the group in front of Tajuna with his executioner's blade raised and poised to cleave the old man in half. He attempted to bring it down but found his arm wouldn't move. What? Zabuza turned to see the blonde brat holding his arm back. His grip was surprisingly strong. Naruto didn't allow himself to be shocked. When Zabuza appeared and attempted to kill Tajuna, he stopped the man, grabbing his arm. Satsuki grabbed Tajuna and jumped back. Ino followed, overcoming her shock. Naruto aimed at Zabuza's side, intent on stabbing the swordsman. He found his kunai blocked by another executioner's blade. He looked up to see another Zabuza standing in front of the original with his blade underneath the swordsman's arm, which he was holding, stopping his kunai with his large sword. Brat's got moves, huh? The original Zabuza said, looking at Naruto with his head turned. Naruto smirked. Meanwhile, not too far away, Fugaku was weaving through hand signs while standing next to a clone of Naruto that the boy had created when the mist rolled in. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he yelled, blowing out a large fireball that cannoned straight at Naruto and the two Zabuzas. Naruto quickly substituted with his clone and watched alongside Fugaku as it, along with his opponent and his clone, were engulfed in the fire. Naruto nodded at his sensei before disappearing and reappearing alongside his teammates in formation once again. Zabuza, unsurprisingly, appeared once more. Fugaku was standing between him and his team of brats and the target. He began to make an analysis. He wasn't expecting that to happen. That brat was strong. He wondered what else he had up his sleeve. But right now, he needed to worry about the man standing in front of him. He realized he was at a disadvantage here. Fugaku was a fire-style user and a proficient one at that. But from what he had heard, the man retired from active field duty following the war. He had made a name for himself in and joined the Leaf police force, facing lowly criminals and thugs as opposed to shinobi. He had to have gotten rusty over the years. He would use that to his advantage. And as for his fire style, Zabuza smirked as a plan began to form in his head. He didn't look at the lake on his right so as not to give away his plan. He looked ahead at Fugaku, making a decision. I must admit, I truly wasn't anticipating facing you of all people. It's said that with those wicked eyes and an arsenal of lethal fire-style jutsu, many believed you were a demon straight from the depths of hell, Zabuza says. Fugaku doesn't dignify him with a response, simply looking at his opponent with a blank stare. But I'm sure that after being reduced to a lowly cop in return for your services, you've lost your touch, Zabuza says with a smirk. Fugaku remains silent, offering no reply. Speaking of which, I was also shocked when I heard that the Uchiha clan was massacred. Apparently, the culprit was the son of the clan head and heir, Zabuza continues. Fugaku's eyes narrow, gaining a cold look. The only reported survivors were the head of the clan himself, his other two children, and his wife. Can you confirm this? I will warn you only once, Fugaku says in a low and dangerous tone. Do not ever speak of my clan, he says, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning a bit. Zabuza chuckles. A clan head's responsibility is to lead and protect his kinsmen. You not only couldn't do this, but you also failed to protect your son from becoming what he is, a criminal. And now, after failing as a clan leader and a father, you're going to fail as a sensei when your students are killed, Zabuza says, pointing his executioner's blade at the group standing behind Fugaku. Fugaku, true to his word, gives no warning. He suddenly appears behind Zabuza with a kunai in hand. The bandaged swordsman whips around and blocks the kunai that was intended for his back with the flat side of his executioner's blade. A battle of strength ensues. Zabuza jumps back and is forced to move sideways as his opponent summons a Fuma Shuriken, which he throws at him before setting it on fire with a fireball. As Zabuza moves sideways, he's struck with pain as his executioner's blade is kicked right out of his hand. Fugaku then whips around and uses his other leg to send Zabuza flying with a spinning kick to the midsection. Zabuza skids and rolls before quickly jumping back to his feet. He's faster than he thought. He resists, smirking. Just a little more. He turns and begins running across the lake, intent on retrieving his executioner's blade, which is still sailing through the air. He runs until he is directly underneath it, with his opponent hot on his trail. He smirks. The smirk almost immediately disappears. His eyes widen as there is a poof and his blade is immersed in a small cloud of smoke. Out of the cloud comes Fugaku. He substituted himself with the blade. Before the swordsman can do anything, Fugaku utters the words, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A number of dragons, all made of fire-style chakra, emerge from his mouth and head straight for Zabuza. His eyes widen, and then he disappears from view as the dragons smash down on the surface of the water where he could be seen before. Steam fills the air, making it harder to see, coupled with the mist. It remains for a while and then starts to dissipate. When it does, Fugaku can be seen walking across the surface of the lake toward a downed Zabuza, who is lying face down in the water and appears to have suffered a few burns. Fugaku stands over Zabuza, staring at him for a few seconds. He then grabs the swordsman by the neck, lifting him into the air. He stares him dead in the eye, his Sharingan still active and the cold look from earlier still present. "You dare to sully my clan's name with your mouth?" he asks in a venomous tone. Zabuza's only verbal reply is a low groan. "That is the last mistake you will ever make," Fugaku continues. Zabuza smiles, and a splash is heard. A pair of hands emerge from beneath the water, grabbing onto both of Fugaku's ankles to his shock. The hands pull him down, causing him to release his grip on Zabuza as he goes underwater. The Uchiha whips out a kunai and stabs the water clone that pulled him in, causing it to disappear, reverting back to water. He pulls himself back up to the surface and breaks it just in time to see Zabuza finish a set of hand signs. "Water style, water prison jutsu. You fell for that hook, line, and sinker," he says with a wry smile on his face as he encases Fugaku in a sphere of water. "How easy can you be?" Zabuza asks, smiling. Fugaku curses as he becomes trapped in a sphere of water. He can't believe he fell for that. It was a setup from the very beginning. Zabuza had been planning to lead him into the lake, where he was strongest, and he had allowed his anger to take over and let that happen. And now his team and Tajuna are in danger. "You've underestimated me, and that is the last mistake you will ever make." Zabuza smiles at Fugaku, who scowls. Naruto, Satsuki, Ino, and Tajuna watch this scene unfold. The three genins' faith in their sensei doesn't waver initially. They watch as he maintains a calm demeanor in the face of the enemy. This soon disappears as Zabuza provokes him using the Uchiha clan massacre. Fugaku attacks Zabuza, ruthlessly grinding down on the swordsman. Zabuza attempts to retrieve his blade, and to all it appears as if the Uchiha has his opponent on the back foot. All except Naruto. His eyes widen in realization. Zabuza uses water style primarily. That much was evident from the mist and the water clone he created earlier. And now he's drawn Fugaku into the lake. He attempts to yell a warning to his sensei, but it is drowned out by the sound of the fire dragons impacting with the water. He hopes that Zabuza's strategy backfired. No such luck. Zabuza traps Fugaku in a sphere of water. A water clone of Zabuza appears in front of the group. They raise their kunai in response, not allowing themselves any shock this time. The clone swordsman laughs. "Well, don't you lot look serious," he chuckles. "Do any of you even for a second believe you're capable of stopping me?" he questions. The genin remain silent, not dignifying their opponent with a response but rather preparing for him to make a move. "Do any of you even for a second think you're real shinobi? You're nothing more than kids playing pretend. Do you want to know how I became a shinobi?" The Blood Mist, years ago, was somewhat like other villages, but it differed in some respects, particularly one: its academy graduation exam. The final test to become a fully fledged shinobi in the mist was an all-out death match, Zabuza says. In order to become a ninja, one had to slaughter all their peers. The friends they had grown up with, eaten with, and played with. Ino and Satsuki's eyes widen in shock while Naruto's narrow. Ino shuddered at the thought of having to kill Sakura. Satsuki shudders at hearing Zabuza's words. Imagine if she had had to kill. She stops herself, realizing what she was thinking. "There is one thing that was particularly unique about my graduation. I wasn't even a registered participant," he proudly says, shocking the genin. "And yet little brats like you still think you're shinobi. Pathetic." Now, Zabuza leaps forward, his executioner's blade raised. "Die," he shouts. Ino, Satsuki, and Tajuna close their eyes, waiting for the blade to cleave through them and claim their lives. It never comes. Instead, the sound of metal clanging is heard. They open their eyes, and they widen in shock. Naruto stops Zabuza's blade with his kunai. Zabuza is a bit surprised. This brat had displayed strength that was admittedly impressive earlier, but he wasn't really trying as much back then. A battle of strength ensues. Zabuza eventually jumps back. "Think you got the stones, kid?" Zabuza challenges, smiling. Naruto smirks. Without turning around, he speaks to his teammates. "I'll take him on. You two stay here and guard Tajuna," he says. "Are you insane? You can't fight him," Ino shouts. "It's suicide. If you're fighting, then I'll fight with you," Satsuki says, stepping forward. "No," Naruto says, turning his head. "You need to protect Tajuna. He didn't come alone. He has an accomplice. That person could strike at any moment," Naruto warns. He turns his attention back to Zabuza, who is a bit surprised. The kid knew about Haku? Isn't he full of surprises? He takes out two kunai and gets into his lion fist stance. Naruto closes his eyes and opens them, infusing his chakra, releasing it in a burst. A white aura becomes clearly visible around him, causing his jacket to flap about and his hair to blow. Satsuki steps back in shock. Naruto. It's unbelievable. His presence. It dwarfs that of Zabuza, who she was quaking in fear in front of a matter of seconds ago. This can't be the dead last, she thinks. Even though he is on her side, it was still very intimidating. The doubt from before seems to begin to disappear. Ino watches in shock as Naruto infuses his chakra. It changes the very feeling in the air. The killing intent, though not directed at her, causes her to shake. The mere presence he exudes is so insurmountable. Is this really Naruto? Tajuna falls to his knees, his heart beating faster than it ever has. This boy. He had seen firsthand from earlier with the Demon Brothers that he was strong, but this was just unbelievable. This feeling, it by far outweighed what he had been feeling before from Zabuza. He is thankful Naruto is on his side and can't help but have faith in the boy. The clone Zabuza takes a step back, not looking as cocky as before. This brat. His killing intent, it actually made him worried. His chakra was no doubt low cage level, but how? It feels incredibly potent and strong, unlike anything he's ever felt. The look in his eyes has changed. Before, it was blank, revealing little, but now his eyes are filled with determination and strength. The original Zabuza watches on, his executioner's blade with him once again, waiting to see his clone complete the mission and kill the genin and Tajuna. Instead, he sees the blonde brat stop him and then release what is no doubt low cage level chakra. The killing intent aside, the mere presence of the blonde changes the atmosphere. Fugaku watches on in shock. He had expected to be seeing his team killed because of his overzealousness and lack of self-control. Instead, he sees Naruto stop the clone. He can't believe this. Naruto is an Uzumaki, so naturally, his chakra reserve should be large, but he is not a vessel for a tailed beast's chakra like his siblings. So how is it possible that he has low cage level reserves? Just how many secrets is he keeping? Naruto readies himself as the aura about him calms down. Yeah, I got the stones. Do you? Naruto challenges. Naruto speeds forward. The clone swings its executioner's blade in an attempt to behead him. He disappears and reappears behind the clone, spinning in a circle and slashing right through it. He is looking ahead at where his sensei and Zabuza are as the clone disintegrates back into water. Zabuza looks on in shock, seeing his clone taken down by a genin with one attack. He scoffs and forms 5 more water clones. Kill him, he orders, growing frustrated. The clones run forward. Naruto runs forward as well, running on the water as if it is a hard surface, surprising his teammates. He makes it to the first clone, who attempts to bisect him. He avoids this by turning his body at a 90-degree angle while maintaining his momentum and slashing through the clone. He suddenly appears in front of a second clone who tries to cut him in half. He jumps up to avoid the horizontal slash and stands on the blade. Before the clone can react, he jumps over it, stabbing it in the head on his way down. He touches down on the water and lines his other kunai with wind-style chakra before throwing it at another clone. The clone uses his executioner's blade to block the incoming kunai. Naruto doesn't relent and continues to throw wind-coated projectiles. The real Naruto, meanwhile, jumps out of the water from behind the clone and twists his neck. The clone who has been throwing kunai runs at Naruto and jumps up. It stands upright in Naruto's hands. He throws his clone to 2 other water clones and infuses chakra. Clone explosion jutsu. The clone explodes, destroying its intended targets. Zabuza is watching on in shock. He is witnessing the unthinkable. A genin mowing through his clones like they're nothing. He grunts and forms more clones who run straight at Naruto. Naruto grunts in frustration. He can't waste his time on clones. Fugaku has got to be running out of breath by now, and there's still Zabuza's unknown accomplice to worry about. He watches as the clones, preparing himself. Naruto forms 5 clones of his own who leap into the air, going straight for the water clones. Clone explosion barrage. Multiple explosions occur, causing waves to rise up. Zabuza watches as his clones are once again taken down. All of a sudden, Naruto appears above him with a wind-style chakra-coated kunai in hand. He throws it down, sending it right at Zabuza's arm that is maintaining the water prison jutsu. Zabuza curses. His arm will be useless if that kunai hits him. He jumps out of the way, releasing the water prison jutsu, causing Fugaku to fall back into the water. He gasps and wheezes, savoring the first few breaths he's taken in what feels like ages. Naruto sighs in relief at seeing his sensei freed. He doesn't allow himself to relax, though, as Zabuza charges at him, his executioner's blade in hand. Naruto whips out 2 kunai in reverse grip, 1 in each hand. He runs forward, and the 2 meet, a clang and sparks flying being the result. Naruto struggles a bit, what with Zabuza being serious now, but he doesn't relent. The 2 jump away from one another. Zabuza runs at Naruto once again and moves to cut the boy in half with a diagonal slash. Naruto moves back, avoiding the full brunt but not a cut to the shoulder. Zabuza lifts his blade into the air and brings it down, intent on bisecting his opponent. Naruto once again stops the blade with both his kunai. Zabuza tries to force his blade down while Naruto pushes up, trying to oppose this force. Zabuza takes advantage of the opening presented and sends a kick right to the blonde's midsection, sending the boy flying. Naruto uses his chakra to skid and roll across the surface of the water. Okay, that's enough of this. Time to do what I'm getting paid for, Zabuza says inwardly, weaving through a set of hand signs after placing his blade on his back, intent on crushing Naruto once and for all and turning his attention to the target. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A dragon forms from the water surrounding him. It roars before laying its glowing yellow eyes on Naruto. It speeds forward, intent on crushing him. Naruto gets up on his knees just in time to see it. He realizes he doesn't have enough time to dodge or weave hand signs for a jutsu to cancel it out. He summons his chakra and releases it in much the same way as before, white aura and all. The power from this causes the water dragon to disintegrate, much to Zabuza's shock and chagrin. Naruto suddenly disappears and reappears next to Fugaku. Zabuza doesn't have much time to marvel at the boy's display as he whips around while weaving through a set of hand signs. Fire style, majestic destroyer jutsu, shouts Fugaku. A large wall of fire emerges from his mouth and heads straight for Zabuza, who has finished preparing his jutsu. Water style, water formation wall jutsu, he says. A wall of water forms and meets with Fugaku's fire. The two jutsu battle for supremacy for a few fleeting moments, and then Fugaku's jutsu overpowers Zabuza's, who is forced to jump out of the way of what was surely death by incineration. He doesn't, however, escape unscathed and suffers yet more burns. Zabuza gets up from the kneeling position he had adopted and looks up to find himself staring Fugaku dead in the eye. Your mind, Fugaku utters as everything suddenly becomes a blur to the swordsman, and it appears as if the world is spinning. He can't seem to move. Fugaku hits a pressure point in the swordsman's neck, rendering him paralyzed. He falls backward into the water. The mist begins to subside. Fugaku draws a kunai as Naruto drops down next to him. He takes a step forward. It seems you've underestimated me, he says, using the swordsman's words against him just as was done to him. It's over, he declares. He is allowed to take no more than a step. Two senbon needles sail through the air and land in Zabuza's neck. He stops breathing. There is a poof of smoke, and a masked figure appears. The mask she or he is wearing has a blue pattern on the edges. The symbol of the hidden mist is also clearly recognizable. Fugaku and Naruto narrow their eyes. Hello, a feminine voice says. And you are? Fugaku asks. I'm a hunter ninja of the hidden mist, the newcomer replies. I've been tracking Zabuza for months now. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to capture him. Now I can. You can stop right there, Naruto interrupts. We've been waiting for you to reveal yourself. We know you're Zabuza's accomplice, he says, a statement that clearly shocks the newcomer. I see, well, in that case. The newcomer flips out more senbon, getting ready for a fight. Naruto steps forward, but Fugaku places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him and surprising the boy. Let her go, Naruto. We don't know how strong she is, Fugaku says. Naruto stands down, obeying the order. The masked newcomer picks up Zabuza and vanishes in a puff of smoke. Naruto and Fugaku walk back to the shore. Well done, Naruto. Thank you for saving my life, Fugaku says, looking straight ahead. Thank you, sensei, and don't mention it, Naruto responds. Although, you have some explaining to do, Fugaku adds. Naruto doesn't reply. They walk the rest of the way in silence. The two finally reach the shore, where their comrades and client are waiting. Nobody speaks. All three can only stare at Naruto in amazement. Ino is in disbelief. She's always known there was more to her blonde teammate than met the eye, but what she just witnessed was unbelievable. He had fought the enemy with such raw power. She finds it ridiculous to believe this is really Menma's older brother. Satsuki is in shock. Naruto had taken on Zabuza and held his own. He had likely saved her dad's life, too. She stares at the blonde, completely in awe of him. How strong is he, she wonders. Tajuna, lead the way. The longer we stay out here, the more we risk another encounter with more of Gato's hired hands, Fugaku commands. A while later. There it is, Tajuna says, pointing to a house on the horizon. It is a two-story home overlooking the ocean. They walk to the front and go inside. Tsunami, I'm home, Tajuna shouts. A woman with black hair and bangs that frame her face comes out of another room. As soon as she sees Tajuna, she runs to him and hugs him. Father, you're back. You said you would only take 3 days to get back. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Tajuna chuckles. I'm fine, Tsunami. Thanks to these four. Tsunami, this is Fugaku, Satsuki, Naruto, and Ino. They're the ninja who saved my life. Guys, this is my daughter, Tsunami, he says, introducing them. Thank you for protecting my father, she says with a mix of happiness and sadness on her face. Fugaku observes this. Right, Tsunami. We have guests. Let's make them feel at home and let them settle into, Tajuna says before his daughter can lose herself in thoughts of the sad past. Oh, forgive me, everyone. This is our home. It's not the largest, but it's home, she says to them with a smile. Inari, she calls out. A small boy comes out of another room. This is my son, Inari. Inari, your grandfather is back. These ninja protected him on his way back. Come say hi, she says to him, smiling adoringly. The boy simply looks at the group with a dark expression before heading up the stairs. Tsunami sighs at this, then turns around and gives the group a small smile. Alright, let me show each of you where you'll be sleeping, she says. Unknown location. Zabuza is seen lying down. Bandages are tied around the parts of his body that were burned. His headband has been taken off and placed to the side. A groan comes from the swordsman as his eyes flutter and open. Don't bother trying to move, says the swordsman's accomplice. She is wearing the same outfit as before, but her mask has been removed and placed next to her, revealing her beautiful face. Haku. He groans, darting his eyes and finding he can't turn his head. Yes, Master Zabuza. It's me. I'm sorry I didn't act sooner. Had I done so, you wouldn't be in this state. She feels guilty about the whole situation. She had initially seen the Uchiha man bear down on her sensei and thought about intervening but realized his plan. It was successful, and she thought the mission was complete, but then that boy stepped in. He had unleashed an unbelievable amount of chakra, taken down her master's clones, and forced him to release Fugaku. From there, things went downhill. And now it turns out she had paralyzed Zabuza for nothing because they knew all along she was with him. Forget it. That blonde brat knew you were lying in wait. He would have given you a hell of a lot of trouble, that's for sure. I suppose you got lucky and escaped, he says. All he remembers is escaping from the fire-style jutsu Fugaku used and looking into the man's eyes. As soon as that happened, the world seemed to spin and reality slipped away. He would be clenching his fists if he could move. He had gotten carried away and underestimated Fugaku. He'd forgotten about the Sharingan's genjutsu ability. Of course, credit needed to be given where it was due. Fugaku is very strong, and he won't allow himself to underestimate him again, or Naruto. That boy was something else. He would have been an absolute monster in the future if it weren't for the fact that his fate is sealed. Anyway, the next time we cross paths with them, Haku, I'm leaving those two girls to you. They shouldn't be any trouble for you, but as for Fugaku and that Naruto boy, both of their heads are mine. Naruto is seen leaning against a tree. He's been out here since last night. He came here to train and ended up falling asleep. Flashback. After Team 12 arrives and settles into what would be their home for the next few weeks, Fugaku speaks to his team, telling them that Zabuza would probably need at least a week to recover and they would need to be prepared because the next time they meet, he won't be alone. I'd also like to apologize to all of you for what I did. I allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment, putting you all in danger. I promised you I wouldn't let you die, but the truth is, had it not been for Naruto, you would have all been killed, Fugaku says in a solemn tone. The Uchiha students quickly forgive him, understanding his position. The mention of Naruto causes his three comrades to turn their heads to him. He knows what's coming. They attempt to interrogate him about the power he displayed during the encounter with Zabuza. Training, he simply replies. They know there's more to it than this, of course, and continue to question him, but Fugaku and Satsuki quickly realize he isn't going to give anything away. Oh, come on, Naruto, Ino pleads, begging her blonde-haired teammate. She desperately wants to know how Naruto had done what he'd done. Naruto doesn't dignify her with a response. Ino was notorious for being a gossip monger back at the academy, hence her refusal to give up and let the matter go like the two Uchiha on the team. He's hoping she realizes sooner rather than later that he isn't going to tell her anything. Let it go, Ino. He isn't going to tell you anything, Fugaku says. He, despite his attempt to talk down Ino from questioning Naruto about his ability, had been intent on doing much the same thing but quickly realized his student had no intention of revealing anything to his teammates. He glances at his daughter to see her staring at the aforementioned Naruto. Satsuki shakes her head at her female teammate. Naruto isn't going to say anything else besides what he'd already said. That much is clear. She turns and looks at her other blonde teammate, trying not to stare. She is still in a state of shock over what had happened. It seems each time she begins to think she has an accurate measure of his strength, he proves her wrong. How strong is he, she wonders. For the few days that follow this particular meeting, Team 12 goes about guarding Tajuna. They work on a rotational schedule of 2 guarding for half the day while 2 stay behind and train before switching. The days pass by uneventfully until one night. There's no point, you know. You're all going to die, a voice says in a matter-of-fact tone. There is complete silence. The sound of eating mixed with chatter that once filled the room is now completely gone. All the heads of those sitting at the dinner table turn to see Inari standing there, his eyes burning with loathing. Team 12 had already been briefed on how Gato's oppressive rule had meant that all who dared to stand against him or even be found to secretly be opposed to his rule were killed. As it turned out, Inari's father, Kaiza, who was considered a hero in the village, had tried to stand up against the crime lord. He had been publicly tortured and executed for this. Gato had made an example of him, warning all that much the same fate awaited them should they show any signs of resistance. The ordeal had heavily traumatized Inari and had made him the way he is now, pessimistic and hateful. Fugaku shows no outward reaction. Satsuki stares at the boy. Ino's eyes dart around the room nervously, seeing the mood turn tense. Tajuna and Tsunami become sad. Naruto raises his eyebrow before seemingly turning his attention back to his meal, speaking after swallowing a mouthful of food. "I'm sorry. I didn't hear you." "Say that again," he says nonchalantly, not even looking at Inari but instead focused on his plate. "I said you're all going to die, you idiot. It doesn't matter how hard you train, how much you fight. It's hopeless. You're no match for Gato and his men," Inari says, glaring at the blonde-haired idiot who has the nerve to mock him. "And I suppose you are?" Naruto asks, his tone laced with sarcasm as he finally looks at Inari with a raised eyebrow. "Well, why don't you tell me about that because, from what I've seen, nothing's been done for this land since Kaiza died," he continues. Inari loses it. As if it isn't enough that these ninja fools show up here and dare to think they could challenge Gato, one of them has the nerve to mention Kaiza. "Don't you dare talk about Kaiza," the boy yells angrily. "Who do you think you are, anyway? Kaiza was my hero, and he was ripped away from me. You have no idea what that's like. Living in that ninja village of yours all your life. You know nothing about suffering," Inari continues shouting. A dark look comes onto Naruto's face. He places his chopsticks down before standing up. He looks straight at Inari, causing the boy to step back nervously. "And don't you dare stand there and speak as if you know who I am and that you've had it worse than anyone else. Look around you. You have a home, a mother, and a grandfather who care about you, and the memory of your father to look back on. There are kids just like you out there who have nothing and have lived their whole lives with nothing," Naruto says, yelling the last part, causing Inari to begin to tear up. He turns around and begins to walk away. He walks until he is standing right in front of the door. "You should be glad your father isn't alive," he says without turning, causing the eyes of all those in the room to widen in shock. "Because that means he was a hero. It's better to die a hero than to live a coward. If you're not happy about the way things are, then stop crying, become a hero, and change them," he says. He opens the door and steps out, closing it behind him. Inari stands there staring at the door through which Naruto had left, like everyone else in the room, mulling over the blonde ninja's words. There is silence for a while. It is eventually broken by Ino. "Fugaku-sensei, who is Naruto?" she asks, not finding any better way to voice what is on her mind. Her sensei, this time, doesn't shake his head at her attempt to gather information on her teammate. "I'd be lying if I said I knew the answer to that, Ino," he responds, still looking at the door. He seemed deeply insulted and angered by Inari saying he didn't know what it means to lose a loved one. "But from the intel I have, he hasn't ever been particularly close to anyone in the village. Could it be Minato was wrong?" he analyzes inwardly, wondering if Minato knew even less about his son than he thinks. Flashback end. That was the reason Naruto had ended up here. He wasn't really thinking in the moment. He'd just gotten frustrated and angry at hearing Inari's words. "He was ripped away from me. You have no idea what that feels like." He sighs. He looks up at the early morning sky and begins to think. Something he hasn't had the chance to do since leaving the village. Blowing up like that probably gave his observer a lead. He's decided he'll open up more to his teammates. This way, he'll perhaps stave off some of the suspicion he's under. He is certain that besides the Hokage's personal reasons, the treatment he has received from the villagers and not sharing any close bonds with anyone in the village has made him a potential flight risk. He is given no more time to think, unfortunately. He opens his eyes as he senses a chakra signature that he recognizes. Haku walks into a clearing, humming to herself. Her raven hair is let down and out of the way of her beautiful face. In her hand is a basket that she is using to collect herbs which she will use to make a strong enough painkiller for Zabuza. She was more than happy to be out of the hideout for a bit. Her master has been very cranky recently, but it's to be expected. He isn't used to being in such a position. She spots the silhouette of someone sitting against a tree. She approaches, wanting to get a closer look. She freezes as she realizes it's him, the blonde boy from a few days earlier who had fought against her master. She begins to think, if she were to kill him now, a lot of trouble would be avoided. There is no doubt in her mind that she can handle the two kunoichi he was with without trouble. He is another matter altogether, though. The fact that he was able to take her master on was proof of that. And then there is his sensei. That man is dangerous. As much as it pains her to admit it, he may be stronger than Zabuza. She approaches him, reaching out for his neck. She nearly jumps in surprise when he grabs her wrist with his eyes still closed. His eyelids open, revealing his ocean blue eyes. Haku is captivated by them. She finds herself unable to move. She is broken out of this trance when he speaks. "Can I help you?" Naruto asks with a raised eyebrow in pretense. Was she going to try and finish me off before our next meeting, he assesses. Oh, she stumbles, still in awe. "I apologize. I saw you sleeping and wanted to wake you up. You'll catch your death sleeping out here in the cold," she lies while smiling at him. A good liar, he observes. He glances at the basket in her hand. He recognizes the herbs as the ingredients for a painkiller. This is obviously for Zabuza. "I see. My apologies. Please forgive me," he says, standing up and bowing respectfully. "It's fine," she stutters, embarrassed. "I'm Haku. What's your name?" she asks politely. "Naruto," he responds. "What are you doing out all alone?" he asks. "A friend of mine is in pain and in need of medical attention. There are some medicinal herbs in this area that can help," she answers. Naruto offers to help her pick the herbs. She attempts to reject his offer, but he insists, so she shows him the herbs she needs. They get to work, going about the task in silence. Haku begins to have an internal debate with herself on whether she should converse with the blonde or not. Normally, she wouldn't be doing this, but she just can't help but feel enchanted by him and the presence he exudes. She looks over at him and sees his blonde hair move in the breeze, those faint whisker marks on his cheeks, and Naruto is on one knee, picking the medicinal herbs. He can feel Haku's eyes on him. The girl is trying to hide the fact that she is staring at him, but even if it weren't for the fact that Naruto can feel when someone's eyes are on him, he would still be able to tell. Is she thinking about whether to kill him? Perhaps. He stands up, turning his head and looking at her. His cerulean blue eyes meet with hers. His eyes are mysterious. They appear emotionless and blank, masking all within, but Haku can perceive some of what he is trying to hide behind those eyes. They are laced with much the same determination and conviction she had seen on display against her master. His eyes also clearly have a dark look. They look as though they belong to one who has felt great pain, one who has no semblance of trust in anything but himself. Perhaps this is why he masks himself, not revealing what is within. As their eyes meet, his gaze delves into the very core of her being, as if privy to every secret. She feels a blush creep up her neck and tries to will it away, but the sheer fact of her reaction to the handsome blonde only makes her cheeks burn a deeper crimson. Naruto approaches, his hands cupped around a bundle of herbs. He subtly suppresses a raised eyebrow at her sudden change in complexion. Perhaps Zabuza isn't the only one feeling under the weather? He places the herbs in the basket she offers and settles down beside her. "So, you're a shinobi?" she asks, attempting to break the ice and appear nonchalant. Naruto simply offers a nod in reply. "You must be quite powerful," she continues. Naruto responds with a shrug. "That depends entirely on how one defines or measures strength. In my own opinion, I'm fairly strong, but there are many who are far beyond me," he explains. She studies him for a moment longer, lost in thought. "Then why do you fight?" she asks. He turns his head, surprised by the question. "Why do you have to be strong?" "I believe that true strength comes only from having something or someone precious to protect," she presses on. He looks forward and speaks. "There is someone very special to me who taught me so much. I want to one day be his equal and, eventually, surpass him. To become an even greater hero than he was," he says, his voice filled with determination and a smile gracing his lips. He was taken aback that she, of all people, would ask such a question, given the circumstances. Haku is mesmerized as Naruto speaks. The blonde boy's words are full of conviction, and as he talks, a gust of wind touzles his hair. A smile forms on his handsome, heart-shaped face, making him seem even more so. Haku finds herself blushing again as she listens. And besides that, he adds, a thoughtful expression on his face. He notices Haku's face flush a deep red once more. He considers asking about her health but realizes there's no time. Haku subtly resists raising an eyebrow as she hears Naruto's second reason. Her curiosity is piqued, and she tries to ask, but he doesn't give her the chance. "Well, it's been nice to meet you," he says. "I should probably get back to my team." Haku nods. "It's been a pleasure meeting you too, Naruto. I hope our paths cross again soon," she says. A pang of sadness hits her as she realizes their next meeting will be in battle. "Oh, they will. Send Zabuza my regards and tell him I'll be looking forward to our next encounter." These words make Haku nearly drop her basket in shock. She leaps back, her senbon needles at the ready. "You knew? But, how? Why did you help me?" she stammers, overcoming her shock. "You could have tried to kill me earlier, but you didn't. You aren't like Zabuza," he replies to her surprise, having read her so easily. "And, you and I are somewhat alike, we both have people who are precious to us." With that final statement, Naruto turns and walks away without another word, leaving Haku to process the shock. 6 days later. The week had passed without incident. Naruto returned to Tajuna's home the morning after his outburst and apologized to Fugaku for his behavior. Fugaku accepted the boy's apology. He didn't question Naruto, knowing he wouldn't get a worthwhile answer. In the following days, Team 12 continued to guard Tajuna as he worked on the bridge, all while training in preparation for Zabuza and his accomplice return. Fugaku has been observing his students and their recent behavior. They seem to be growing closer to each other. Ino has been pushing herself harder, determined to close the skill gap between herself and her teammates. She has been training in chakra control, genjutsu, taijutsu, and even some ninjutsu. She possesses an affinity for water and earth-natured chakra. Satsuki has been honing her fire-style jutsu and chakra control as well. Her ego was clearly bruised from not being part of the last battle against Zabuza, and she's determined to showcase her skills this time around. Naruto has been focusing on improving his taijutsu. His stamina is incredible. He could train for an entire day without a single break and wake up the next morning ready to do it all over again. Currently, Fugaku is on the bridge with Ino, keeping watch. His other two students should be arriving any moment now for their rotation. Fugaku's eyes scan his surroundings, on high alert. Zabuza is no doubt in fighting condition by now, injured but still a formidable opponent. The robed ninja from the hidden mist could strike at any moment. With Satsuki. Satsuki sighs in frustration as she gathers her belongings. When she woke up that morning for breakfast, she noticed Naruto was missing. Her father explained that Naruto had asked to be excused, citing training as his reason. After breakfast, Fugaku and Ino left with Tajuna for the bridge. Hours passed, and there was no sign of Naruto. She has decided to leave, already running late. She is quite worried. Could something have happened to him? Satsuki wonders to herself. Are you sure you can't wait a little longer? I'm sure he's on his way, Tsunami says to Satsuki. The Uchiha girl looks back at Tsunami, who stands in the doorway. I'm already late. I should get going. For all I know, he's already at the bridge without me, she responds. Tsunami nods in understanding while Inari watches. Well, I'm off, Satsuki says. Be careful, Tsunami replies. Satsuki smiles faintly before stepping out of the house and closing the door behind her. She glances around before leaping away. With Naruto. Naruto is crouched in the rafters of a warehouse. Below him, the room is full of people, about 40 in total. 30 are men, and 10 are teenage girls. 15 of the men are scattered throughout the room, while 14 are gathered around the females, leading them toward the front where a middle-aged man with brown hair, a bald spot, and a large beard stands. How did Naruto end up here? He had been training, and just as he was about to head back to Tajuna's home, he detected the chakra signatures of about 24 people. He heard a scream from where the group was and decided to investigate. He found a group of 14 armed men leading 10 young women through the forest. One of the men had backhanded one of the girls. The sight angered, but did not surprise the blonde. With the Land of Waves having become Gato's criminal empire, human trafficking has become a common occurrence. Naruto could have taken down the thugs then and there, but he chose to let them lead him to their base so he could rescue any other captives, which led to the current situation. The group of men and women are now standing in front of the middle-aged man. We have the order, boss, one of the men says, stepping forward. He is wearing 10 fresh ones, pick of the litter, he says with a smirk. The man doesn't respond verbally. He looks over the girls, taking his time to walk around and inspect each of them. He walks slowly, savoring the girl's visible fear. He nods, then takes out a key and tosses it to the man who spoke. All right, put him with the others, he finally says. The black-haired man nods, and the girls are led to a door on the left side of the front of the room. It is opened, and the girls are forced inside before the door is locked behind them. All right, gather around, the apparent leader shouts. The men in the room comply, gathering in front of him. There's some chatter, but he silences them with a raised hand. Right, Gato's order is ready. Naruto's eyes narrow as his suspicions are confirmed. They work for Gato. So you can all sit back, relax, and get ready for the payday heading your way dash. Boss, the man who spoke earlier interrupts. If I may, I have a proposition. The leader frowns at the interruption. What have I told you about running your mouth while I'm talking? And what the hell are you on about? He questions angrily. Sorry. Gato gave us a job, and we've completed it. We'll get paid, but why should we relax when we can go the extra mile? He asks rhetorically, a sadistic smile spreading across his face. What do you mean, go the extra mile? He asks, growing frustrated. I mean, we should make sure the merchandise we're delivering to Gato is fresh. If you catch my drift, he finishes with the same wry smile. His words are met with shouts of approval from his comrades. The leader raises his hand, silencing them once again. I'm just saying, boss. 45 girls to deliver, 30 of us. The math sounds good enough to me, the man continues, swinging the key on his finger. Murmurs of approval rise. They are silenced this time not by the leader, but by a sound that echoes throughout the room. All heads turn to the back. Naruto drops from his hiding place in the rafters, having heard all he needed. He lands on the ground and watches as the thugs turn toward him. There is silence. Then murmurs begin to fill the room once again. Who the hell is that? It's a kid, obviously. Yeah, but what's he doing here? Talk about terrible timing. The leader looks around the room, becoming agitated. There is silence as the thugs look around, waiting for someone to make a move. The black-haired man holding the key steps forward, still twirling it on his finger. I'll handle this, he says. Hey, kid, you look lost. We were about to attend to some serious business, so why don't you get out of here and find your way home, he says, the lecherous smile from earlier still on his face. Naruto looks at the group, his face a blank canvas. He finally speaks. Every single one of you is going to die, he says simply. There is silence again, followed by laughter from the thugs. You idiots, the leader shouts angrily. He's a shinobi. Don't you see that thing on his head? Kill him, he orders. The thugs finally notice the headband wrapped around Naruto's head, identifying him as a shinobi. Alright, I'll take care of this, says the black-haired thug, putting the key in his back pocket. He draws the katana from his back and runs at Naruto, intending to kill the boy as quickly as possible so he can return to having fun. He raises his katana as he gets closer to the brat. Suddenly, the brat disappears. Naruto vanishes and reappears in front of the katana-wielding thug, striking him in the stomach with his palm, sending him flying backward. While the thug is in mid-air, Naruto inwardly utters the words. Wood style, wood cutting sprigs jutsu. Branches of wood erupt from the thug's body, piercing him in different spots, from his head to his midsection and legs. He falls to the ground, dead. There is complete silence in the room as all eyes are on his body, a pool of blood beginning to form. Marikyo, one of the thugs whispers in a low voice, unable to believe his partner is dead. A loud yell comes from one of the thugs standing in front as he runs forward with a battle axe in hand. All the other thugs follow suit, intent on avenging their fallen friend. Naruto places his hand over the ground. 8 pieces of wood rise from the earth. He holds each one between his fingers and crosses his arms before releasing the projectiles, sending them directly at the thugs. They are on target, each of the 8 pieces stabbing a different thug. Naruto utters the words once again. Wood style, wood cutting sprigs jutsu. Branches of chakra infused would shoot from the bodies of those who were hit, killing them and 5 other thugs who were standing nearby. The thugs are stunned, seeing more of their friends killed. Before they can react, Naruto places his hands in the snake hand sign before slamming a hand on the ground. Wood-style summoning, burrowing carnivorous Buddha. A massive sealing formula appears on the ground where the remaining thugs are standing. A rumbling sound fills the room as the ground shakes. Some of the thugs manage to jump away, but others aren't so lucky. An enormous 4-sided Venus flytrap emerges from the ground, swallowing 9 of the thugs as it rises. The 7 who escape try to run, but it's no use. Vines emerge from the ground, grabbing them and throwing them into the air where they can do nothing but watch as they are devoured. Once it has consumed them all, it disappears in a cloud of smoke. The leader watches as his men are cut down and killed in seconds. He steps back, preparing to run. He turns, only to be met with a punch to the face that sends him tumbling onto his backside. Before he can get up, Naruto grabs him by the scruff of his neck and delivers another right hook that lays him out on the ground. Naruto lifts him and props him up on his knees, forcing him to witness the gruesome scene that has unfolded in the warehouse. Do you see that? He asks rhetorically. Your subordinates are all dead. They had quick deaths and didn't have to endure prolonged pain. You, on the other hand, may not be so fortunate. With that said, I want to know everything there is to know about Gato's criminal activities in the Land of Waves. His arms storage houses. The whereabouts of the other humans he trafficked. His main base of operations and location. Everything, Naruto asks in a low voice. Go to hell, the man spits. Naruto's eyes narrow. He holds his hands in the tiger seal while kicking the man back to the ground. Bringer of darkness jutsu, he says inwardly. Naruto knows that for most people, darkness evokes fear. The man begins to move frantically beneath Naruto. What did you do to me? I can't see, he shouts hysterically. Naruto holds his hands in the snake hand sign. Thorn-covered vines rise from the ground and completely wrap around the man's body, leaving only his head exposed. Talk, Naruto says. The man's only verbal response is a low groan. He grits his teeth, trying to fight the fear that has been amplified by being robbed of his sight and the scream of pain in his gut. Naruto infuses more chakra. The vines tighten and move across the man's skin as the thorns dig deeper, penetrating his flesh. Still playing hard to get? Naruto asks, his voice a challenge. He pours more chakra into his jutsu. The vines constrict even tighter, and their thorns grow, piercing into the man's muscles. The man groans, I don't know. Gato has too many dangerous enemies. He keeps his location a secret. He wails, unable to contain his pain. These vines are laced with poison. I'm sure you can feel it, can't you? That burning sensation in the cuts all over your body. Naruto kneels down and pulls out a kunai. He infuses it with wind-style chakra and presses it against the man's cheek. This is just a taste, he says, dragging the kunao along the man's face, creating another gash on top of the bruises left by Naruto's fists. The pain will only get worse if you don't tell me the truth. Naruto's voice is low and menacing. Alright, I'll tell you, but you have to promise you won't kill me, the gang leader says, giving in. Naruto removes the vines and releases his genjutsu. The man groans in agony as he regains the ability to move and see, discovering his clothes are soaked in his own blood. Naruto sits and crosses his legs. A plume of smoke erupts from his black wristbands, and a scroll appears in his hand. He unrolls it and holds a pen, ready to write. Start talking. The man does, telling him everything he needs to know. Naruto stands up, having gotten the information he came for. What do you even want with Gato? The man asks, still lying on his back and unable to move. I'm going to kill him, Naruto replies. You're going to kill Gato. You won't be the first to try, the man says, groaning in pain. Before the sun sets today, he will be dead, Naruto says, his eyes narrowing. Naruto looks down at the man, who is now desperately trying to move. Don't bother. You're going to be dead soon anyway, he says as he turns and walks toward the room where the kidnapped girls are held. What? But we had a deal. I gave you what you wanted, the man says hysterically. I don't recall agreeing to anything with you, he says plainly. In fact, I made myself quite clear from the start. I said you and your whole gang would die, didn't I? He says as he continues walking. He stops in front of the metal door and pulls out two kunao. With Satsuki. Satsuki lands, having arrived at her destination. She walks toward Ino and Fugaku. Satsuki, where is Naruto? Fugaku asks. Satsuki curses under her breath. He didn't show up. Sensei, he didn't return to Tajuna's house. I assumed that was a sign for us to meet here, she replies. Before Fugaku can respond, a scream rings out. The group rushes to the sound, and what they find surprises but doesn't shock them. Tajuna's workers are all scattered about. They appear to have been attacked. Fugaku frowns and turns to see mist rolling in. It seems he's back, Fugaku says. The two girls draw their kunao while Fugaku creates two earth clones and orders them to guard Tajuna. Two approaching silhouettes become visible in the mist, one bigger than the other. Even from this distance, one of them is recognizable to the whole group, while Fugaku is the only one who recognizes the other. Where is the blonde brat? Zabuza asks, looking the group over. He has bandages wrapped over parts of his body, clearly hiding the burns he suffered. He's not here right now, but he's on his way. Don't let that concern you, you've already got your hands full with me, Fugaku says, challenging Zabuza. The swordsman narrows his eyes as his hand grips the handle of his executioner's blade on his back. Fugaku appears in front of Zabuza, a kunao poised to pierce the man's chest. Zabuza reacts fast, blocking the kunao with the flat side of his executioner's blade. Haku, just as we planned. You handle those brats, and I'll deal with him, Zabuza says with his eyes closed as Fugaku activates his Sharingan. Yes, Master Zabuza, his masked accomplice replies before leaping away. Ino and Satsuki follow. You know those two are no match for Haku, right? They're just newly promoted genin. She's on a whole other level, far beyond them, Zabuza says as he tries to overpower Fugaku. As I said before, you've already got your hands full with me, so I'd advise you not to get distracted, Fugaku responds with a smirk. The two jump back from each other and stand in silence. I see, you plan on fighting with your eyes closed to counter my visual jutsu, Fugaku assesses. You need to make eye contact to use your genjutsu. This will make sure that's not possible for you. My specialty is killing based purely on sound. Not having my eyes open won't hinder me at all, Zabuza says, smirking. Well, it doesn't matter, because I'm stronger than you, Fugaku states in a matter-of-fact tone with a cocky smirk. An irritated frown appears on Zabuza's face. Our last meeting was proof of that. I'll admit, I let you get under my skin, but that won't happen again. All I have to do is overpower you. Your failure to compare to me will be your downfall, Fugaku continues, trying to anger Zabuza. Zabuza gets angry. He knows that the last time he faced Fugaku, he was on the defensive whenever they went one-on-one. If it hadn't been for Haku, he would be dead. But the Uchiha had still let himself get nearly killed by the swordsman. That fact alone means Zabuza can and will kill him. He lifts his blade and points it right at Fugaku. Do yourself a favor and don't underestimate me, Zabuza says in a threatening tone. You are strong. At one point, you were strong enough to be a cage. But it's like I said before. You're not the same shinobi you once were. Our last meeting is a clear indication of that. And it will be your downfall, Zabuza vows, once again using the Uchiha's words against him. Fugaku smirks. A plume of smoke forms at his hands. The smoke quickly clears, revealing a tanto with a black blade in the Uchiha's hands. Zabuza grins at this. The two charge at each other. Meanwhile, with Haku, Ino, and Satsuki. Haku stands silently across from Ino and Satsuki. I'm very sorry, but I must do as Master Zabuza orders, Haku says, sounding genuinely apologetic. What are you apologizing for? Satsuki says as she runs forward alongside Ino. You're the one who's about to get her butt kicked, Ino says. The pair jump into the air. Ino unleashes a torrent of shuriken while Satsuki weaves through a set of hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, small balls of fire emerge from Satsuki's mouth and set the shuriken ablaze as they fly straight for Haku. The masked ninja dodges them only to be met with a kick to the back that sends her flying forward. Fast, she thinks as she's sent toward Ino. Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. Ino yells as she sends multiple balls of water barreling toward Haku. They hit their target, who is sent in the opposite direction. Satsuki sidesteps Haku as she flies through the air and spin kicks her in the side. Haku lands on the ground and skids before stopping. With Fugaku and Zabuza, blades clash, resulting in a shower of sparks. Fugaku smirks at his opponent, as does Zabuza with his eyes still closed. The two fight for dominance. Zabuza pushes Fugaku back before lifting his blade and bringing it down, attempting to cut him in half. Fugaku raises his tanto, stopping the swordsman's attack. He tries to sweep the swordsman's legs out from under him. Zabuza jumps up and blocks the blade aimed at his stomach with the flat side of his executioner's blade. Fugaku inhales and blows out a small fireball at point-blank range that heads for Zabuza's face. The swordsman's enhanced senses allow him to feel it coming, and he jumps and rolls out of the way. He jumps to his feet and skids to a halt. At least you're smart enough to realize that even with those eyes of yours, you can't hope to defeat me in a sword duel, especially since my executioner's blade is far superior to that tanto, Zabuza says, smirking. Fugaku smirks. You disappoint me, Zabuza. It is true that your executioner's blade is formidable, but it's useless in the hands of someone who can't use it, Fugaku says. It isn't the blade itself that is special, but what the wielder can do with it, Fugaku continues. Zabuza nods in agreement with this philosophy. True, but what can you do with that blade? He asks in a challenging manner. Let's find out, Fugaku responds. He breathes fire onto his tanto. An orange aura surrounds it. Fugaku appears in front of Zabuza and swings at the swordsman's midsection. Zabuza jumps back, dodging the swing while chuckling at the weak attack. Zabuza grunts as he suddenly clutches his stomach, which has suffered a burn. What is this? He set his blade on fire? Zabuza is forced to duck under a swing aimed at his neck. He jumps back as Fugaku swings at him again. Once again, he is not cut but suffers a burn to his right leg. This is what I can do, Fugaku shouts. With Naruto. Naruto approaches Tajuna's home. After he had freed the captives at the warehouse, he had told them to return to their homes and spread the word that Gato's oppressive rule would be over by the end of the day. Afterward, he had completely destroyed the warehouse before getting sick and vomiting in the bushes. This is the first time he has ever killed anyone. He needs to hurry. Something in his gut is telling him this. He knows Satsuki has already left. He has come here to make sure Inari and Tsunami are safe. His eyes narrow. He senses 4 chakra signatures inside the house. Inside Tajuna's house. Let go of me. Tsunami yells at the man who has grabbed her by the arm. He backhands her, sending her falling onto her backside. I said you're coming with us, he says. Inari watches on in despair. When he had heard a loud noise, he had come downstairs to see these 2 men trying to take his mother. Leave her alone, he shouts desperately. All heads in the room turn to the boy. Hey, nobody said anything about a kid, the shorter of the 2 says. Doesn't matter, take care of him, the one who has a hold of Tsunami says. The shorter thug complies, stepping toward Inari while unsheathing his sword. Inari's life begins to flash before his eyes. He sees himself growing up in the care of his grandpa and his mother. He sees himself nearly drowning and meeting Kaiza for the first time. He sees Kaiza dying and finally sees Naruto speaking to him. Become a hero. Inari narrows his eyes. The man raises his sword in the air, preparing to kill the boy. So long, kid. Before he can bring his blade down, he suddenly hunches over. He feels even the strength to scream in pain leave him as Inari punches him in the groin. Inari kicks the man's legs out from under him, laying him out on the floor, much to the shock of the other 2 people in the room. You're so dead, kid, the man is barely able to say while clutching at his injured privates. Alright, that's it, the other thug says, getting up and stalking toward Inari. He stops about halfway, dropping his weapon. My eyes. What's going on? I can't see, he yells hysterically. He isn't allowed to say anything else as he falls forward onto the ground. Naruto! Inari exclaims happily, seeing the blonde ninja standing over the now unconscious thug. Naruto smiles at Inari as he walks forward. The thug lying in front of Inari jumps back to his feet, gripping his sword. He prepares to make Naruto pay for taking out his partner, but before he can do so, he drops to his knees, this time yelling in pain as Inari kicks him in the groin from behind. While he is curled up in a ball on the floor, Naruto chops the man in the neck, knocking him out as well. Meanwhile, Inari rushes toward his mother, who welcomes him with a warm embrace as the two tear up at nearly losing one another. Naruto smiles sadly at this scene. He walks toward the two, who look up at him. Inari, you did it, you became a hero, he says, smiling down at the boy. Really? Inari asks in awe, not having taken in all that had just happened. Yeah, you put your life on the line to protect your mother. That's no doubt heroic. Your dad would be proud, he says. More tears flow down Inari's cheeks at these words. His mother, seeing this, hugs him tighter. Naruto creates 5 shadow clones. They will protect you until this is all over, Naruto says as he walks toward the door. By the end of this day, this nation will be free, I give you my word, Naruto says before shutting the door behind himself. With Satsuki, Ino, and Haku. Haku gets up onto her knees and hands. That was unexpected. Their teamwork is very impressive. She stands up and looks to see the two standing side by side. Your teamwork is impressive. I've underestimated you. But now the time has come for this to end, Haku says to the two. You're right, Ino responds while glaring. Satsuki, let's finish this. The Uchiha female nods, and the two charge forward, intent on ending things so they can join their sensei. They skid to a halt as Haku steps back into the mist and disappears. The mist becomes thicker as this happens. They stand back to back, each holding a kunao. Ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku's voice rings out through the mist. The pair of genin can only watch as mirror-like sheets of ice form in the air, creating a dome around them. There are 21 mirrors in total. 12 are at ground level, 8 float above the first 12 and are angled toward the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and directly faces the ground. An image of their opponent is clearly visible in each mirror. It ends now, the masked female's voice says once more. A hail of Senbon mirrors rains down from above on the genin, with Zabuza and Fugaku. Zabuza pants as his body drips with sweat. Fugaku is proving more and more difficult to fight against. Fugaku appears behind Zabuza. The swordsman whips around in an attempt to behead his opponent. Fugaku jumps back while swinging his blade. An arc of fire-style chakra emerges and heads straight for Zabuza. The former hidden mist shinobi moves out of the way, and although he doesn't take the full force of the attack, it grazes his side. He plants his feet on the ground, skidding to a halt. He touches his side and grunts. Another burn on top of the several ones and cuts he's already suffered. Fugaku smirks, seeing the look of frustration on his opponent's face. You must have noticed it earlier. Unlike other swords, this one has a black-colored blade. That's because it's made of a special kind of ore I forged myself. It effectively conducts, makes use of, and even amplifies fire-style chakra. It can only be used by one who possesses a particularly strong affinity to fire-style, such as an Uchiha. With this blade, I am able to do 3 things at once: cut, pierce, and scorch, Fugaku explains with the smirk still present on his face. Zabuza frowns. So that's how. Fugaku speeds forward with his blade in hand. Zabuza weaves through a set of hand signs. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. A large dragon rises up and roars. It speeds forward toward Fugaku. Just as the two are about to meet, Fugaku raises his blade and pushes more chakra into it, making the fire burn stronger. He brings his tanto down, cutting the dragon in half. Zabuza gasps lowly in shock as his water dragon is bisected. Fugaku takes advantage of his opponent's shock and appears in front of him. He moves to stab the swordsman in the heart and end the battle. Zabuza curses as he realizes he can't dodge the incoming attack. "Yah!" he yells as he raises his arm to stop the sword, and it embeds itself in it, piercing and burning him at the same time. Cut, pierce, and scorch, Fugaku says in a voice of intent. With Satsuki, Haku, and Ino. Satsuki is unsure of what's worse, the physical pain tormenting her body or the creeping numbness taking over her. Everything had been fine until this dome of ice mirrors suddenly appeared. Haku had been relentlessly attacking them with waves of Senbon needles ever since. Satsuki had tried using her fire style to break the mirrors, but they reassembled themselves instantly. Ino is on her knees, struggling to hold on. She doesn't think she can handle anymore. Wave after wave of steel is raining down on them. She glances up at Satsuki, who, like her, is covered in Senbon needles, cuts, and is bleeding. Satsuki, I don't think I can take much more. We can't land a single blow, and things are only getting worse. Ino's voice is filled with agony. Satsuki holds out her hand, her eyes darting around at the many mirrors. Come on, Ino. We have to keep fighting, Satsuki says, looking down at her teammate. You can do this, she says. From inside one of the mirrors, Haku watches them, a flicker of pity in her heart. Naruto could show up at any moment. I need to be ready for him. It's time to end this, she thinks to herself with a hint of sadness. She draws her senbon and launches them at the two girls. Ino looks up at her teammate and takes her hand, finding a new burst of resolve from the Uchiha's words. Her eyes widen as she sees the enemy release another wave of senbon. She knows there is no way to dodge. She pulls Satsuki to the ground and jumps up, standing over the Uchiha with her arms outstretched. Time seems to slow down as the senbon approach. She closes her eyes. Time snaps back to normal as the senbon hit her body, piercing her arms, chest, abdomen, and legs. All the remaining strength in her body drains away as she is met with the hail of steel. Her legs give out and she falls backward. Satsuki has no time to protest as Ino pulls her to the ground. She lands on her stomach and rolls onto her back, only to see Ino standing there, covered in steel. Ino, Satsuki whispers, the sight having robbed her of her voice. She lunges forward as Ino falls backward and catches her in her arms. Ino! Satsuki's voice is filled with horror. Ino looks up at Satsuki, clearly struggling to keep her eyes open. You idiot! Why? Why did you do that? Satsuki demands, unable to comprehend why her teammate would do such a thing. Ino gurgles, struggling to form a response. Gasp, because, we're teammates and we're swimming partners. Satsuki's eyes widen as she realizes what Ino is talking about. Flashback. Ino and Satsuki stand on the surface of the water, deeply focused as they infuse their chakra. After their fight with Zabuza, Fugaku was teaching them to walk and fight on water. Both are soaked, a clear sign they haven't quite mastered the training yet. They stand in complete silence. Ino glances nervously at Satsuki, who is standing with her eyes closed. Should she say something? She wants to get closer to her teammates and become friends. Naruto is naturally more quiet and reserved, but he has been making an effort and opening up recently. Satsuki, on the other hand, is a different story. Her female teammate has tunnel vision, her only focus on getting stronger. Ino wants to change that but doesn't know how. Her eyes widen and a smirk appears as an idea comes to her. Satsuki continues to infuse her chakra with her eyes closed. She can feel Ino staring at her, and has been for the past several minutes. What is she thinking about? It doesn't matter, she tells herself. Just focus. Satsuki hears a splash and doesn't bother to open her eyes. Then she hears more splashing. She opens her eyes to see Ino thrashing in the water, drowning. She must have finally run out of strength. Satsuki runs toward Ino and holds out her hand. Ino grabs it. Suddenly, a smile appears on her face, and before Satsuki knows it, her teammate has pulled her into the water. She breaks the surface to find Ino laughing loudly. What the hell is wrong with you? Satsuki shouts angrily. As if it wasn't bad enough she couldn't get the training right, now she had to deal with this nuisance. You told your dad you'd fallen less than 10 times today, Ino manages to say between laughs. And, Satsuki shouts, frustrated. This is the 35th time you've fallen in today, Ino laughs. Satsuki continues to glare at Ino. Then her lip begins to quiver as she tries to hold back a smile. She fails. She smiles and starts laughing along with her blonde teammate. They laugh together, treading water the whole time. Come on, let's swim back to shore, Ino says, making Satsuki laugh even harder. The two swim back to the beach and lie on their backs together. After a while of silence, Ino speaks again. You're a racehorse, aren't you? Ino asks. Satsuki turns her head to look at the Yamanaka heiress with a raised eyebrow. You're all tunnel vision. Forward is all that exists, Ino continues. Satsuki looks back up and sighs before chuckling. I know, that's just how I was raised, she responds. Well, it's easy for you to say. You're the floral expert, Satsuki says to Ino. It's the Yamanaka's turn to chuckle. She sits up and looks down at Satsuki with a serious expression. It's okay not to get everything perfect the first time, and until you get this down, and maybe even after, if you'll let me, I'll be your swimming partner, Ino says, smiling. Satsuki sits up, looks at Ino, and giggles. All right, well, it's good to see you two hard at work. The two girls wince. They both turn to see Fugaku standing next to Naruto with his arms crossed. Sensei, Ino says with a forced smile. Fugaku sighs. You two go rest for the next couple of hours, then head back to the bridge with Tajuna, he orders. He turns to his other student. Naruto, time to get to your training, he says, pointing to the ocean. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Sensei, I've already mastered this, Naruto says, confused. You're very impressive, but you can always be better. We'll start with laps. There's a small island with 2 pine trees not far from here. Get moving, Fugaku orders. Naruto sighs. He takes off his jacket before removing his tight jersey, leaving him topless. Fugaku shows no outward reaction but is impressed by his student's incredible physique, especially for his age. He isn't overly bulky but is well built. His arms are toned and sculpted, and his abs are clearly visible with a six-pack on display. Ino's mouth drops open, and her face turns beet red in seconds. She stares at Naruto in complete awe of his body. His face and hair aren't too bad either. Who knew Menma's older brother was so hot? Unlike Ino, Satsuki at least tries to hide her reaction, and though her jaw isn't on the floor, she is just as red as a tomato. She shakes her head. What is this? She's seen this kind of behavior plenty of times, but it's never happened to her before. Fugaku chuckles at the reactions of the two females on his team, especially his daughter. Wait until Mikato hears about this. Meanwhile, Naruto, as always, acts completely oblivious as he takes off. Flashback end. But most of all because we're friends. At least I think we're friends. We are friends, aren't we? Ino asks, looking deep into Satsuki's eyes, searching for an answer before one is given. Why, yes, of course we're friends, Satsuki manages to stutter as tears stream down her cheeks. She smiles at her friend, trying to give her strength. Ino is the first friend she has had in years. Ino flashes her own smile, a mix of joy and sadness. She finally became friends with Satsuki, but she wouldn't get to know the aloof girl more. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy we're friends, Ino's eyes glaze over and close. She stops smiling, her grip on Satsuki's hand goes slack, and she stops breathing. Ino. Satsuki shouts in a panicked voice. Hey, open your eyes. We're supposed to keep fighting. Come on, please, just open your eyes. Satsuki pleads as tears flow again. No, this can't be happening. She's lost so many already, she can't lose Ino. Haku feels pity and guilt as she looks on at the scene. While this is the perfect opportunity to end the battle, she will allow the girl to mourn her fallen comrade. It will do no harm, as she will be dead herself in a matter of moments. Satsuki gently lays Ino's body on the ground. She stands up and walks past it with her head down. She looks up at the mirror where the enemy is and stares directly into her eyes. Haku's eyes widen in shock as she meets the gaze of the jet black-haired girl. Her eyes are now crimson red. Her left eye has a single tomo mark slowly rotating around her pupil, while her right eye has two tomo marks slowly rotating as well. The Sharingan. She's an Uchiha too. How could she not have realized it sooner? It doesn't matter, Haku tells herself. Now that her Kekii Genkai is awakened, she might actually be dangerous. Now she really needs to end this. Before she can act, a figure appears in front of the Uchiha. It's him. Naruto appears in front of Satsuki. To Haku's surprise, he looks straight up at the mirror she's in. His eyes are different now, cold and filled with a sense of dread. Naruto, Satsuki says in a cold tone. Satsuki, Ino, is she? Naruto asks, unable to finish his sentence, lacking the strength to even ask. Get out of the way, Satsuki orders. I see, Naruto responds. Let me finish this, I said get out of the way. You show up late and you let Ino die, and yet you still want to play the hero, Satsuki says, her voice venom-laced as she glares at Naruto's back. Suddenly, a burst of chakra erupts from Naruto. The atmosphere changes as a white aura surrounds him. The ground beneath him cracks as Satsuki steps back, intimidated. Haku's body stiffens as she sees that power on display once more. She draws her senbon and launches them at him. Naruto infuses chakra and releases it in a burst, blowing the senbon away. Haku's eyes widen in shock as she looks around the dome and realizes that cracks are forming in the mirrors. How is this possible? She looks down to where Naruto is and sees that cold, deadly look in his eyes again. Suddenly, he appears right in front of the mirror she is in. Acting fast, she attempts to speed to another mirror. He grabs her foot and tosses her to the ground, not allowing her to do so. The impact creates a spiderweb of cracks. Naruto lands on the ground and watches as she sits up. He disappears and reappears in front of her with his fist pulled back. He unleashes a powerful punch that shatters her mask and sends her flying to the other end of the dome. She rolls before skidding to a stop. He walks forward and stands by Satsuki's side, who is staring at him in shock. Naruto places his hands at his side and gathers wind style. It forms a ball that grows to nearly the size of his body. Wind style, godly wind from the mountains, he shouts, releasing it and sending it right at Haku. Forgive me, Master Zabuza. I have failed. With Zabuza and Fugaku. Fugaku pushes his blade deeper into Zabuza's upper arm. Zabuza's other arm, which holds his executioner's blade, has a tight grip from the Uchiha. Zabuza grunts as he can see the Tanto's blade now protruding from the other side of his arm. He can feel it burning. Suddenly, the two shinobi feel a humongous spike in chakra. I told you he was on his way, Fugaku says, smirking. Zabuza kicks Fugaku in the gut, sending him back. He embeds his executioner's blade in the ground and pulls the now bloody Tanto out of his arm. Give it up. You were already hard-pressed against me, so there's no way you can hope to beat me with one arm, Fugaku advises. Zabuza frowns in response. Haku jumps down next to him. Her mask is gone, and she is covered in cuts and bleeding all over. Haku. Forgive me, Master Zabuza. He was just too strong. He destroyed my jutsu, she says, falling to her knees. She had narrowly escaped. If she hadn't jumped away at the last second, she would probably be dead right now. Naruto and Satsuki appear on either side of their sensei, with Satsuki holding Ino in her arms. Naruto, why are you late? Fugaku questions, his voice stern. Forgive me, sensei. I had to deal with another gang of Gato's subordinates, but I was able to gain useful and considerable information on his operations, including his whereabouts. And sensei, I detect a large amount of chakra signatures headed this way, Naruto responds. Fugaku nods at this. Dad, Satsuki whimpers. Fugaku turns to see his daughter crying. He hasn't seen her cry in years. He looks down at Ino in her arms and sees she isn't breathing. His face darkens. How could he have let this happen? What is he going to say to Inoichi? He turns to Zabuza and Haku and steps forward, intent on ending them both right here and now. Suddenly, the tapping of a cane echoes across the bridge, breaking the silence. A sneering voice cuts through the mist. Well, the demon of the hidden mist is nothing but a legend, it seems. A short man emerges from the fog. Gato, what the hell are you doing here, and what did you just say to me? Zabuza demands, his voice seething with anger. I said you're just hype. All smoke and mirrors. I gave you a simple task, and you failed. As for why I'm here, it's time for some cleanup. And there's no better time than now to get rid of all of you, while you're weak and vulnerable, he cackles. Silhouettes begin to materialize in the mist. A large group of men, all armed, step out of the fog. A deep scowl forms on Zabuza's face. You're a dead man, Gato. I'm going to carve you up like a pig in a butcher shop. Nobody stabs me in the back, he growls, his voice full of menace. I won't let any of you touch Master Zabuza, Haku says, pulling himself to his feet and stepping forward. You're both in no condition to fight, Naruto says. Zabuza and Haku turn their heads to look at him. Zabuza's frown deepens. One arm missing wouldn't normally be a problem, but the severe burns are too much to endure. Haku is bleeding profusely, and though he tries to conceal it, he's struggling to stay upright. Sensei, Naruto says, stepping forward. You and I will handle this, he continues, pulling out 2 kunao. Fugaku nods in agreement and moves forward with his student. He approaches Zabuza, who hands him his tanto with a nod. Kill them all, Gato screams. The men let out a battle cry and charge towards the group. Naruto and Fugaku run forward to meet them. Fugaku swiftly slices through one enemy after another, his relentless momentum never breaking. He moves with zero wasted effort, each strike a lethal blow. Naruto employs a similar strategy, using his kunao to deliver fatal strikes. Whenever the thugs attempt to overwhelm him with numbers, he releases concentrated bursts of wind chakra, blowing them back. Gato watches in horror as the 2 shinobi tear through his army of over 200 men as easily as a warm knife through butter. Go! Kill them, he orders, shoving more men forward. Fugaku sees the second wave of men closing in. Naruto vanishes instantly, needing no further instruction. Fugaku quickly forms a series of hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He exhales a gigantic fireball that spans the entire width of the bridge, engulfing several mercenaries. They shriek in terror as they are incinerated. Gato gasps, seeing more than half his army wiped out in a single attack. He begins to back away. Get me out of. He spins around to find all 4 of his bodyguards lying on the ground, their throats slashed. Before he can react, Naruto delivers a swift kick directly to his face, sending him sprawling. "Ayah!" he screams, clutching his now broken nose. Despite the tears in his eyes, he can clearly see Naruto walking toward him. The boy stands over him. Gato trembles in fear as he sees a massive creature with gleaming white fangs and golden eyes standing behind the boy. It's a lion. Please, I'll give you anything, just don't kill me. Sorry, but I don't break promises, Naruto says coldly. Before Gato can even utter a final scream, his head rolls off his shoulders and onto the ground. Hours later. After Gato's death, many of his hired mercenaries tried to flee, seeing no reason to continue fighting. Naturally, none were allowed to escape. Naruto handed the scroll containing all of Gato's operational intelligence to Tajuna. Satsuki wanted to kill Haku despite all that had happened, but Fugaku managed to calm her down. Haku then revealed that he hadn't killed Ino but had simply put her into a deep slumber. Zabuza shook his head at this, telling Haku that he was far too soft before confessing he was glad Naruto hadn't killed him and that he meant a lot to him. Haku teared up upon hearing this. When Ino awoke, Satsuki hugged her tightly before smacking her on the head for scaring her. Fugaku expressed his relief, joking that if she had died, he would have followed her into the afterlife when her father found out. Naruto told her he was happy she was okay and smiled at her, to which she responded with a simple smile and a slight blush. Satsuki then profusely apologized to Naruto for her earlier words to him. He accepted her apology, saying he understood her emotional state at the time. The moment has come for Team 12 to depart the land of waves. They stand on the bridge alongside Haku and Zabuza, facing all the villagers, including Tajuna and his family. "Are you sure you have to leave so soon?" Tsunami asks, her voice pleading. "I'm afraid so," Fugaku replies. Tajuna steps forward. "Words can't express my gratitude." He falls to his knees. "Thank you so much." Fugaku offers an awkward smile, unsure how to react to the display, and his eyes narrow when he realizes his two female students are laughing at him. He turns his head to see his third student speaking to Inari. Inari sniffs and wipes the tears from his cheeks. "Hey, chin up. You're a hero now, right?" Naruto says with a smile. Inari nods. "Right," he says, smiling. "I'm a hero. So, what are we going to do now?" Haku asks. Zabuza, whose arm is in a sling, raises an eyebrow, a bit taken aback by the question. He sighs. "This whole thing with Gato has really made me think about a few things. We're going back to the land of water to fight for our home," he says, his eyes narrowing. Haku nods at this. "Well, we'll be heading out now," Fugaku says. "Goodbye," all the villagers shout as the group walks away. "So, what should we name the bridge?" Tajuna yells. Excited chatter and a flurry of suggestions erupt. Inari tugs on Tajuna's shirt. He bends down, and Inari whispers in his ear. Tajuna smiles and stands up. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" Tajuna suggests. Shouts of approval erupt, and the decision is made. The bridge is named after the hero who saved the land of waves. The rustling of leaves in the wind mingles with the sound of footsteps on the dirt path. The large, open green gates of the Hidden Leaf Village are clearly visible to the returning Team 12. Fugaku watches his squad walk ahead of him toward the village, the scene bringing back old memories. He resists the urge to sigh as he contemplates how he's going to explain all the events of his team's mission. He's not worried about Minato, he can handle the Hokage. It's his wife he's concerned about. When she finds out he pursued a mission above his team's assigned rank and potentially put their daughter in danger. The ordeal in Wave Country had hopefully done some work in opening his team's eyes to the realities of the shinobi world. It had certainly opened his own eyes a bit. "I can't believe it took me so much trouble to take down Zabuza," the Uchiha patriarch scoffs inwardly. Minato was right. "I am rusty." "Unacceptable," he shakes his head. Ino, in contrast to the contemplative frown on her sensei's face, has a smile as she lays eyes on the entrance to her birthplace, elated to be back home. "Just wait until the others hear that Team 12 successfully completed an A-rank mission. They're going to be so jealous," she says, looking to her left at her female teammate. Satsuki gives no response, clearly not even having heard Ino's words, her eyes fixed on one thing. The Yamanaka girl raises an eyebrow and looks ahead at Satsuki's current focus. Her eyes narrow in thought as she looks back to see Satsuki still staring at Naruto. "Did something happen while I was knocked out?" Ino wonders to herself. Satsuki doesn't spare the village a glance as her eyes remain on her blonde male teammate, her mind on what she had witnessed from him. An enemy ninja, undoubtedly at least Haichinen level, had overwhelmed both her and Ino to the point of toying with them, and he had shown up and, in a matter of seconds, defeated Haku and nearly killed him. She wasn't sure before, but she is now. Naruto is surely the strongest ninja in his graduating class. He must be. No one her age in the village is capable of such feats. It baffles her how he was able to hide such strength for so long, widely known as a hopeless dunce who lacked the talent all the others in his family possessed. That was another thing that confused her. Her immediate assumption was that if Naruto is this strong, it's surely because of training he received from his parents, but upon closer inspection, it seems less likely that's the case. Naruto doesn't fight like Menma, Mito, or Yayoi at all. He doesn't use the same taijutsu style as the three and doesn't have the same jutsu in his arsenal. It looks as though he was trained entirely differently. "Just where is all this strength coming from, and why do you seem so desperate to keep it hidden?" she asks, watching as the blonde walks ahead of his teammates, opening a water bottle. "I will find out just who you are, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Naruto takes a sip from his water bottle, well aware of the two pairs of eyes on him. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. One pair has only just begun staring, but the other has been on him for what seems like ages now. He can't be sure why Satsuki is staring at him. He can only guess. She had seen him unleash his power, take down and try to kill Haku, and kill all those mercenaries on the bridge during the mission. Is she scared of me now, he asks himself. He hopes not. What a pain that would be. He'll have to try to read her body language later when they are face to face. The dirt path turns to stone as Team 12 steps back into the village hidden in the leaves. Team 12 reporting back from. The team's leader doesn't finish his sentence as he is met with an unpleasant sight. The two village gatekeepers are fast asleep. "You guys pick up the pace and make your way to the tower. I just need a few moments," Fugaku tells his students. The three genin comply, taking to the rooftops. Fugaku steps forward to stand right in front of the sleeping Chunin, one of them clearly snoring. He slams his fist onto the wooden desk where their heads rest. Katetsu jumps in a startled panic from the sudden awakening, falling off his chair onto the floor. Izumo wakes up with a fright to come face to face with a frowning Fugaku Uchiha. "Lo Lord Fugaku, I see you've returned from your mission. What took so long?" Izumo chuckles nervously. The Jonin doesn't respond, simply frowning at him for what seems like an eternity. Fugaku looks down at the chair Izumo is sitting on and back at the Chunin. The boy takes the hint and jumps to his feet. "Yuug," Katetsu moans as he gets up. "What the hell, man? What's the big idea?" He finishes slowly, finally seeing who gave him his rude awakening. "Lord Fugaku, welcome back," he says, gulping and standing at attention like his partner. Fugaku looks both Chunin up and down as they sweat bullets. He reaches over the desk and grabs both chairs they were sitting on and looks the young ninja over before finally speaking. "If I ever catch the two of you asleep on duty again," he says in a low, menacing tone. The Uchiha Jonin disappears in a puff of smoke, not bothering to finish his sentence. Outside Hokage Tower, Naruto, Ino, and Satsuki-sensei appears in a puff of smoke before them. The three of them raise their eyebrows at once upon seeing the two chairs in each of Fugaku's hands before realization dawns on them. The three chuckle to themselves. "Sensei," Naruto says, shaking his head and chuckling. "What?" Fugaku says, smirking. "What's got you three amused? Let's head inside." Inside the Hokage's office, Minato sits back in his chair as Team 12 stands before him. The four-man squad had been assigned an escort mission, C rank, and was scheduled to be back a while ago. Team 12 reporting back from the Land of Waves, Fugaku says. "Welcome back, Team 12, the Hokage says. He looks at the team's Jonin once again, seeing the two chairs in his hands. Fugaku, what are the chairs for?" the village leader asks, confused. "Consider them gifts. Your office seemed pretty bare last I was here. Figured you need more furniture," Fugaku says, placing the chairs down in front of the Hokage's desk while his genin shake their heads. "Oh, well, thank you. You were scheduled to be back some time ago. I imagine some complications arose during your assignment," Minato says, leaning forward. "Yes. Due to unforeseen circumstances, including the involvement of Chunin and Jonin level ninja, the C-rank mission assigned to us escalated into an A-rank level assignment," Fugaku says, causing Minato's eyes to widen in shock. "I see. Why is it you were unable to return to the village sooner to blacklist the mission requester?" "Because I made the decision to continue with and complete the mission," Fugaku says calmly. The fourth's eyes narrow. "You chose to pursue an A-rank level mission with a team of genin, newly promoted at that? How could you be so irresponsible?" the village leader asks, raising his voice on the last sentence. Fugaku doesn't flinch or show any emotion. "Lord Hokage," Naruto says, directing the attention of everyone in the room to himself. "It wasn't Fugaku-sensei's decision alone to continue with the mission. I was." "Silence, Naruto," Fugaku says, interrupting the blonde. "The two of you as well," he says, glancing at his daughter and Ino, who also look ready to spring to his defense. He turns back to face Minato. "I'm the Jonin commander of this squad. The decision to continue with the mission was mine and mine alone," Fugaku says calmly, his eyes locked with Minato's. The two stare at each other for what seems like an age to the other three in the room. The Hokage sighs, finally breaking eye contact with Team 12's leader to look at the genin. "The three of you are dismissed." "Excuse us," the village leader says. The three don't move, awaiting the instruction of their teacher. "Leave," he says, giving it. "Go home and get some rest." The three reluctantly leave the room, the only sound in the office being that of their feet. It is only when the door shuts and footsteps down the corridor are heard that words are spoken again in the office. "Explain," Minato says. "With Naruto, Ino, and Satsuki. Do you guys think Sensei's in trouble?" Ino asks worriedly, looking to her left at her teammates as they walk down the corridor. "I don't know," Naruto says. "There's nothing we can do about it." Elsewhere in the village, a man looks around nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. He is dressed in the standard attire for shinobi of the leaf. A clear difference, however, is the navy mask on his face that hides the lower part of it. The only visible part of his face is his left eye, the right obscured by his headband tilted over it, which also somewhat holds in place a shock of white spiky hair. Kakashi Hatake should be with his team of genin right now, but he isn't. A shadow clone is instead. One that no doubt took its time getting to his students. Instead, here he is, standing in front of the fridge in someone else's home. A few items are here, including a few bowls of ramen and pasta. Unsurprising. He'd taken some time to examine the kitchen cabinets, and the individual who lives here has a clear fetish for these foods. He closes the fridge and walks back into the living room. He sits down on the sofa and lounges back, flipping out a bright orange book with the words "Make Out Paradise" on the cover, opening it and quietly giggling to himself. Having already given himself a tour of the place, he'll make himself at home while he waits for his host to arrive. With Naruto. Naruto flies forward, jumping from tree to tree. He's not heading home. Not yet. He jumps down onto the ground in a clearing. His training ground. Once word had spread he was using this place, people quickly began to stay away from it. As a result, no one is ever here. He walks toward an isolated tree in the clearing, his surroundings filling him with nostalgia. He relishes the feel of the wind on this hot, clear day. He stands in front of the tree, which has grown to be very large. An inscription has been carved onto it. A single word. Growth. He runs his hand over the word. Every time he came here, before he ever had anyone, he left having grown. Grown just a little stronger, just a little more resilient. And when he found himself alone once again, this is where he came to grow once more. He'd spent many a night here. When he was younger and found himself not wanting to go home, this had been his shelter. His refuge. On warm and cold nights. On calm and stormy ones. Naruto sits down and leans back against the tree, sighing to himself and shutting his eyes. Hello, old friend. It's been a few weeks. Good to yawn. See why. Naruto's head turns as he falls asleep. Hokage's office. Minato sits back, Fugaku having given him his full report, trying to process all this information. One word plagues his mind. Naruto. Naruto really did all that, he asks, staring at one spot on his desk, not looking up at Fugaku. He sure did, responds the Uchiha, who is now sitting back casually in one of the chairs he'd brought in. He looks at his childhood friend closely, seeing him deep in thought. Minato, I think you owe me an explanation. Fugaku says, causing the Hokage to look up at him. When you first told me to watch Naruto closely and report back to you, I thought it was because you simply wanted to be kept updated on his progress since you already have Kushina watching over your other 3 kids. But all I've seen from him and the way you're reacting to me telling you about his strength tells me you didn't know at all what your son is truly capable of, Fugaku says. Minato frowns and looks down again in response. That boy, at first, I thought his immense ability was because of you and Kushina training him, but after seeing him in action, I'm now certain that's not the case. He doesn't fight like either of you. His movements and strikes are different. Even his ninjutsu isn't the same as yours. It's like he was taught by someone else entirely. Tell me, Minato, why wasn't Naruto trained by you and Kushina? How is it that despite this, he's likely the best genin in the entire village? And why don't you even know what your own son is capable of? Fugaku asked. Minato stood up from his desk, turning to walk over to his office window, looking out over the entire village. Thank you, Fugaku. You may leave now. The Uchiha patriarch frowned at this response. He stood up and left without another word. Yamanaka clan compound. Ino swallowed nervously as she sat in her living room, watching her father sit in silence after she just told him about her mission. Inoichi stared at the ground, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He stood up and made his way out of the room. Tell your mother I'll be back in time for supper, he said as he exited. Wait, Daddy. Daddy, where are you going? Ino exclaimed. Oh, no, she said, putting her hands on her face. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Outside Naruto's apartment. Naruto walked toward the entrance of his apartment, the rays of the setting sun shining on him. He yawned, having woken up from a nap a few hours earlier. As he was about to open the gate, he noticed fresh dirt on his welcome mat. He infused chakra and sensed it, a foreign chakra was inside his apartment. The blond boy narrowed his eyes and flipped out a kunao. Uzumaki Namikaze clan compound. The members of the Uzumaki Namikaze family sat in stunned silence. Minato had arrived not long ago and informed them about Naruto being back in the village and the events that had transpired in the Land of Waves, namely, Naruto going head-to-head with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, defeating his closest accomplice, and killing a crime boss to free an entire nation. Fugaku had also told him about the naming of the bridge, which he'd heard about from other travelers on the way back. No way. Big brother really did all that? Yayoi said in disbelief. She knew Naruto to be the weakest of his entire class, and yet here her father was telling her he had faced one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and held his own. A feeling of pride swelled up in her as she smiled. Big brother's stronger than before. How? Mito shook her head in disbelief and recognized the burn of a little jealousy. Naruto, the dead last, had faced one of the most feared men in the shinobi world and made a hero of himself. So there was more to her brother than she had first thought. Menma scoffed to himself inwardly. No way. There's no way the dead last, the loser Naruto, went toe-to-toe with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and saved a whole nation. And yet, here his father was, saying he'd heard it from Sasuke's dad himself. Menma frowned. Perhaps it must have been a fluke, luck. Or perhaps not. So the loser's actually improved for the first time in his life. Menma chuckled inwardly. Naruto could enjoy doing something of note for once in his life. It didn't matter to him. He still didn't compare to someone like Menma, who was the best damn genin in the whole village and the best leaf shinobi of his generation. I don't care what he did. He still doesn't hold a candle to me. Kushina's hair began moving as though it had a life of its own as rage overtook her. The others in the room, seeing what this meant, grew nervous. What? You mean to tell me that bastard Fugaku put my baby boy in danger? Kushina exclaimed. She began to make a beeline for the door, intent on making her way to the Uchiha clan compound. Kushina, calm down, Minato said, standing in her way. Get out of my way, Minato. I'm gonna give that smug asshole what for, she yelled, raising her fist. Minato swallowed nervously at this. Calm down. I've already spoken to Fugaku. Naruto is perfectly fine and safe. Nothing like this will ever happen again, Minato pleaded. Kushina sighed deeply as her hair straightened out. All the others in the house breathed a collective sigh of relief, a potential disaster having been averted. Uchiha clan compound. Come in, Fugaku uttered. The sliding door of his office slid open, revealing Satsuki and Inoichi. Lord Inoichi is here to see you, Dad, she said as the Yamanaka walked in. Inoichi closed the sliding door behind him and turned to Fugaku with a frown on his face. Fugaku was about to ask the Yamanaka to sit, but his guest spoke before he could. I think you know why I'm here, Inoichi said in a low, menacing tone. No, I don't, actually, Fugaku responded calmly. Don't play dumb with me, Inoichi said, his voice rising. I'm not. I'd find no enjoyment in it. You pursued an A-rank mission with a team of newly promoted genin, Fugaku. You recklessly endangered the lives of your students, he said, now shouting. And this is your business because? Fugaku questioned. It's my business because one of those genin is my daughter, the Yamanaka clan had responded. Fugaku took a sip from his glass before speaking. Your daughter is a shinobi, Inoichi. She could die at any moment. If you're not prepared for that possibility, you never should have allowed her to become one, he said calmly. I am. What I'm not prepared for is the possibility of her losing her life because of the gross negligence of her own teacher, Inoichi yelled. Fugaku got up and walked toward the Yamanaka patriarch, standing face to face with him. Ino is my student, and I'll protect her with my life. She might be your daughter, but she's my soldier. I'll order her as I see fit, Fugaku said, still as calm as when Inoichi had first walked in. The blond man put his finger on Fugaku's chest, clearly becoming more enraged. You listen here, pal, if anything happens to my daughter because of you, I'll dash. You'll what? Fugaku said in a lower tone, his eyes narrowing and his face revealing real emotion for the first time in the interaction. Inoichi continued to frown but removed his finger from Fugaku's chest. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm about to have dinner with my family, so unless you plan on joining us, leave, Fugaku said plainly. Inoichi scoffed and left, pushing the sliding door open and leaving it open as he departed. Inside Naruto's apartment, Kakashi felt the cold steel of a kunai knife press against his neck. It's about time, Kakashi said calmly, his eyes still glued to his book. Naruto took the knife off, placing it back in his weapons pouch. Kakashi, hey take. How nice of you to clean your feet before breaking into my house, Naruto said menacingly. Naruto walked around the sofa to come face to face with the famed copy ninja, who continued reading his book for a bit before looking up at Naruto as though there was nothing strange about the situation. What do you want? Naruto asked. Uzumaki Namikaze clan compound. That of the full moon and stars above was the only light visible. This, coupled with the mist, made it difficult for Naruto to see. Sensei, the boy called out to the figure dressed in white walking ahead of him. The figure continued to walk, his words seemingly not registering. Sensei, the blond boy called out as he gave chase, seeing the figure immersed in mist, only the outline of its silhouette being visible. He ran, the figure somehow eluding him despite its calm walk compared to his sprint. He emerged from the mist and looked behind himself to see it completely gone, along with the trees and forestry from before. The full moon and stars still hung in the clear sky as he stood in a deserted street. He looked ahead once again at the figure, now hooded in black rather than the white from before, which had now come to a stop. Sensei? Naruto repeated, his voice now laced with uncertainty. The figure turned, its face hidden in the shadow cast by its hood, the only visible part being a single eye with a three-tomo pattern around its pupil, glowing a fierce red in the darkness. The figure pulled off its hood, revealing the face of a boy, likely in his early teens. His jet-black hair was tied back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed by center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. Long, pronounced tear troughs adorned his face and sat beneath his eyes, which bore the same tomo pattern and glowing red. The boy puffed his cheeks and brought his head back before bringing it forward and opening his mouth, releasing a large fireball. The orange ball of flame lit up the alley as it careened toward Naruto. The blond boy could only let out a blood-curdling scream as the flame met his body. Naruto sat up suddenly in his bed, gasping for air. The blond placed his hand on his forehead, feeling it wet to the touch with sweat, all the while attempting to steady his breathing. He lay back once again, not closing his eyes, afraid of what his mind might show him. He'd been having the same dream for years now, and yet he never seemed to get used to it. It always had the same effect on him. He stared at the white ceiling of his bedroom, his breathing finally under control as he attempted to steer his mind away from its current state and let it drift to other thoughts. Flashback. Hey, Naruto. It's been a while, Kakashi said casually. I never even got to congratulate you for becoming a ninja. Naruto clenched his jaw, trying to keep calm, met with the sight before him, a man breaking into his home and trying to be friendly with him. What can I help you with? Naruto responded. Kakashi glanced down at his book for a few seconds, looking back up this time at the view of the village visible through the glass, rooftops littering the horizon and the stone faces of the village leaders visible in the far distance. Since when haven't you been living with your family? Kakashi questioned. Naruto resisted the urge to scoff at this. Of course. This is the reason for Kakashi's visit. Did the Hokage send you here? The blonde boy asked, crossing his arms. No, Sensei doesn't know I'm here, the masked shinobi said, taking note of the boy's wording. You haven't answered my question, Kakashi uttered. You broke into my home. I'm not under obligation to answer anything from you, Naruto retorted. The pair of blue eyes and a single black eye in the room stared into one another for a few moments of silence. If you want to speak with me, you approach me like a normal person. You knock on the door. This is disrespect I won't stand for. Get out, Naruto coldly said, pointing at the door. Kakashi's body language remained relaxed, his lone visible eye not betraying a single emotion. Alright, he said, standing up. I can tell you're in a bad mood. You've clearly had a long day. I'll come back some other time, Kakashi said, looking at the boy who stared right back at him. Those eyes, the masked shinobi said to himself, staring into the blonde boy's cerulean orbs, eyes that, behind a cold, blank stare, he could tell held both sadness and anger. Sadness and paranoia akin to that of an abused stray animal that trusted nothing and no one. A kind of fear that revealed itself in territorial and defensive behavior like that on display now. Anger and rage akin to nothing he could say he'd seen before. Nothing as deep as the black pits of those irises. Have a good night now, Kakashi said, throwing up a two-fingered salute before a cloud of smoke burst from his position, only momentarily remaining present before dissipating, revealing the Jonin to be gone. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets, staring at the spot that Kakashi had been standing on for a few seconds before turning and walking to the large glass screen of his living room. He looked out over the roof-littered horizon, seeing the famed great stone faces and the red tower of the Hokage in the distance and narrowing his eyes. Flashback end. Naruto pulled open the sliding door of his bedroom balcony, the sound of the hawk that had been on it having cut through and interrupted his thoughts. He bent over and picked up the green scroll, examining it, before pulling it open and reading it in the light of the rising sun. Morning, Naruto, I wanted to let you know that you have the next few days off in light of recent events. Use them wisely, for rest and recovery. I'll be letting you know when we'll be meeting up again. Fugaku. Naruto breathed a heavy sigh, leaning back against his sliding door, looking out at the golden morning sun, creeping up on the horizon, the darkness of the night sinking away from the edges of the sky. Some time to train alone would indeed be cherished. His fights against Zabuza and Haku had made him appreciate more that he had a long road to walk to his desired level of strength. He'd been able to defeat the ice user and her jutsu due to going into that state, something that, for the time being, for his safety and that of his comrades, he couldn't rely on. Uchiha Clan Compound. Sasuke lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind on the same set of thoughts, the return of his father and Satsuki and the circumstances of their mission. Flashback. Sasuke stood across from Menma's older brother. The noise of his classmates rang throughout the grounds. Go, Sasuke. Teach that loser a lesson. Kick his ass. Sasuke watched as Menma's brother stood across from him, awaiting Iruka's order, his body tensing, his opponent not even in a battle stance. Ready, go. Iruka called out. A few seconds passed. One moment the two boys were standing across from one another, the next Naruto was lying on his back on the ground, with Sasuke gripping the scruff of his collar and a fist cocked back and ready. A shocked silence fell over the grounds, in contrast to the noise of a few seconds ago. Then a few whispers and murmurs called out in surprise. Whoa, so fast, just like I thought. Sasuke looked at the blonde boy beneath him, narrowing his eyes. He didn't flinch or tense for a moment when I came at him, he said inwardly. The whole time and even now his body is completely relaxed. Not an ounce of fear or anxiety. Sasuke mused as he stared into the blonde boy's eyes, his breathing still level. Those eyes, he said, as he became entranced staring into those ice-cold orbs. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Hey, it's over. Get off, he uttered plainly. Flashback end. Sasuke opened his eyes once again, met with the ceiling. I was right about you. The Uchiha jumped out of his bed. He'd have to confirm his suspicions and all he'd heard himself. Village center. That really happened? No way. Kiba exclaimed, looking at his best friend with disbelief. That's what Dad said, Menma responded, looking ahead while walking with his hands in his pockets. It must be some sort of mistake. Nearly none of it sounds right. Ino's never been all that serious about being a ninja. Just about decent. But Naruto's hopeless. That loser was lucky to even graduate. How could he beat someone Satsuki couldn't and take on a Jonin-level ninja on his own? Kiba said, shaking his head in disbelief. No idea. Maybe Suzuki's father. Menma looked down while walking, unable to even find the words he thought he had. Nonsense. All of it, I'm tellin' ya. If Naruto is strong enough to fight a Jonin, then I'm ready to be Hokage, Kiba laughed. Menma looked up at his friend as they both chuckled. I don't believe it. Even if it's true, I still wouldn't care, he scoffed. Enough about him. Menma looked around and smiled, waving at the villagers as they smiled at him, murmurs flowing through the crowded center. It's Lord Hokage Sair, the fourth son. Say, is that? Kiba pointed ahead to a figure in the crowd. Menma looked to where his friend's finger was pointing and it took him a few moments to realize who it was. He looked at Kiba as they smirked at each other. See you later, bro, Menma yelled as he ran ahead. Team 12 Training Ground. Ino and her sensei stood across from one another in silence. The messenger hawk that had woken her up this morning had told her to report for duty as normal. She'd done so only to find she was the only one of her teammates present. The reason I asked you here today and not your teammates is because what I have to say directly concerns you, Fugaka said, the usual stern expression on his face. Ino groaned inwardly. Damn it, Dad. What did you do? Sensei, if this is about my dash, Fugaku held his hand up, silencing the Yamanaka. I called you here today to let you know I'll be training you for the next few days separately whilst your teammates rest, Fugaka said. You're well aware that you're the weakest member of your squad, I'm sure, the Uchiha continued. Ino's head lowered as she heard the words, knowing them to be true. This lack of proficiency, however, is unacceptable. Your physical condition is unacceptable. Your muscles, strength, and stamina are not up to par. And besides the single water style jutsu you've managed to master, the only technique that would be of real use in a combat situation against any competent shinobi would be your clan's mind transfer technique, which I'm labeling a last resort considering its implications, Fugaka continues as Ino's fists clench, her head still down and eyes hidden. Naruto's feats speak for themselves, and I trained Satsuki myself, so I know she would have been able to defeat the demon brothers alone. The same can't be said for you, though. The reality is, Ino, you're simply not a good enough shinobi. At the level you're at now, you'll be a liability instead of an asset to your teammates. On every assignment they take, even though they might not say anything, they'll have to worry about you holding them back. In the future, that could even endanger their lives. The Uchiha watches as the floor in front of Ino becomes stained with drops as she desperately tries to stop her trembling, her head still down. That's why I'm going to go hard on you. I'm going to put you through the most grueling training you've ever endured, and I need you to be ready for it. Not just for your own sake but for the sake of your teammates, the clan leader says. Ino stays silent, now visibly shaking. Yes sensei, the blonde chokes out. Team 7 Training Ground. The boy slams into the ground on his back. A foot rests atop his chest. Suzuki wins. Nice work, Kakashi says casually. Way to go, Suzuki. Better try, Hisa, his female student shouts, standing alongside him. Suzuki takes his foot off of his opponent's chest, it's seeming as though his sensei's and teammates' words haven't even registered. Damn it. I'm wasting my time here, playing with weaklings when I could be. Hisadara jumps to his feet, brushing the footprint off of the front of his black tracksuit with the white leaf insignia on the right side of the chest, then brushing the dust out of his spiky black hair. Lucky that time, emo boy, the brown-eyed boy scoffs. For the third time in a row? Yeah, right, loser, Suzuki responds. His teammate frowns. Wanna go, he challenges. I've already wiped the floor with you enough for my taste, Suzuki responds as he starts to walk away. Before he can, however, a hand grips him by his blue collar. Think you're better than me, Hisadara questions. No, I know I am, Suzuki says, grabbing his teammate's own collar. They frown at each other, fists clenched at the ready. They let go of each other, hands clutching at their heads, as they hunch over. A sizable bump appears on each one. Do the two of you ever stop, damn it? Kaori angrily shouts, fists raised over their heads. Kakashi sighs, watching the scene unfold. The uncertainty over allowing his team to compete in the exams is strong as ever. Forget about competing against other teams, the two boys would sooner spend their time beating each other up and Kaori trying to separate them. Village Center. Satsuki walks down the fairly crowded street, a plastic bag in hand. She considers taking to the rooftops to get home quicker but opts not to. Well, if it isn't the most stunning girl on the planet, and all too familiar voice cuts through her thoughts. Satsuki turns to see Menma standing alongside her, his smiling face red with a blush. Hi, Satsuki, Menma says, hands behind his back so he doesn't fiddle awkwardly with them. Hello, she responds plainly, looking him over a bit, his heart skipping a beat as they lock eyes. Where ya off to, he asks, now walking alongside her. Home, she responds. Let me walk you home, he responds, the smile still firmly plastered on his face. Shouldn't you be with your team, she questions, raising her eyebrow. He flicks his hand in a dismissive motion. Don't worry about it. I'm right where I should be, he says, raising his eyebrows, looking at the Uchiha. She shakes her head and looks ahead as the two walk alongside one another. Team 12 Training Ground. Ino yells out in pain as she flies through the air and rolls across the ground before coming to a stop and laying in a heap, her clothes torn in some places. Fugaku pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs in frustration. What the hell has Inoichi been doing? He watches as his student, with her palms to the ground, tries to get up and fails. His eyes move from her as his head turns to the Umbu Black Op who's just arrived. Lord Fugaku. Lord Fourth Hokage summons you, the masked shinobi speaks. Fugaku raises an eyebrow. Minato? Is the blonde finally ready to give him some answers? He turns to see Ino with her head raised, still not off the ground, a bruise on her left cheek. If I'm not back in an hour, feel free to head home. Until then, work on some training of your own, he says before disappearing in a poof of smoke, the Umbu shinobi following suit. The Yamanaka heiress looks around for a bit to make sure her Jonin instructor is really gone before letting her head fall and rest against the ground, gasping for air. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. He actually looked me in the eye and said that to me, Inoichi exclaims, looking around the room at Minato who sits at his desk, Shikaku who sits across from the village leader in one of two seats, and Choza who is leaning against the wall to the right with his arms crossed. The room is silent for a few moments before Shikaku chuckles a bit, shaking his head. Of course, he did. It's Fugaku. What did you expect? The Nara head asks. Anyway, what are you gonna do? Fight him, Choza asks, looking at his friend with a smirk on his face. Flashback. Ready, the Chuyunin Academy instructor stands with his hand raised in the air as the two boys stand across from another. Go, he shouts. Seconds pass before Inoichi is on his back, his head turned to the side, having received a hard right hook. Cheers erupt from a number of the other academy students. Winner, Fugaku Uchiha, the instructor announces. XXXXXXXXX. Go, the instructor shouts. Inoichi runs forward, intent on not letting his opponent get the first in this time. He throws a punch, only for Fugaku to sidestep it with ease, spinning his body and sweeping his opponent's legs out from underneath him with one of his own. Inakai lands on his back, his opponent grabbing one of his feet still in the air. Fugaku flips the blonde boy onto his stomach using his leg and begins to twist his ankle. The Yamanaka wails in pain, slapping the ground with his palm in surrender. Winner, Fugaku Uchiha, the instructor announces. XXXXXXXX. The two boys stand across from one another with the instructor watching, his hand raised in the air at the ready. Not today you're not, Inoichi muses, his hands behind his back. Fugaku narrows his eyes in suspicion at this. Go, the instructor orders. Inoichi removes his hands from behind him, holding them in a triangle formation out in front of him. Mind transfer jutsu, he shouts. His subconscious leaves his body, making a beeline for the Uchiha. That's, Fugaku muses, recognizing the technique from his hours of studying. The boy jumps to the side, successfully averting the jutsu, his opponent's subconscious missing him. He runs forward, his opponent's eyes having rolled into the back of his head as his body slumps and falls onto its knees. Hey wait! He's already undash. Fugaku shouts, drowning out the instructor's voice as the fist he'd cocked back flies through the air and slams square into the unconscious Yamanaka's face, laying him out onto his back. Flashback, end. Chuckles and giggles fill the Hokage's office, all in the room except Inoichi laughing. The Yamanaka looks around the room at his childhood friends, a deadpan expression on his face. This isn't funny, Inoichi angrily exclaims, only for the giggles in the room to turn to full-on laughter. Remember when he used that fire-style jutsu to set his hair alight? Ahahaha, Choza guffaws, Shikaku and Minato joining him. This is serious, Inoichi once again yells. He's a loose cannon. This is only his first mission as the Jonin commander of a genin squad. Who knows what else he could pull? He can't be trusted with subordinates, Minato, and that's why I'm requesting you reassign Ino to a different squad. The mood in the room turns stoic. I'm here as a father. Satsuki is Fugaku's student and daughter, so I can't speak for her, and Naruto is not only your subordinate as the Hokage but your son, so whatever decision you take regarding him is yours alone to take. But I'm committed to protecting Ino, which is why I'm here with this request. Minato sits back, looking at Inoichi in thought. What a drag, Shikaku sighs. Inoichi, your position is understood, but you know Minato can't just dash. You know, Minato interrupts the Nara head. Apologies, he says, gesturing to Shikaku for interrupting him before turning to Inoichi and continuing. It's funny you mention Fugaku because Minato himself is interrupted this time by the sound of the door opening without a knock. Fugaku walks in. He looks to the right and sees Choza. The two nod at each other in acknowledgement. He walks forward, turning to Inoichi who frowns at him, not attempting at all to hide his feelings towards the Uchiha. Fugaku simply stares back blankly, walking past the Yamanaka and sitting down in one of two seats in front of Minato's desk, the other occupied by Shikaku. Old friend, Shikaku says, shaking the Uchiha's hand before he turns to Minato. What's up? Fugaku asks, sitting back casually. Minato nods at both Shikaku and Choza who nod back. The Nara stands up and leaves the room with the Akimichi without a word. The door closes, and only once the sound of footsteps is faint does Minato address the two remaining men. Inoichi being here when I sent for you is actually convenient, because he's relevant to what I want to discuss with you. Fugaku raises an eyebrow, listening intently. A few weeks ago, a Chuunin Academy instructor attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of seals and defect from the village with it. Naruto's training ground. An explosion rings throughout the forest, birds taking to the skies as a ball of wind-style chakra erupts into a spinning sphere after ripping through several trees. Naruto stands in the clearing of his training ground, his arms forward and palms out, panting as he examines the handiwork of his most powerful jutsu. His mastery of the technique has grown, but it's still nowhere near perfect. His sensei was capable of forming them faster and with one hand. Naruto brings his arms down, staring at the palms of his hands. Then again, Akaseda's affinity and mastery over wind-style jutsu were unprecedented, borderline superhuman. Would such a thing be possible for him? His thoughts are interrupted as he senses another chakra in the area clearly heading straight for his training ground. Suzuki Uchiha. What could he want? He frowns. Is this visitor thing becoming a trend? With Menma and Satsuki, the pair stand in front of the Uchiha clan compound. Well, here we are, Menma says awkwardly, looking over at the Uchiha girl. It was great seeing you again, he says, a wide grin on his face. Maybe we can get together again soon, Menma says. Don't push it, Satsuki says, walking off towards her home. Didn't say no, Menma says inwardly, pumping his fist into the air in front of him repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, Satsuki must admit Menma is attractive. Not as much as his brother, certainly, but attractive nonetheless. Naruto's training ground. Suzuki jumps down into the clearing. He looks out at the training ground everyone in the village avoids and sees him. The blonde boy stands there, clad in all black, staring right back at him. He walks forward until he's sure he is within earshot but still a fair distance away. The two stand across from each other in silence, the trees shaking in the wind being the only sound that fills the clearing. Suzuki casts a glance behind the subject of his interest, and his eyes widen as he sees the other end of the clearing, some of the trees there shredded and ripped apart, laying in a row that comes to a stop at what appears to be a pit in the ground. What kind of jutsu could have done that? He looks back at the boy who stands staring at him, still not having said a word. The Uchiha boy finally speaks. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I've come to see your true power. Fight me, with Hisatoru. He closes the door to his apartment behind him and walks forward. He unzips his jacket, tossing it onto the floor and tossing himself onto his sofa, kicking off his black sandals and laying his head back in his hands with his eyes closed, and sighs. So how is everything proceeding? Hisatoru opens one eye to see an elderly man standing across the room. He has black spiky hair and one visible brown eye, much like Hisatoru himself. His right eye is concealed by bandages wrapped around his head. He is dressed in a long-sleeved white top, a cane in his left hand, and a black robe concealing his right arm and shoulder completely. Hisatoru looks back up at the ceiling before closing his eyes. Great, he responds. The tapping of the old man's cane echoes throughout the room, followed by the shuffling of him seating himself in the opposite sofa. So you've gained the trust of your teammates, then, the old man asks. Hisatoru chuckles. Yeah, they trust me. Hisatoru chuckles, his eyes still closed as Danzo raises his lone visible eyebrow at the tone of the only one of his subordinates who refuses to bow in his presence. Well, in any event, there's something important we must discuss. Mizuki. It appears he attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of seals, likely for his master. He failed and has been arrested, Danzo says. Hisatoru chuckles in response. Ha, you don't say. So that's why. I was wondering why he disappeared off the face of the earth, the boy says. Why is this important to us? Isn't Mizuki the snake's boy? Hisatoru questions. That is true, but he is privy to vital information concerning Orochimaru's operations. In order to protect said information, Orochimaru has enlisted our help, which we will provide, of course, once sufficient reward has been given, Danzo responds to the boy. He's currently being held at the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility in solitary confinement and under regular interrogation. Our contact inside the facility, when the time comes, will assist you in getting in, but his skills in infiltration and assassination are nowhere near those of yours. I need you on standby and ready at a moment's notice to act. He must be silenced before he can say the wrong things. Assuming he hasn't already, Danzo says. Hisateru sits up and looks at Danzo. The Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. A correctional facility housing hardened criminal shinobi. A place where the worst of the worst go. He smacks his hands together and licks his lips. Some fun. Sure thing, old man. Just say the word, Hisateru says, smiling giddily. Danzo looks around the room. Now, to make sure you're keeping that head sharp. Where's your shogi set? The elderly man asks. Hisateru groans in response. A dull thud echoes as the boy collapses onto his back. His eyes, wide with a silent terror, search the surrounding area before a hand covers his mouth, smothering the scream he attempts to release. His muffled pleas for mercy are inaudible as a kunai descends in a swift, horizontal arc, severing his throat. The attacker rises, watching as the youth convulses on the ground for a few moments before his body goes limp. He glances to his left, observing two other masked individuals, motionless not far from each other. One lies on his back, the setting sun casting a sickly purple hue on his skin, while the other is on his stomach, pinned to the ground by two swords piercing his upper back. The killer buries his kunai into the earth, where it stands upright. He turns, meeting the gazes of three other masked figures. Two are clearly adults, while the third is the same height as the killer. Are any of you hurt? The tallest masked figure asks. Both the shortest and second tallest shake their heads. All three watch as the kunai-wielding killer removes his own mask, which, unlike the others' white animal-themed masks, is solid black and bears the design of a human skull. He spares one last look at his victim, who has matted brown hair and eyes and is dressed in standard leaf Chiyunin attire, before heading toward a tree at the edge of the dirt path where the bloody scene occurred. Clean up here while I change. Then we rendezvous with Seal and the real work begins, he says. Right, Hisateru, the shortest cloaked figure replies. The kunai wielder stops, turning his head to look at the masked wearer. The setting sun catches his brown eyes, and the wind rustles his spiky dark hair. We're on a mission. Don't call me that, he says, resuming his walk. Of course. My apologies, Shadow, the mask wearer responds. Naruto's training ground. Naruto stands silently, observing the son of his Jonin commander and the brother of his teammate. For a moment, a chill runs down his spine as he notices the resemblance between the boy's face and, he quickly shakes the thought away. What was that? Naruto asks, his eyebrow raised. I said I want to fight you. Right here, right now, Sasuke replies. Naruto stands in silence, his eyes narrowing. Why would he want to fight me of all people in this village, he wonders, before a possible answer occurs to him. Did his father and sister tell him what happened in the Land of Waves? Is he here to see for himself what he can't believe? Well, whatever the case, I'm not interested, the blonde thinks to himself. No. Now please leave, Naruto says flatly. Perhaps my tone was deceptive, Sasuke says, taking a few steps forward. I wasn't asking. I'm telling you that I'm not leaving until we fight. His fists come up as he shifts his feet and legs into his clan's taijutsu stance. Do you know where you are? Naruto asks, visibly losing his temper. This training ground isn't assigned to anyone, is it? It's open to all shinobi personnel, the Uchiha says sternly. Like I said, I'm not leaving without a fight. Naruto's eyes narrow in response as the wind blows through the clearing, the trees swaying in anticipation as the two young shinobi stare at each other, the tension palpable. Naruto sighs. If he won't leave, I'll just make him leave, he concedes. All right. I'll humor you. But once I've beaten you, the whiskered boy in black says, you'll leave and won't come back. And what exactly makes you think a dead last loser like yourself could beat someone like me? Sasuke taunts, hoping to frustrate his opponent early. Naruto, without even shifting into a battle stance, smirks for a moment, chuckling inwardly, before his face becomes stern. He brings his open hand up and gestures, inviting his opponent forward. Come and find out. Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility, Interrogation Wing. Fugaka stands before a glass screen, watching the scene on the other side. A young man with shoulder-length white hair, dressed in the standard gray uniform, is tied to a chair, his head bowed. Blood drips from his face onto the floor. A man in a black trench coat with a bandana tied on his head stands over him, his gloved hands wet with blood. You're my only visible hope at this point, Fugaku, a voice from his left says, cutting through his thoughts. He turns to see Minato's blue eyes. Are you sure you can do it? The blonde asks. What's the point, Minato? If I couldn't get anything, then he can't either, Inoichi says, earning the attention of both men, who turn to look at him. Fugaka smirks at the Yamanaka, who stands with his arms crossed, looking away. The Uchiha turns back to the village leader. Don't worry. I've got this. Let me in, he says, turning and walking to his right toward a steel door with a complex ceiling array, and Umbu Shinobi standing next to it. Minato nods at the masked shinobi, who weaves a series of hand signs before shouting, "Release." The ceiling array disappears. Fugaku places his hand on the door, pushing it open with a simple shove. The bandana-clad man in the room turns to him, the leaf insignia on his headband and the scars on his face now clearly visible. Fugaku gestures with his head for the man to leave the room. Fugaku walks into the dimly lit room, his eyes on the white-haired boy whose head is still bowed. He sits in the chair opposite the young man as the sound of the steel door shutting echoes through the room. He looks to his left, met with the glass screen from before, now solid black and opaque. He looks back at the prisoner, whose head is still bowed. "Boy, look at me," Fugaku says. Mizuki raises his head and sees Fugaku, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of the Uchiha patriarch. Fugaku leans back in his chair, crossing his arms and examining the Chuyunin's bruised and bleeding face, much like the rest of his body. The two stare at each other for a few silent moments. Mizuki's injured face contorts into a smirk. "Do whatever you want. You'll get as much as they did. I'm not telling you anything," he says defiantly. "Oh, don't worry," Fugaku responds casually, still leaning back in his seat. He blinks, his eyelids rising to reveal his eyes have transformed, now a crimson red with 3 tomo marks arranged in a triangular formation around each pupil. "You won't have to say a word," he says in a low voice. Mizuki's heart skips a beat as he is met with the sight of the legendary Sharingan. Both ninjas suddenly turn their heads to the right as a sound catches their attention. They see a crack near the center of the glass screen. The small crack begins to grow into a spider web of fissures, spreading until it reaches the edges of the screen. The cracks multiply, covering the screen before the glass shatters, shards flying as a cacophony of screeches fills the room. Countless bats swarm through the opening where the glass once was. A scream of horror escapes the restrained Mizuki's mouth as the bats fill the room, surrounding the two males. Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility entrance. A drawbridge rises behind 3 individuals after they have crossed it. A sea of molten lava stretches out on either side of them, and the bright, blinding light from 2 watchtowers on either side of a tall building shines down on them. 2 of these individuals wear the standard attire of the Leaf's Umbu Black Ops, complete with gray combat vests and animal-themed masks. They walk on either side of the third individual, a male in his teens, clad in the standard Leaf Chuyunin attire but missing the headband. He has matted brown hair and eyes. Flashback. Hisataro leans back on his sofa, sighing as he looks at the shogi set. Game over. The streak continues. "Well played," the old man says. "You've gotten better. Not long now. Soon you'll be able to beat me," he muses. "Woohoo," the boy responds sarcastically, raising his fist in the air and leaning his head back on the sofa. He winces in pain as the old man's cane reaches across the coffee table and lightly taps his knee. "Ouch," he cries. "You're a real pain, Gramps, you know that. And one day you will be grateful for it," the elderly man replies. A few moments of silence pass before one of them speaks again. "The Chuyunin examinations will be commencing in less than 2 weeks, here in the Leaf," the old man says. "Yeah, I know," Hisataro responds. "No such fun for me, though. I'm a rookie," he scoffs in frustration. There is no existing regulation that bars rookie genin from competing in the exams. It simply isn't common practice these days as a safety precaution. So don't make assumptions or lose hope, Danzo says. Hisataro raises an eyebrow. "Do you know something I d-dash?" The boy has no chance to finish his sentence. A cloaked and hooded figure appears at the edge of the coffee table in a burst of smoke, kneeling on one knee. "Lord Danzo," he addresses the old man with his head bowed. He raises his head, revealing his porcelain mask. He looks at Hisataro for a moment, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head slightly. Hisataro nods in response. The shinobi reaches into his cloak and pulls out a brown envelope, presenting it to the elderly man. Hisataro watches as the old man rests his cane against the coffee table, takes the folder, opens it silently, and reads its contents. A few silent moments pass before Danzo takes a few of the several documents from the envelope and slips them into his robe. He takes the remaining documents and files, places them back in the envelope, and slides it across the coffee table. "Your assignment is for the immediate future," the elder says as the boy takes the contents from the envelope and lays them out on the coffee table. "Your mission has been assigned. You are to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility and eliminate the former Leaf Chuyunin known as Mizuki. You have been provided with a means of infiltration. There is a Leaf Chuyunin, 14 years of age, named Kenji Sato. He's been arrested, convicted, and sentenced for several counts of armed robbery and assault in the countryside of the Land of Fire. He's currently being held in a holding facility in the village and is supposed to be transported to the Leaf Strict Correctional Facility in a few days. However, an altercation that will take place today in the holding cells will have him moved for safety reasons. Given your similar age and physical build, it shouldn't be too difficult to assume his identity. 2 newly promoted Umbu Black Ops shinobi have been tasked with transporting him to the facility. An assault squad has been assembled, including yourself, that should be able to eliminate these two individuals without much trouble. One of the members of this unit, as well as another you are to rendezvous with en route to the facility, will assist you in playing the role of prisoner to get in. Once inside, our contact will ensure you make it out of your cell and are freed of any chakra suppressors. From there, it will be your responsibility to ensure you carry out the mission and escape the facility without detection or capture. Your instructions have been given. Are they clear? Danzo questions. Hisataro listens while reading the contents of the envelope. A detailed map of the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility and other mission details, such as rendezvous points with assignment participants, are laid out. 4 files rest on the coffee table, 2 containing information on the Tuombu, the 3rd on Kenji Sato, and the 4th being Mizuki's prisoner file, which contains his cell location, among other things. Crystal, Hisataro responds after a few silent moments. Danzo reaches for his cane, grabs it, and stands up. It must be done before sunrise tomorrow, he says as the tapping of his cane once again fills the room. He gestures to the masked shinobi, who, for the first time since arriving, stands up. Hisataro hears the 2 bursts that signal his guest's departure and sees the smoke only in his peripheral vision, his eyes glued to a picture among the documents spread out on his coffee table, a young male in his teens with matted brown hair and eyes. His eyes then move to another picture of an older male, though still young by general standards, with shoulder-length white hair and green eyes. Flashback end. The 3 newly arrived individuals come to a stop as 3 men, all in standard Jonin attire, stand before them. One steps forward while the other 2 stay back. Identification, he says. One of the masked shinobi pulls a file from inside his gray combat vest and hands it to the guard Jonin. He opens it, wiping sweat from his brow. He reads for a few moments, the only audible sound the rumbling of the surrounding molten rock. He raises his head, looks at the new prisoner, glances back at the file, then reaches into his pocket for a pen, scribbling on the file before closing it. He nods at his colleagues, who step forward toward the 3 males, before handing the file back to the masked shinobi. Kenji Sato. Welcome to your new home, the man says, turning and walking away as the other 2 Jonin grab Kenji's arms, and the masked individuals he arrived with turn and walk away. Kenji hears the drawbridge lowering behind him as he is led toward the towering building. One of the blinding spotlights shines on him and the guards while the other shines on the masked ninja he'd arrived with. A large steel door in the center of the building's front is visible. A ceiling array appears on it for a second before disappearing and the door opens, the 3 guards and the prisoner walking inside. Naruto's training ground. Sasuke rushes toward his opponent, his left fist cocked back for the first attack. He launches the fist forward at Naruto's face. The blonde casually tilts his head to the right, evading the strike. Sasuke aims a kick at Naruto's midsection with his right leg, but Naruto stops it, grabbing it with ease. His reflexes were never this impressive before, Sasuke says to himself as he attacks. That grip, how strong is he notes as the blonde grabs his leg, stopping his kick aimed at the stomach. The Uchiha boy raises his left leg, aiming a kick at the blonde's head. Naruto releases Sasuke's right leg, ducking and dodging the swinging kick aimed at his head. He grabs both the Uchiha's feet and tosses him through the air like a rag doll. Sasuke slams into the ground, grunting in pain as he impacts the surface, rolling before skidding to a stop. Naruto watches as the raven-haired boy quickly gets up onto one knee and then back onto his feet. He chuckles inwardly at his own surprise that he's actually enjoying this. Sharp reflexes and strength, the Uchiha muses, brushing dirt off his clothes. What was it you said earlier? Naruto asks, a smirk on his face. Dead last, he taunts. His opponent scoffs in frustration. Not a single attack landed. Usually, Sasuke would have landed at least one attack on his opponent by this point. If taijutsu won't work the Uchiha doesn't get to finish his thought as the air leaves his body and he hunches over, his eyes wide. Naruto, noting that neither he nor his opponent had landed a real attack, bursts at top speed toward the red-haired boy. He watches as his onyx eyes widen as he drives a fist into his stomach. He swings his right fist, colliding with the side of Sasuke's face. The force of the hit turns him and causes him to stumble and sway as his vision blurs for a moment. That's speed. How? The top graduate says to himself in disbelief as he tries to steady himself. Naruto stands still, waiting to see if he'll collapse. Sasuke launches himself off the ground, backflipping and aiming a kick at Naruto's head. The blonde brings his arms up, shielding his head and stopping the right-footed kick. Sasuke, seeing the opening, cocks his left foot back and slams it into Naruto's chest in a stomping motion, sending the blonde back while landing on his own 2 feet. Naruto coughed a bit, catching the breath that had just been knocked out of him. He was surprised by his opponent's quick reaction to that sucker punch. He brushed the dirt from his chest, his gaze fixed on his opponent, and began to understand him a bit more. I see. In terms of speed and strength, he and Satsuki are dead even. But he's more of a problem than her because his movements, attacks, and reactions are more instinctive and quicker. He's a natural fighter, he mused inwardly. Sasuke stared right back, his own thoughts running through his mind. This is incredible. He's been hiding this kind of ability. Why, he wondered, his eyes narrowed. He's a better taijutsu fighter than his brother. What else is he keeping to himself? Sasuke watched as Naruto silently stared at him, asking himself what his next move would be. Damn it! He's faster and stronger than me, and he knows it. If he moves at the speed he did when he nailed me with that punch, there's no way I can react. Continuing with taijutsu means certain loss, Sasuke mused, running forward while reaching behind his back, putting both hands into his weapons pouch and pulling out a shuriken in between each finger. He threw the ninja tools at the blonde, who casually reached into his own weapons pouch and unleashed a flurry of shuriken that clashed with the incoming projectiles. Their trajectories changed just enough to cause them to collide with one another, stopping them in mid-air. Meanwhile, Sasuke jumped into the air, weaving through a set of hand signs as the clashing projectiles fell to the ground. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, the raven-haired boy shouted, as a flurry of fireballs, each about the size of a fist, flew down at Naruto. The blonde weaved through a set of hand signs of his own, cursing his mastery of only 2 water-style jutsu when facing an Uchiha. Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu, he shouted, unleashing his own fist-sized projectiles made of water. They clashed with his opponent's jutsu, canceling one another out and creating a cloud of steam in the air. Sasuke landed on the ground, flipping out a kunai from his weapons pouch and running towards his opponent. Naruto scoffed at the boy's arrogance for attempting to attack him at close range again. He sped forward at him. Sasuke released the kunai in his hand as he once again took a fist to the stomach, his eyes widening. A burst of smoke immersed the boy, a log now in his position, meeting with Naruto's fist. Of course, Naruto mused as he heard a whirling sound coming from behind him. He turned to see a demon windmill shuriken flying through the air, with the Uchiha standing there weaving through a set of hand signs. Naruto moved to the side, dodging the incoming ninja tool with ease. His opponent followed suit, moving in the same direction. Sasuke inwardly exclaimed triumphantly as his guess of which way his opponent would dodge hit the mark. With his hands together in the tiger sign, he inwardly shouted, "Fire style, Fireball Jutsu." A large ball of fire emerged from his mouth, flying at the blonde. Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility Interrogation Wing. Mizuki screamed in horror and confusion as bats filled his field of vision, the sound of screeching filling the room. He heard the Uchiha clan head grunt, then yell in what sounded like pain, before a loud thud against the ground hit his ear. The flying creatures all around him began to fly away from the center of the room. They all flew towards the opening in the glass screen, filling up the room on the other side and flying about and screeching. Mizuki, still restrained, looked ahead and saw Fugaka lying in a heap on the ground, out cold, bleeding from what seemed like 2 needle-sized holes in his neck. Next to him stood a figure. He raised his head, taking in the figure's appearance: black sandals and baggy pants of the same color, tucked into combat tape tied around the legs. A long-sleeve polo top, also black, with a gray short-sleeve robe that extended just past the knees and was open on the sides on the lower half of the body, with a large purple rope belt tied around the figure's waist. No, it can't be, Mizuki said to himself in disbelief. He looked up, and his green eyes met another pair, which were golden and had slits for pupils, with purple pigmentation coloring their contours and marking the sides of the bridge of the nose. Long black hair extended past the shoulders and framed an extremely pale face. "Hello, Lord Orochimaru," Mizuki stuttered out, his tone a question in its disbelief. "Hello, child. It's been a while," the male spoke in a smooth manner, a smirk on his face. "You're not looking particularly healthy at the moment. I'm very interested to know how you found yourself in such a place," Orochimaru said, casting his gaze to the unconscious Fugaku on the ground. "You see the dash," Mizuki continued to stutter, still not believing his eyes. "No matter," Orochimaru said, raising a pale hand to silence the young man. "That can come later. As long as you haven't told our good friends here anything they shouldn't know," he said. "You haven't, have you?" he questioned, his eyes still glued to the unconscious Uchiha at his feet. "No, not at all," Mizuki replied in almost a shout. "I've said nothing. I would never, in my wildest nightmares, dream of betraying you," the white-haired young man exclaimed. "Good," Orochimaru said, finally taking his eyes off of Fugaku and casting his gaze to the room full of screeching bats on the other side of what was once a darkened glass screen. "The night is still young. Our hosts won't want to sleep for too long. You, I, and my friends over there should get going now," he said, watching the bats, a smile spreading across his face. Alright," he stuttered out again, looking at the bats. He looked back at his master, who turned his head to him. His own green eyes met those golden ones. The pale man blinked, and his eyelids rose to reveal a crimson color in place of gold, the slitted pupil now round as it would be for most men, with 3 tomo marks surrounding it. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock and confusion as Orochimaru stood before him, the Sharingan glowing in both his eyes. The young man blinked, and in the fraction of a second it took his eyelids to rise, they revealed a completely different scene. Standing where his master had been was the same Uchiha who had been on the ground unconscious only a fraction of a second ago. He noted the screeching of the horde of bats was suddenly gone, and his head turned sharply to the left to see no bats and the darkened glass screen in place, not a single break or crack in sight. What? Mizuki stuttered out for the umpteenth time, his breathing quickening. He looked all around the room, his eyes darting. What's going on here? He asked, confused, looking up at the Uchiha clan head. Orochimaru, huh? So that's who you stole the scroll for, Fugaka said. I don't understand. I never dash. The Hidden Sound Village. Very interesting, Fugaka said, causing Mizuki to gasp and look up at him, his Sharingan eyes still glowing in the dimly lit room. How? I never said anything, Mizuki cried in almost desperation. I told you, Fugaku replied. You didn't have to. The moment you looked into my eyes, it was done, he said plainly, as his eyes returned to their original black color, the tomo pattern disappearing. Fugaku walked off towards the steel door he came through, leaving Mizuki staring into space, his mouth agape. Fugaku walked toward the door with a smirk, chuckling for a moment as one thought in particular swirled in his mind. Naruto, he said. He was taking more and more of a liking to his blonde student. Other side of the screen. The steel door opened, and Fugaka stepped through, seeing Minato, Ibiki, Inoichi, and Anko, as well as a few Umbu, all part of Minato's security detail. One of them had opened the steel door, and they were all staring at him in awe and shock, having been paying attention to the conversation on the other side of the glass screen. The Uchiha patriarch had gone into the room, sat down, and stared at Mizuki for only a few seconds before standing up and leaving. Fugaka leaned against the wall with his arms crossed as the Umbu shut the steel door behind him and looked straight at Minato. Let's head back to your office. You're not gonna like this, he said. Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility, Juvenile Wing. Hisataro pulled the gray top of his prison uniform off his body. He paced around the pitch-black cell, practicing his taijutsu. Damn. Before sunrise. So he could show up any minute or he could show up in hours. The boy had gone through processing without any issues. He and Kenji had the same height, same weight, and same build. Using his transformation jutsu had been made easier by said circumstances. He launched a fist through the air, and just as he was about to raise a leg for a kick, he heard the sound of a hand slamming against the door of his cell. Moments later, the door opened. He walked towards the now open door, knowing who awaited. Shadow, sir, a male voice said. Rat, Hisataro acknowledged with the man's own code name. He held out his hands and felt something soft fall into them garments. Something more conspicuous, sir, the voice said. Of course, he responded. But first, allow me to deactivate the chakra suppressor, the voice said. Hisataro heard the sound of hands coming together a few times before a palm touched his bare chest. Releases, the voice said lowly. Hisataro suddenly felt a rush of strength flow through his body. Ah, he grunted in satisfaction. That's better, he remarked. He dropped his pants and pulled on the black garments. The older male stepped out into the dimly lit hallway, and so did Hisataro. He looked himself over. Black pants, a long-sleeved black top complete with a hood and mask. The cameras have malfunctioned, sir. They'll be back up and running in 45 minutes to an hour. Mizuki's cell is only a minute away from here. You have ample time. I understand you're already familiar with the facility's layout. The male, now revealed to be young, likely in his very early 20s, had short brown hair and a blank, emotionless look on his thin face. Yeah, Hisataro said, turning away. Your help is enormously appreciated. I won't forget this, he said, running off down the corridor. Naruto's training ground. Sasuke watched as his clan's signature technique engulfed his opponent. He planted his feet on the ground, skidding to a stop and narrowing his eyes, examining his handiwork. Suddenly he yelled as the wind was knocked out of him, a kick to the back launching him forward. He grunted as he collided with the ground once again, rolling and skidding across it. He steadied himself with a hand to the ground, jumping to his feet and flipping out a kunao. He immediately released the kunao as a hand gripped his left wrist. The hand pulled him forward into a knee to the stomach, causing him to hunch forward and cough up spit. Naruto, still gripping Sasuke's wrist with his right hand, slammed his left fist into the side of the raven-haired boy's face once again. He grabbed the boy with his left hand by his large collar, letting go of his wrist and cocking his right fist back. He launched it forward and nailed his opponent square in the face, sending him through the air. Sasuke landed on the ground with a thud and lay still, unmoving. Naruto gazed at the unconscious boy for a few silent moments before looking up at the newly arrived night sky. That exchange had only lasted a few minutes, he mused to himself. When had it gotten dark? He turned his head back to the Uchiha male and began to walk towards him. Despite holding back his strongest ninjutsu and the brief nature of the exchange, he'd actually kind of enjoyed the skirmish. He came to a stop with Sasuke at his feet and looked down to see the trail of blood leaking from one of the boy's nostrils. He crouched down onto his haunches, reaching out and tapping his hand lightly against the boy's face. Hey, wake up! No response came from the unconscious genin. Hey, Sasuke! Wake up! Time to go home! The repeated tapping turned into light slaps. Naruto sighed heavily, grabbing the Uchiha's form by his shoulders and shaking him violently. "Hey, come on, wake up. This isn't your first rodeo, is it?" Naruto pleaded. "You have got to be joking," he sighed exasperatedly, releasing the boy and pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He sighed once again and grabbed his sparring partner for the day, placing him onto his back and walking off. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. The Hokage sat at his desk with his hand balled into a tight fist in front of his mouth, the Uchiha clan head sitting across from him. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. One should never put anything past Orochimaru," the village leader surmised. "True. It seems he has the daimyo lord of the land of rice firmly in his pocket," Hyuga said. "The daimyo allowing Orochimaru to set up a base in his nation, conduct his operations there, provide him with taxpayer funding, and even let him perform his disgusting experiments on citizens of the nation, was all proof of the fact. Well, either he's sweet-talked and tempted him or he's threatened him. Either one is typical," Minato assessed. "Or maybe the daimyo's already dead," the two men said at the same time. They looked at each other and shook their heads, chuckling bitterly. "So, what happens now?" Fugaku asked, staring out of the window behind the Hokage. "You know what he did, Minato. Do we give the land of rice a chance to denounce the hidden sound? Or," he turned his head, looking Minato in the eye, "is it war, no questions asked?" he asked. "No," the yellow flash responded. "We're not going to give Orochimaru any heads up. I'll have to let the elders know, but this stays between us. Let's let him think he's off the radar for now while we observe and watch everything in the land of rice. So that when he does stick his head out of whatever hole he's hiding in, he won't be expecting anything," Minato said, staring off deep in thought. Fugaku nodded, standing up. "Excuse me then, old friend. I have to head home and have dinner with my family," he said, walking away. "Wait, Fugaku," the blonde said, stopping his friend in his tracks. "Are you sure you didn't see anything that could let us know who took down Mizuki? It could be a lead to more intel," he said. Fugaku turned his head to look at Minato. "Like I said, old friend. He or she was wearing a cloak. An adult, clearly, but masked. It was all taijutsu too, a style I don't recognize either, so nothing distinguishing." "Sorry," the clan head said. His friend nodded at him, clear disappointment on his face. "Don't you dare sleep here. You'll wake up tomorrow with a red-headed demon looking to claim your soul," Fugaku says, closing the door behind him and leaving a chuckling Minato. Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. Mizuki stumbles forward into his cell, a guard helping him in with a shove to his back. The steel door slams shut, the echo ringing throughout the cell, though to Mizuki it doesn't even register. The young man buries his head in his hands, grabbing at his hair, his heavy breathing a prominent sound in the cell. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything," he repeats to himself, beginning to pace back and forth. The sound of screeching bats fills his head. He whips his head around repeatedly, trying to ensure there aren't any bats near him. "I didn't say anything," he says again, the screeching bats still plaguing his mind. He claws and grabs at his ears, almost threatening to rip them off, shutting his eyes in a desperate attempt to rid himself of the sound. His eyes shoot open, the haunting image of a silhouette with a glowing pair of red eyes with a tomo pattern around the pupils having appeared to him while they were closed. "I didn't say anything," he shouts at the top of his lungs. Mizuki once again darts his eyes around the cell for any flying rodents when, for the first time, he makes out a silhouette seated in the corner. Shadow watches on at this display, shaking his head. "The T&I department is no joke," he says to himself. "Hey, who's there?" the white-haired rogue Chunin shouts at him. "Are you another one of them? Stay back," he yells. Shadow sighs. He had planned on lying to Mizuki and telling him he was a fellow subordinate of Orochimaru, sent to rescue him to fool him into giving up any useful intel, but clearly, there was no worthwhile or trustworthy information he was going to get from the rogue Chunin anymore. Not in this state. Mizuki tries to keep his eyes glued to the silhouette, but they occasionally dart as red pairs of eyes every so often appear in his peripheral vision, in the darkness of the cell. The white-haired male yells, running forward at the silhouette, who calmly jumps to his feet and sidesteps a punch aimed at his face. He grabs the outstretched arm and performs a judo throw on the older male, laying him out on the ground. The brown-eyed boy grabs his target by the head, lifting it off the ground and wrapping his arm around his neck. Mizuki claws away at the boy's arms in response, desperately trying to free himself. He tightens his grip and twists his former academy teacher's neck. An audible snap rings out, and Mizuki's body goes limp. Shadow lays him down gently and stands up. He gazes at the silent Mizuki for a few moments before turning and walking towards the steel door, weaving through a set of hand signs. Time to go. Uchiha clan compound. Coming, Satsuki shouts as she walks to the front door to respond to the knock, her mother being preoccupied in the kitchen and neither her father nor brother having come home yet. She turns the knob and pulls the door open. "Oh, hi," Satsuki stutters out, her cheeks turning pink as her eyes lock with those deep cerulean blue ones. "Hey," Naruto responds, a small smile on his face. "Your brother needed a ride home." Her gaze falls on Suzuki for the first time, and she goes even more red at the fact that she only noticed her brother after he pointed out her twin is on his back. "Come in," she welcomes, opening the door and standing to the side to allow him in. The small smile on Naruto's face disappears as he notes his own confusion at his reaction to seeing his female teammate. He steps through the door after removing his shoes, as Satsuki stands aside to let him in, her brother still on his back. He walks into the household, looking around and observing the grand and regal interior design of the household, matching its exterior architecture, which stands out even amongst the rest of the compound's impressive construction as well. He looks on in concealed awe. The Hokage's compound was itself impressive and a sheer display of opulence and wealth, but even it didn't match this. And Naruto, having spent the vast majority of his nights since turning 5 years old sleeping under a tree for shelter, was amazed by a home of such status. Satsuki, who's at the door, the blonde, hears a feminine voice call out, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A dark-haired woman emerges from another room, dressed in a dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and an apron on, and comes to a stop in front of the two, her long straight black hair forming bangs on either side of her fair-skinned face and roughly framing her cheeks and eyebrows. "Naruto," Mikato happily greets, seeing her best friend's eldest child. "Evening, Lady Mikato," Naruto responds formally with a bow of the head for the Uchiha matriarch. Mikato looks on, taken aback a bit, the fact that she hadn't seen Kushina's eldest in years only occurring to her now. Not since. Kushina's other three all referred to her as Aunt Mikato, considering her family because of the close bond she holds with their mother as a sister and because of how she had watched them grow. They had all visited and slept over at the compound many times years ago, but now that she thinks about it, this is Naruto's first time setting foot here since before he was around 5 years old. She had heard the rumors that the boy had packed his belongings and left his family's home, and Fugaku had confirmed them for her, not divulging much else much to her chagrin. Kushina seems to always be nowhere to be found these days for the past few weeks, and so the opportunity to question the redhead about what was going on hasn't presented itself. "I see you're with Suzuki," she says, looking to her son on the blonde boy's back, his clothes dirted and his body sporting a fair amount of bruises. "Is everything okay? What happened?" The smile on her face turning into a look of concern as she walks towards the blonde carrying her son on his back. "We were training," Naruto responds, "and he took a knock. Nothing severe, I assure you," Naruto responds plainly, casting a glance at the unconscious boy on his back before looking back at the boy's mother now standing in front of him. "Really?" Mikato raises an eyebrow at the blonde's response, looking him up and down. Not a single scratch, bruise, or speck of dirt on the blonde's body indicating combat. Fugaku wasn't exaggerating about his male student's ability. Satsuki looks on at Naruto with an eyebrow of her own raised, not surprised that the blonde had beaten her brother handily but rather that the two had trained with one another. The eyebrow lowers as she muses about what likely happened. Naruto wouldn't have gone looking for Suzuki or perhaps anyone for that matter. Suzuki must have gone looking for Naruto to fight him, because of what he heard from Dad, and I doubt such would be typical of her twin brother. His desire to get stronger and be the best meant that whenever he came across someone who was stronger than or rivaled him, he would do all in his power to match and surpass them. A result of this mentality had been years of one-upsmanship between him and Menma and a close friendship, now no longer existent. Herself and Suzuki were once equals, and she even remembers being superior to him at a time, but now it's clear to her that her sibling had surpassed her, even if marginally. As talented as he is, such a fact is as much the result of Suzuki's burning determination and hunger for an increase in strength as it is his natural ability. Perhaps her new eyes will help close the gap, though. "Well, all right then," Mikato says, concern still present in her voice. "I'll check on Suzuki in a few moments, but first, I need to check on the food." "Satsuki, show Naruto to Suzuki's room," the Uchiha woman says, walking off before turning her head. "You'll be joining us for dinner, right?" Mikato asks. Naruto's eyebrows rise for a moment. "I'd rather end dash," the blonde is interrupted by the sound of the door behind him opening. He turns to see his Jonin leader walking into the home. "He will be joining us." "I insist," Fugaku says with a small smile on his face, looking right at the blonde boy. Naruto's mouth opens and then closes, sighing inwardly. If it's Fugaku, then there's no point in arguing. Training Ground 11. Kaori drops down onto her knees, gasping for breath, logs laying before her in pieces with hard clumps of earth amongst them. Her clothes stick to her body, soaked with sweat. She places her hands on the ground, bent over in order to support herself. She shuts her eyes tight as the sensation of tears stinging them arrives. The blue-haired Kunoichi balls her hands into fists, gathering clumps of dirt into her palms. A young girl, about 7 or 8 years of age with black eyes, hair of a light blue color tied into a spiky ponytail, stands still with a look of horror etched across her face as a large white snake slithers up her body, wrapping around her as she shakes like a leaf in the wind. Kaori isn't even able to utter a word as the breath leaves her body, and she collapses forward, laying out on the ground with a thud under the starry night sky. Elsewhere in the hidden leaf, the elderly man looks to his left out at the impressive view of the village from atop the restaurant, sitting alone at the table. The fedora hat atop his head and dark glasses obscuring his eyes matching the black suit he has on. His eyes stay glued on the view even as his ears register the sound of footsteps approaching his position. He turns his head to see a sharply dressed young male with brown slicked back hair. The male places the silver platter in his right hand onto the table and sits opposite Danzo without a word. Finally, Danzo turns his head to Hisatoru, who sits back in his waiter disguise. "Mission accomplished, old man," he utters casually while lifting the lid on the silver platter, grabbing a pair of chopsticks, and separating them. Danzo watches on as the boy pulls the platter of food he had ordered and begins eating casually. Quite quick, Danzo muses, looking at the boy from behind his dark shades. "So Mizuki is dead?" "Affirmative," Hisatoru replies, using one hand to ruffle his own hair, attempting to get it back to its usual spiky look. "He can't wait to wash this stupid dye out." "I see. And you ensured not to leave any trace of distinctive evidence?" the old man asks. The boy in response shoots him a deadpan look, showing his feeling of being insulted by the question before continuing with the meal before him, the old man watching in silence. In his last moments, Hisatoru says after a few moments of silence, bar the sound of his eating, he seemed rattled. Talking to himself, seeing things, displaying paranoia. His psychological state clearly wasn't stable. "It's possible that the T&I department may have broken him before I got to him," he muses casually, not looking up at the old man but rather fully focused on his incredibly delicious meal. "He'll have to check this place out himself sometime." "Perhaps. Perhaps not. That is of no concern to us." He knew nothing of the Foundation and any affiliation or ties we may have had to his master. "The client's request was the elimination of Mizuki. That has been done, and the payment for our services has been given," he says plainly. Hisatoru looks up from his platter for a moment, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. What had Orochimaru offered, or perhaps rather what had the old man demanded in exchange for this mission's completion? Money? Necessary when running a top-secret organization of military black operatives, but Gramps isn't short on that and certainly wouldn't waste an opportunity to leverage the snake on just money. He resolves to do mental gymnastics about that later. The point is his work is done. Mizuki's remains won't offer the opportunity for any information to be retrieved either. Hard to retrieve intel from Ashes, at least from his knowledge. "You understand that this doesn't count as an official mission report, right?" Danzo asks, his chin rested upon his interlocked hands, one of which is hidden by a black glove that seems to extend up his sleeve. He watches on as Hisatoru places the last bit of food left on the platter in his mouth. "I know," he responds, standing up. "I'll do that tomorrow. I'm tired, Gramps." "See ya," he yells, running towards the edge of the rooftop dining space and jumping off, disguise and all, disappearing in a burst of smoke. "Hey!" Danzo calls out to the boy in vain as he leaves abruptly. He turns his head back to the platter of food he had ordered, not a shred of it left. He sighs heavily, shaking his head. There's quite a lot to be desired, but, you're coming along nicely," he says inwardly before turning his head, his shaded eyes once again glued to the grand view of his home. Uchiha compound. A groan escapes the boy's mouth as his eyelids flutter and rise. Suzuki's eyes are met with the white ceiling of his bedroom once again. He turns his head to the left, looking out of his bedroom window and seeing the night sky. How long has he been unconscious? He reaches for his face and touches it, wincing at the pain in his jaw and taking note that the cuts and bruises all over his body are now concealed by band-aids. He continues staring out of the window at the night sky in thought. The last thing he remembered was a fist rushing at his face in the light of the setting sun. He had been Naruto, Suzuki says to himself out loud. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had beaten him and had done it handily. Suzuki, still laying on his back, balls his fists in a gesture of prideful frustration. He had been thoroughly outmatched. He had landed one measly and ultimately ineffective kick and hadn't landed a scratch on his flesh. He places his hands on either side of himself and pushes himself up into a sitting position, once again wincing in pain, placing a hand to his hurting stomach. How is that guy so strong? Why and how had he hidden such ability for so long? He's not like his brother. Or sisters. He's different, the Uchiha says inwardly, narrowing his eyes in thought. With Naruto. Naruto and Fugaku walk side by side, each with his hands in his pockets, the latter having asked to speak with the former in private. Naruto looks around at the compound, an eerie silence hanging over it save for the chirping of crickets. He looks through the windows, the inside of each household they pass dark and silent, staring in thought. "You remind me of my son," Fugaku says, breaking the silence between the two and causing Naruto to turn his head to his sensei, an eyebrow raised in thought. "Who does he?" "Well, technically, he was my nephew, but he and his older brother became mine after his father, who was my elder brother, and his mother passed," Fugaku continues, looking at his student. His name was Shisui, Fugaku says, looking up at the sky. Naruto recognizes the name easily. Shisui the Teleporter. One of the most formidable shinobi the Leaf had seen in recent history, touted to be, at the time of his death, the second strongest of the Uchiha clan, second only to the man that walks next to Naruto right now. I suppose he was a bit more of a jokester than you at times, but besides that, you two are pretty alike, he says, turning his head and once again laying his eyes on his student. He figures the best way of allowing the boy to be open and honest with him is opening up himself. Naruto looks at his sensei silently and looks away, not knowing at all what to say. I know about Mizuki. The blonde stops in his tracks at the words. He doesn't panic, looking down at the ground in thought. He'd been silently awaiting this. He hadn't expected Mizuki to tell the truth. He would have thought the embarrassment of the demon brat taking him down and perhaps being praised isn't something he would have wanted. And even if the rogue Chunin told the truth if Naruto denied it, he would have hoped there wouldn't be any concrete evidence proving his involvement in the Chunin's arrest. But this is problematic. If Mizuki had told the whole truth, then not coming forward with the knowledge of Orochimaru's involvement in the plot to seize the Forbidden Scroll could and would be interpreted as wrongdoing. I see. Naruto responds after a few moments of silence. He raises his head to look at the Uchiha. So I take it the Hokage knows as well, the blonde questions. He knows what he needs to, including Orochimaru's involvement. But as for who stopped Mizuki, his interrogator unfortunately just couldn't find that out, Fugaku says, a small smile gracing his lips as Naruto's eyebrows rise in surprise. Fugaku walks closer to the boy, standing in front of him. Tell me, Naruto, why didn't you tell your father the truth? Fugaku asks with a feeling that he's getting closer to what he needs to know. Naruto shrugs inwardly, knowing where this is going. He's not giving up any personal information that could be used against him in this case, so he doesn't care. Because I couldn't put it past Lord Hokage and other circles linked to him to assume I was complicit and act on said suspicions. Because I don't trust him, he responds plainly. Fugaku's eyes narrow in thought. It seems to him like the boy doesn't trust anyone, not even the comrades he fights alongside. Nevertheless, he continues to dig. Why don't you trust your father? The Jonin asks. The blonde responds. With Menma. The red and black-haired boy skids and rolls before jumping to his feet in a display of agility. The last 7 clones rush toward him at once. He runs towards them as well. He lowers his head, dodging a kick from one, sweeping its other leg out from beneath it and punching it. As it explodes into a cloud of smoke, the other 6 rush and pounce on him, dogpiling onto him. Beneath the pile, he closes his eyes, staying still for a moment, and they snap open, his once purple eyes having turned red with his pupils having become slits. He rises, pushing the clones away, sending them flying in an incredible display of speeds at each of them one by one, scars, bruises, and all, dispatching them with single strikes until they're all gone, and he's standing alone in the training ground under the starlit night sky. He brings his right hand up, staring at it in the dark before clenching it into a fist, his eyes now return to their normal color. So you've become stronger. Good, because I can become stronger too. Much stronger. Just you wait. It'll be you and me. You'll bow before me and finally be forced to acknowledge me. He leaps away, landing on the tallest tree he can see, his eyes settling on the Hokage monument, which is visible even from here. I will be the greatest, he yells, punching a fist into the air. Uchiha clan compound. That's the truth, sensei, Naruto says as Fugaku gazes at him blankly. I won't try to prove anything to you. Whether you choose to believe me is your choice. I've simply told you because as my sensei and someone I respect, I feel the need to be honest and answer your question, Naruto says to the still silent Uchiha clan head. He continues to walk on. Forgive me, but I simply can't join your family for dinner, he says while walking away. I won't stand here and claim I understand precisely what you've experienced. That would be a lie, Fugaku says, causing his student to stop in his tracks. All the pain you've endured has taught you to be wary of those around you, hasn't it? The Uchiha patriarch speaks. The blonde remains silent at his sensei's question, not needing to speak to answer it. It's clear. In obvious ways, like your refusal to give away any information about your skills, to subtle ones, like the way your eyes are always moving over your surroundings alertly, even in the calmest moments with comrades near you, he continues, causing Naruto's eyes to widen at the Uchiha's astute observations. Respect isn't enough, Naruto. Strength isn't enough. Not for me, you, or anyone. Sooner or later, you're going to have to start trusting me as your sensei. Trusting your comrades. Trusting those close to you, he says, watching the blonde boy, whose back is still turned to him. His student stays silent for a few moments before finally speaking. Have a good night, Fugaku-sensei, he utters plainly before disappearing in a blur. Uzumaki Namikaze household. But, Mom Menma pleads, a hand on the chair he's pulled out. But nothing Menma. You're not eating at my table until you're clean. Have you caught a whiff of your own stench? Kushina yells in response, her hair swaying from her head in 9 tendril-like bunches as though having a life of its own. The other 4 in the room watch on at this scene, sweat dropping. Kakashi looks on at the scene before looking over at his sensei, who chuckles as his student shoots him a look that says, "Yeah, sure know how to pick 'em, sensei," the masked shinobi says inwardly before looking back at the scene, afraid by some magic the redhead had heard his thought. All eyes in the living room turn to its entrance as a newcomer walks in. Uncle Fugaku, Menma says, seeing Satsuki and Suzuki's father. Fugaku, what a pleasant surprise. Have you come to join us? Kushina smiles. Fugaku looks at her for a moment, usual stern expression in place, before looking at Minato. He told me everything. Naruto told me everything, he utters. Minato's eyes widen for a second before his head lowers, hanging in shame. Mito does the same as does Kushina, whilst Yayoi feels the sting of tears in her eyes once again. Kakashi all the while, watches on at this scene with an eyebrow raised and eye narrowed in confusion and curiosity. Humph. And just what did that lying loser say to you? Menma scoffs. He yelps in pain as Kushina smacks him over the head, silencing him. Fugaku continues to look directly at the Hokage, as though the boy's words and his received smack haven't registered at all. He sees the shame on the blonde's face and knows the answer but chooses to ask anyway, still holding out hope for his friend. Is it true? He demands in a calm voice. Minato remains silent, giving the Uchiha his answer. The blonde Hokage stands up, walking towards the Jonin. He spoke to you? Minato asks, coming to a stop in front of Fugaku. He spoke to you openly and honestly? What exactly did he? Minato asks in a voice laced with desperation, only to be cut off by the man in front of him. Under normal circumstances, I would just be letting you know how bitterly disappointed I am in you as a friend, the Jonin says, the Hokage's head lowering in shame once again. But that boy is my student, which means he's one of my own. So telling you I'm disappointed, unfortunately, is not all I'm obliged to do, Fugaku says before cocking his fist back and launching it forwards at his friend's face. Minato sees the punch coming and stays still, not dodging. He deserves this. The fist collides with his cheek, sending him backwards and laying him out onto his back. A shocked silence hangs over the room for a split second. It is quickly broken as Menma lunges at the Uchiha, yelling angrily. He doesn't get close, though, as with a thud, he suddenly finds himself on the floor on his stomach, with both his hands pinned behind his back, Kakashi kneeling over him on one knee, holding him down. Bastard! Do you have any idea whose house this is? That's the Hokage. Let me go, big bro Kakashi. Let me teach this asshole a lesson. Kick his ass, dad. Menma yells angrily, struggling to no avail beneath Kakashi. The masked ninja watches on at the scene calmly, sighing to himself. If anyone would have the audacity to walk into the Hokage's home and punch him right in front of his family, it could only be Fugaku Uchiha. He looks over at his sensei, who deliberately took the punch and stays calm, trusting his teacher to handle himself but stays ready at a moment's notice, to incapacitate the struggling boy beneath him and jump in if things get seriously heated. Fugaku continues looking down at Minato, still not acknowledging the shouting child. Kushina yells Minato's name as he falls, rushing to his side and kneeling to check on him. She grits her teeth and stands up to face her husband's attacker, only to suddenly see Minato suddenly standing in front of her, facing her, hands raised. No, don't do anything stupid, he says firmly. Minato, it's nothing. I deserve a whole lot more, he says, causing his wife to look down again, tears forming in her eyes again. The sight piles further weight on the mountain of guilt already crushing him. Fugaku, he turns only to see his friend is gone. He sighs as the sound of his wife shaking and weeping is clear behind him. It hurts having to turn around and face what he's responsible for. An Ammu shinobi appears in front of him in a burst of smoke, in the standard kneeling position. Lord Hokage, I have some urgent news. Time skip 6 days later. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when we are able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must appear inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Naruto shuts the book and places it on his made bed. He'll continue reading when he gets back, like he's done countless times. He stands up, walking towards his bedroom door. He'll be meeting his team today after 6 full days off, a messenger hawk having dropped off a message to attend for duty as usual on his balcony yesterday morning. During his time off, Naruto had done a bit of training but not much intense work, unfortunately. The reason, space. He'd been mostly confined to his apartment during these days. Satsuki's brother, quite annoyingly, had decided not to honor the terms of their deal and come looking for him again. Naruto, not in the mood to deal with him, had left his training ground as soon as he sensed his chakra signature approaching the first time. It became apparent to him on the second occasion, the day right after, that Suzuki wasn't going to leave him alone, so he chose to steer clear of the training ground for the time being. Thankfully the boy doesn't know where he lives, because if that were the case and Suzuki comes knocking on his door, there will be trouble. He closes his bedroom door behind him, locking it, scoffing in a show of frustration at the predicament. It's annoying. The blonde wants to continue training properly and was already in a predicament trying to decide whether to diversify his ninjutsu arsenal further, increase the intensity of his taijutsu regimen, or hone his kenjutsu. He's felt his speed and strength plateauing for a little while now and has also been recently contemplating the acquisition of a special weapon of choice. An annoyance like this is plain unnecessary. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Minato sits back, the files on all the village's genin teams neatly sorted on his desk. He props his chin on his fist in thought. The exams commence in 7 days, and today each Jonin sensei willing to allow his or her team to participate is to declare so to them as well as notify his or her team and inform them on the exams and give them time to decide if they are willing to participate. He's allowed to deny entry to certain teams, but this year he believes the decision will lay largely in the hands of the Jonin sensei responsible for the teams. The exams will present the opportunity to observe some of the hidden sounds ninja closely for himself. He's already begun arrangements to dispatch Umbu operatives disguised as merchants into the land of Rice soon to gather intel. Having some of the sounds ninja on hand in the village will perhaps give him an idea of what the enemy is made of. Fugaku, after his successful interrogation, had told him the hidden sound wasn't really a hidden village but a series of laboratories and hideouts situated throughout the land of Rice. That would make gathering intel harder. The original source was out of the question. Even if there was more intel to be retrieved from him, that isn't possible anymore. After the debacle that had occurred a few days ago at his home, an Umbu shinobi arrived to notify him that Mizuki had been murdered in his cell, his body burnt to a crisp. As of yet, not a single trace of evidence had been found leading to the killer. He or she had vanished into thin air, either infiltrating the prison and leaving later or already being within its walls. The former seems a bit too far-fetched for Minato. No one has ever, breaking in or out, bypassed the Hidden Leaf strict correctional facility security. None of the prisoners could have done the deed with the chakra suppressors on them, which can only be deactivated by a select few of the guards. He thinks that's where he'll start digging. It was clear to Minato, from the moment he heard, what exactly happened. Orochimaru had moved to protect the information concerning his operations, but the rogue Sunin had moved too late. He'll worry about Fugaku later. They're best friends. They've been through all sorts of turmoil and hell together. Besides, Fugaku isn't really the one he needs to apologize and mend bridges with. He turns in his seat, looking out at the village and sighs out loud to himself. Training Ground 12. Fugaku stands in front of his students, the three seated before him. The Chunin exams? Ino repeats her sensei's words, still in a bit of shock. That's right. These exams allow all genin, those who participate anyway, the opportunity to have their skills assessed. Those who are evaluated and deemed by the examiners as having the adequate skills to be awarded an ascension in rank then become Chunin, shinobi who, among other responsibilities, are allowed to lead their own squads on missions. Fugaku briefly explains, knowing his students know all about the exams but simply following procedure by explaining it to them. Now under normal circumstances, rookie genin teams do not compete, not because of any existing regulation, but because they're commonly seen as not being ready. But the three of you have shown yourselves to me as a unit of being capable of competing against shinobi above the level of genin, so I'm going to allow you the opportunity to enter. He watches as a determined smirk is etched across his daughter's face. He looks next to her to see Naruto try to keep his trademark blank expression but notes his eyes sharpen. Satsuki can't contain her excitement. This is a huge opportunity to test herself against other ninja and get stronger. Becoming a Chunin would be a huge step towards her goals. Naruto visibly tries to stay relaxed, but he is excited. Battling against shinobi from different villages in different nations with different arsenals. He almost feels like jumping. Becoming a Chunin would be valued verification of his growth to new levels as a shinobi. It would be a stepping stone towards the heights he aims for, and it would mean he's a step closer to being able to actively pursue that goal. Akaseda's parents had taught him much of what he knew, and he had imparted said knowledge to his children, yet they had all been killed. Whoever was responsible was far more than likely a formidable shinobi. He needs to keep getting stronger to prepare himself to face that threat when he comes face to face with it. Ino watches on nervously at her teammates. These two have helped her and held her up all the way. She doesn't think she's ready for this. Fugaku makes eye contact with her, noting her reaction. Participation isn't obligatory. If any one or two of you feels you're not ready, you can refuse entry and the other two or one will compete, he says, lying through his teeth. All three need to compete as a three-man squad, otherwise, they do not qualify. His intention is to ensure none of them feel pressured into competing. He proceeds to hand the three of them a series of forms to register for participation. The exams commence in 7 days. My responsibility is to notify the Hokage today of whether I have granted you permission to compete or not. Yours is to decide in the time between now and the day before the exams if you wish to participate. Of course, it's important you understand what this entails and the implications. The exams permit the use of lethal force and killing as well as other things standard under normal mission conditions. Competing will mean placing one's life on the line, he says sternly. Satsuki finally takes notice of the expression on her female teammate's face and places a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, we're in this together. We fight, fall, and win together," she says, looking into her comrade's eyes reassuringly. The Yamanaka looks over, smiling at her friend. She wants to get stronger so she can fight alongside her teammates, and having the two of them enter without her there just doesn't sound right. She feels as though she would be forsaking them. She turns her head to her Jonin-sensei. "Fugaka-sensei, I'd like to enter," she declares determinedly. "So would I," Satsuki says immediately after. All heads turn to the male genin of the team. "I will be competing in the exams," he says. A small smile comes onto Fugaku's face. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Minato sits back, watching the sunset, his chair and back turned to his desk. The meeting to decide participation in the Chunin exams had taken place hours ago. In an interesting turn of events, almost all the rookie teams would be competing, almost because the Jonin captain of Team 12 hadn't been present for the meeting. Minato sighs, and immediately as he does, he hears his door open. He turns to see Fugaku walk in and shut the door behind him. The Uchiha walks toward the desk and places 3 files on them. "I hereby grant permission for Genin Team 12 to compete in this year's Chunin selection exams," he speaks. Minato nods, not surprised Fugaku doesn't feel the need to explain his decision like all the other Jonin sensei. An awkward silence hangs over the room as Fugaku stands with his hands in his pockets and Minato sits back in his chair. "Look," the blonde speaks. "I understand Don't," Fugaku cuts him off, raising a hand. "Don't explain yourself to me. I don't care about what happened the other night anymore. You and I go way back, and I'm not willing to let it come between us. If you feel angry about it, then so be it. I just needed to make you understand as a brother, the weight of your actions. And I can't apologize for that," Fugaku says. Minato listens, his face blank before sighing once again. He smiles to himself. After all these years, Fugaku is still one of the only people he knows who doesn't see him as the 4th Hokage, who doesn't see him as the Yellow Flash, who still sees him as Minato, who still sees him as the lonely orphan kid he would give food to back in the academy when he had nothing to eat and let sleep in his room at his clan compound for months, when he found himself on the streets. He stands up, reaching his hand out and offering it to the Uchiha. Fugaku takes it, and the pair shake hands, smiling at one another. One step at a time, Minato is determined to make things right. 7 days later. Naruto strode along the street, his destination the academy. The day of the exam's commencement had finally arrived, making this his first venue. He was dressed in his typical outfit, black shinobi sandals and umbu pants, which were tucked into combat tape wrapped around his legs. His black jersey top had sleeves that ended just below the elbows, and a golden lion head was displayed on his upper right sleeve. Over this, he wore a black sleeveless hoodie with gold lining and a zipper, which he left open. This time, he decided against his black wristbands, choosing to keep his storage seal hidden in his jacket for the sake of surprise. Of course, his headband was wrapped around his head, as usual. "Hey, let me go," a shout came from around the corner he was about to turn. He raised an eyebrow but kept his normal pace, turning the corner to find 6 individuals. He immediately recognized one of them as Ino. 3 of the others were younger, recognizable as academy students by the goggles on their heads. The last 2 he didn't know. One was male and one was female, and the male was gripping one of the 3 academy students by the scruff of his shirt. Both wore headbands of the hidden sand and looked relatively young. The blonde assumed they were exam participants. The male was dressed in a black baggy cat-like suit with purple face paint and a strange bandaged object on his back. The female had sandy blonde hair tied into 4 pigtails and teal eyes. She was wearing a single, light purple, off-the-shoulders garment that extended halfway down her thighs with a red sash tied around her waist. Her headband was tied around her neck, unlike her comrade who had his on his head. Naruto rolled his shoulders and stretched his neck, staying relaxed but ready for confrontation. That's when he felt an incredibly malevolent and menacing chakra in the tree hanging above the scene. He kept his eyes on those in front of him, careful not to alert the one who was clearly the biggest threat. All heads turned to him as he came to a stop in front of the group. "Naruto," Ino greeted, her voice filled with relief. One moment, she was chasing a brat for making a derogatory comment about her outfit, and the next, he'd crashed into and gotten into trouble with a foreign shinobi. Kankuro raised an eyebrow. "Who's this guy?" Konohamaru's eyes widened a bit. "It's Big Brother's brother. The one everyone hates." Tamari's heart skipped a beat as she laid eyes on the newcomer. His golden blonde hair, his heart-shaped face, his striking, almost paralyzing cerulean blue eyes, those naturally red lips. She realized her mouth was slightly ajar at the sight of this stunning male and quickly closed it. "Naruto," she repeated the name the other leaf ninja had uttered to herself. "Ino," Naruto greeted, nodding at her before looking at the strangely dressed male. "You should really let the kid go," he said plainly. "Who's gonna make me, kid?" Kankuro scoffed. "You," he half taunted. I'm sure I'd have no trouble at all handling a professional circus act like you, Naruto said, looking the boy over again, still intrigued by his strange attire. Kankuro gritted his teeth in anger at the insult, while Ino and all the genin present chuckled. Even Temari let out a giggle, much to Kankuro's anger. What did you say, Yalit Dash? Honestly though, I'd be the least of your worries, Naruto shrugged. Considering the fact that that kid you're manhandling there, he continued, pointing at the boy in Kankuro's hand, is the grandson of the late third Hokage, if I'm not mistaken, he uttered casually. Kankuro's jaw dropped, and his complexion almost seemed to go a shade paler. Temari also gasped in shock. Not too many people are gonna clap for that trick. Are you trying to cause an international incident? He questioned. Still stunned by the revelation, a stone struck Kankuro's hand before he could release the brat himself. He yelled in pain, releasing the boy, who immediately ran and hid behind Naruto. Leave now, Naruto said sternly, not even glancing at the three children hiding behind him. They complied, running down the path in the direction he came. Kankuro looked up at the tree above, annoyed to see who threw the stone. You're a long way from home to be running around causing trouble, clown, Satsuki said, sitting on a branch with another rock in her hand. Ha, Kankuro chuckled, fights with smart-mouthed, snot-nosed brats and smoking hot girls? Just what kind of place is this? Kankuro smirked, looking up at Satsuki, who simply raised an eyebrow at him. Satsuki, get down from there, Naruto shouted. The Uchiha's eyes widened, she wasn't used to hearing him shout. Your blood smells delicious, a low voice whispered in Satsuki's ear. The Uchiha reacted quickly, jumping away, down from the tree and landing next to her teammates. A kunao drawn, she looked up at the tree. The two Sand Shinobi on the ground reacted in response to the action, the male drawing his own kunao, and the female pulling the large war fan off her back and holding it out in front of her at the ready. Ino pulled out her own kunao as well. The two groups stood off, glaring at one another, except for Naruto, who stood as calmly as before, hands still in his pockets. His eyes were still on the tree, not showing any concern for the shinobi in front of him with drawn weapons. The two Sand Shinobi, weapons in hand, looked on in awe at Naruto. He sensed Gaara's presence. Just who is this guy? Kankuro asked inwardly. He sensed Gaara. Naruto of the Leaf, huh? Temari stared at the cute blonde, saying the name to herself again to ensure she wouldn't forget it. A figure stood upside down from one of the tree's branches, his appearance obscured by its shadow. He jumped down from the tree, landing in front of the two Sand Shinobi. He revealed himself to be a male with fair skin, green eyes, and short, spiky auburn hair with seemingly no eyebrows or distinctive pupils. Black rings adorned the spaces around his eyes. The kanji for love was carved into the left side of his forehead in a strange-looking scar. The boy wore a black full bodysuit with an open neck and short sleeves, a white cloth over his right shoulder down to his left hip, and a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip that tethered a large gourd to his back. His headband was tied to the leather band. Kankuro. Why are you being a nuisance? The redhead questioned, not even turning to look at his compatriot but rather staring straight at Naruto. You're a disgrace to our village, the redhead spoke, still on Naruto. I am sorry, Gaara. I was J-, he stuttered only to be cut off. Shut up, or I'll kill you, he said, turning his head to his compatriot, which caused him to stiffen in fear, as did Temari. He looked back at the group, staring directly at Naruto again, who looked back at him blankly. His eyes. They looked just like. Gaara said inwardly. Those eyes, Naruto mused at seeing such cold, dark eyes. We've wasted enough time. Let's go, Naruto said to his teammates, who nodded. He started to walk off, attempting to walk around the three foreign ninja, only to be stopped by the redhead. Wait. Gaara spoke, stopping the blonde in his tracks. What is your name? Gaara asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow before responding, Naruto. My name is Naruto, he replied. Naruto. I am Gaara of the desert, the red-haired boy introduced himself. Mother is afraid of you. She says you're dangerous, that your blood must be spilt. I will enjoy tasting it, the Sand Shinobi spoke coldly, an eerie smile on his face. The two other Sand Shinobi's eyes widened in shock at their teammates' words. What? Okay, seriously. Who the hell is this guy? Kankuro thought, staring at Naruto in shock. Temari looked on also in shock, while Naruto's teammates looked on in confusion and slight fear at the strange, intimidating red-haired ninja. Naruto showed no outward reaction but inwardly noted to himself. Mother? What does this guy? He's dangerous. The blonde walked off without another word, his teammates following behind him. Leave Shinobi Academy. The members of Team 12 stood before the entrance to the academy they'd left only months ago, ready to take another big step on their paths as shinobi. The three stood side by side, taking a moment to look one another in the eyes before nodding and walking in.